in that scenario, the woman is out of luck, according to you.
If you are not willing to take your responsibilities,
The responsibilities that,
of victims.
that the rapist has imposed upon you.
Indeed, yes.
Okay. So this is, what do you call this? The Rapist in Power Act?
I suppose you'd say that liberals have a view that...
Holy shit, man. How does Sam still have fucking gas at this point? How is he still cooking? I'm so burnt out from having to sit through this entire 3 hours. I mean, 5 hours with commentary. God damn it. Really, this is 3 hours long.
I'll put it on the shelf. See all like the weird knickknacks that I have?
Yeah. Well, that's actually for your baby.
Oh, thank you very much.
Congratulations. I understand that you're expecting. Is that right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Nervous.
I hope you're getting sleep.
Oh, I think I got 6 hours tonight.
Well,
Bannock Space Theorist, thank you very much. And the studio's looking more blue. They got it wasn't blue and lit up when I was there. It looks more colorful. Sam flew out for this, and now he's back apparently. But the distance it wouldn't have been as bad for him. All right, I had to travel to a different country.
I'm saying, is your baby born already?
No.
Oh,
Coming soon.
I'm talking about when your child comes.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, what little sleep I already get probably will be less.
All right. Well, there you go.
Right on, man. So we'll start light. What do you think is going to happen? I mean, the election is Tuesday, but people are already voting.
No, wait. We got to talk about what am I doing here?
Yeah.
Sure. I was going to start light, but you can go with whatever you want.
No, I mean, it's light to me. But like,
yeah. Also, I gotta say, one of the first things that I talked about before they were actually live was I was like sitting in that same room. I was like, by the way, why did I have to come here? It was like one of the first things I did. This was live, but like I was like, why? I was like, why wouldn't we just do this remote? I had to travel so far. And he's like, see this, you don't get this. You don't get this when it's not live. And then he like started going on a rant about Sam Seder. And then like that's again one of the reasons why I thought this would never take place. I was like, there's no way they're going to be sitting across from each other, considering how much strange hangups he's got about Sam.
what? I thought I was banned. Didn't you say I was banned and blacklisted?
Maybe I don't know the specifics. You have to. There's something to that effect.
I can send you a link. But I got like I teed it up here.
It's hard for me to remember verbatim everything I said, but
what do we got here?
I would say.
Oh, I mean, you pretty specifically banned.
Did I say no Sam Seder at all?
Well, I think so. Here, wait a second.
Okay, this is already amazing. Shame on all of you for not making me think this was not premium content. This is already incredible.
Sam Seder's blacklisted by a lot of podcasts.
Yeah. I don't. Did I say
I'm not exaggerating. This is not a joke. Yes, there are many large podcasts that have outright said they will never work with him, and has nothing to do with being afraid to debate him. Sam Seder's off the list. This guy is a manipulative, lying con man.
I mean, that's pretty.
Oh no, he brought receipts. He's playing audio. The mics are picking up the audio. I didn't know you could do this. That's not fair. I didn't know you could play clips.
Strong stuff.
My confusion comes from, did I say I would never have you on?
I don't know if I said that. No. That's you saying that right now. That this is your voice that I'm playing. Is the mic picking it up? Is it grabbing this?
With him, and that's why Sam Seder makes all these videos, and he focuses on drama. I mean, the man's obsession with Dave Rubin is laughable.
I agree with that to this day.
Oh no, I actually I have a
Did I say
real reason for that.
Did I say?
Yeah,
Did
of course.
I say I would never bring you on?
Oh yeah, you did.
Okay, I might have.
I mean, I don't know if I have that specific video teed up. I might though.
I don't know if I need to watch anymore. I think we can all go home now. That was too wonderful. Yeah, like I just love that not only does he have the clip already queued up and ready to go, but he's playing it, and he has to move the mic down so the little fucking, I don't know if that's a MacBook, but so the MacBook Air, like, you know, speakers can pick it up. And Tim's just sitting there like, I don't know if I've ever said that. This is you. This is a clip of you. I'm playing it right now.
I may have. I usually, if I get like heated or something, but I tend not to be as definitive on things like this.
Well, it wasn't just that one time, too. When you went on Patrick Bet-David's show, you said the same thing.
Well, but you know, it's true.
What's true?
There are a lot of big shows that have blacklisted you.
Oh, I have no doubt. I have no doubt.
It's not about you, nobody wanting to debate you. I mean, the first thing I asked was like, let's talk about the issues, and you immediately pulled up drama. That's
Well, it's not drama. I mean, I think everybody wants to know. It's like a weird, you know, if you, I used to be a script writer, and if you put a loaded gun in the first scene and you don't resolve it, people are going to be distracted. So this way we can just deal with this, get that out of the way, and then move on to stuff that is more, I think, like substantive.
Yeah. But that's it, right? It's not my business to tell other shows that have brought it up. But
No, I'm not concerned about other shows. I know what. I'm just curious. What am I doing
He's already so mad. This is amazing.
here?
what are you doing here?
Yeah,
I decided to have you on. I don't know. I figured there were probably misconceptions you had about me. I think that a lot of what you think about what I say comes from clips and not the actual show. So there's like,
I don't really have conceptions of you.
This started because you said something that was untrue about my position on the death penalty. And I was like, I think Sam saw a clip that someone pulled out of context and didn't actually hear like my 2-hour diatribe on
Yeah, no, I don't. I think actually what I was talking about, I don't think I ever said whether you believe in the death penalty or not. I mean,
you cited a quote where you said that I said something like,
I cited a quote, or did I play a video?
At the beginning of a video, Tim Pool agrees that people who commit treason should get the death penalty, which is
that right? Do you have the video? You must have the video. No? Oh, wait a second.
and I just went, holy.
More receipts. Amazing. Okay, so I guess, yeah, if you're gonna go on the show, just bring the clips, and if they refuse to play them, just play them off your MacBook Air speaker. Just move the microphone.
Crap.
Let me see if I got it, because I'm pretty sure I remember this. It was in the context of you suing Kamala Harris.
And so,
and you were on with Laura Loomer,
by the way.
right?
And you said the words,
here we go.
people who get the death penalty, people who commit treason should get the death penalty.
What's the context of that sentence?
What's the context of that sentence?
Right. So there's a clip that's 5 seconds long.
Oh, no, but I watched the whole rest of it. Like, I know you went back and forth, but it was so weird, because you should really, if you can find this and put this up, because what I found fascinating about it was that you literally did say on multiple times in that going back and forth, because apparently what happened is you got in trouble at one point with, I don't know, some streaming service about people calling for the death penalty or whatever it was. I don't know.
I don't know if this is just like so funny, but I was going to ask, has Sam has he been hitting the gym? He's looking swole.
Background to that.
YouTube says you can't call for the death penalty as a legal mechanism.
Okay. And so she brought up, I think these people committed treason. They should get the death penalty. And you said,
well, I don't know if she said, I think
well,
she
I don't
said,
care what she said, really, for this sake. But I'm quite sure you said, if you commit treason, you should get the death penalty.
I don't care.
Now,
right? Now
what words are you missing from that sentence? Because it sounds like you just heard a clip.
No. I watched the whole thing.
Okay, well then,
and then at one point afterwards,
okay, so let's pause. Let's pause. We'll break this down. We'll break this down.
Sure.
Is it currently codified in law that if you commit treason, you are out, the penalty is death?
What do you mean by codified?
Like, is U.S. law states that the penalty for treason is death?
Not necessarily, but it is one.
It is, right. The penalty for treason is death.
What is the penalty for murder?
It varies. It can
right. It can be the death penalty.
Exactly.
So it's the exact same dynamic as treason.
Yes. So if we're talking about, in that context, people levying war against the United States, to which I said, I don't believe any of these people committed treason.
Correct.
Sedition would be trying to undermine or cause damage to the government.
Correct.
Treason,
that's not the issue.
Right. And so the context of that conversation is, one, I don't agree with the death penalty. And in no circumstances,
But you did say the words, if you committed treason, you should get the death penalty.
Okay, so once again, do you not understand?
Would you agree if someone commits murder, that they should get the death penalty?
No.
I agree with that.
Right. And
But you did say if they commit treason, they should get the death penalty.
so if we're talking about the penalty for levying war against a country,
Okay, well, I hate how everyone is always so cowardly on the right about this kind of shit. It's like, I don't know. I didn't say that. I didn't mean that. Well, no, okay, when I said that, okay, you're misconstruing my words, okay? When I said this, what I meant to say was, but it's just like, why don't you own your shit, you know? Why is it always just like, oh, everyone is just like so aggressive until they get called out for it, and then all of a sudden it's this whole like kabuki theater kind of like, oh yeah, no, I didn't say I want to eradicate trans people. I said I want to eradicate transgenderism from society. Very two different things, right? And it's like, well, yeah, but they have the same meaning. Like, just fucking, again, own your shit.
whether you want it to or not, if a judge sentences someone to death, should they get the death penalty?
If a judge, I don't think people should get the death penalty under any circumstances.
If someone is shooting at another person, should they be shot at and killed?
If someone's shooting at another person, should they be shot at and killed?
If someone is committing an act of violence, actively, is it within the legal rights of a
You
person?
just asked the same question twice. Only one is a different mechanism now. It's like, I'm talking about the firing squad. Yes. If someone falls on a bullet, should they die? I'm asking that, okay? What do you think about that question now?
Person to return with lethal force.
You mean self-defense?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Right now, whether you want it to or not, if someone robs a liquor store, should they go to jail?
Should they go to jail?
Under the current laws, regardless of your opinions, should the police arrest the person?
Should the people arrest the person for robbing a liquor store?
Yes.
I mean, I think they should, yes.
Do you think in literally every single circumstance, then, no matter what happens, if someone commits a robbery, they should be arrested?
I mean, I suppose there could be extenuating circumstances, but
Tim's too clever for me. I genuinely don't know how he's trying to trap him here. Sam's gonna be.
yes, if you commit a crime, you should be arrested.
So the clarification that I'm trying to make, it's not about, I don't think there's any real reason to try and go back and parse semantics. The concept was, if people are levying war against the United States.
Sorry, so everything you just said is virtually meaningless? It's like, at first he's like, yeah, no, I don't believe in the death penalty in any circumstances. Right after that, he's like, okay, well, if a person shoots at someone, should they be shot back? Yeah, no, that's the same thing. You just worded it differently. If someone robs, if they've committed robbery or burglary, should the police arrest them? And he's like, yes. Okay, so obviously now you understand, right?
States, such as
checkmate.
We're on the battlefield somewhere in Iraq or whatever, right?
Wait, this whole thing was about treason, where you were saying that.
Do you want me to explain the ideas, or do you want to just go in circles? I don't understand.
Well, I want you just to address what I'm talking about.
I'm trying
instead
to.
of talking
You
about
interrupted me.
war. All right, go ahead, please.
Treason is levying war
Treason is levying war?
or providing aid to the enemy of the United States in a time of war.
Well, it also, you can, I mean, there's been people who have been charged with treason when we're not in an active war, but yes, I guess. I mean, but however you want to parse this, treason is a legal charge against somebody, and there are multiple potential penalties for that, one of which includes capital punishment. And
just for the sake of clarity, because in the show we're not talking about specifics of someone may or may not be wrongly charged. If you're asking me why I would say something like should be, it's rooted in this: treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of two witnesses of the same overt act or confession in open court.
I love how there's just like an empty chair. I don't know if you can see it. I'm kind of blocking it right now, but the bottom one, I guess normally would have a guest, but it's just an empty chair there, so that's cute. Again, though, this is kind of like, hey, by the way, gotcha. Here's the definition of treason. It's like, no, but like, again, however you want to, demonstrate that you're aware that the word exists. I'm saying that you said that. You said that if someone commits treason, they should get the death penalty. Why are we running around this? It's utterly absurd.
So the issue at hand was when we were talking, and I said, I don't think any of these people committed treason. I don't think anything they've done.
For the record, during the whole like LGBTQ plus section, they were doing the same thing with me, where I would say something, I would be like, oh, there's actually meta studies that demonstrate this, and like, okay, then they put something up on screen, and then that to them was enough of a gotcha, just to be like, well, I don't know if you've seen this study, but it says that like, you know, close to 80% of people who are trans desist or detransition. So it's up there on the screen now. I'd be like, yeah, this is a data study from 2012. That's what I'm trying to tell you. At this point, we have like loads and loads and loads of information on this. We have to look at collective studies, meta studies, right? It's like, oh, okay, put that back on screen. Yeah, so it says 80% there. I was like, yeah, I don't know if you're not listening to me. We're speaking a different language. I have no idea why you're doing this little like song and dance right now. But just putting something up on screen doesn't like validate or back up your point. If anything, right now in this case, it's kind of showing that you don't really fully understand the definition of treason.
It's worthy of death. I don't agree with the death penalty. The return is, but what if they're levying war against us, and then someone decides their life should be forfeit?
I watched that video, and in fact, I remember this now. Actually, we were going over the ridiculousness of your lawsuit, and I said, you know, Tim says he doesn't agree with the death penalty. That's fine. And then they played more where you say, if you've committed treason, you should get the death penalty. I mean, and then the interesting thing is, then I watched, hold on, but let me finish. And
do
then,
you want to do a drama circle jerk, or do you want to actually talk about the ideas of the death penalty and what should or should not happen?
No, I think that I personally am against the death penalty. I think.
Well, yeah, but why not just own your shit? It's like, you are the one who is circling around. He's like, hey, you said this. This is the line that you said. If you don't want to admit to it, I can play the clip for you. I have it on my MacBook Air here, and we can have the microphone to it. It's like, well, do you want to do drama or talk about substance? It's like, well, to be honest, you said you want to start light, so I'm just going to like bring up some of the issues surrounding us. We should probably explain to the people what is taking place here.
So let's
you are maybe against the death penalty.
I'm 100% against death penalty.
But what I found fascinating, it was as if you watch that video as it goes further along, and maybe you can release it. I don't know if it's behind a paywall or what. I watched it somewhere, so I know it exists. Maybe it was on Rumble. And if you go along, it's almost like you catch yourself and you realize, like, wait a second, I'm against the death penalty. So, no, you shouldn't get capital punishment. And that's one of the things that I think, like, in terms of, like, that I have always found fascinating about you. And that there's actually a great video by Timba Toast on how you vacillate between different political ideas as a way of, like, maintaining a certain brand.
What is the brand?
Well,
what is the brand?
I don't, not exactly sure what you think the brand is, but
here's the challenge. Here's the challenge. You know, if I post a joke on X that is like over the top, for instance, I tweeted Kamala Harris is like Hitler and Stalin times 200, and she's gonna start 800 wars. That was actually written about in various liberal outlets as if it was a fact statement. And so I'm sitting here being like, can they not tell? Well, there's Poe's law. I get it. Sometimes they don't. But the issue at hand right now is just semantics. So instead of saying
this isn't a flex, like you're basically bragging right now that you have no real beliefs, or you can just fucking shitpost for a living, even though what you do and say matters. You have a massive platform, but it's like, oh yeah, I could post something that's ridiculous, and he's done this. He's actually like on his show been like, yeah, I'm just gonna post opposing ideas. That's why sometimes you'll see Tim Pool suddenly tweet something out like, you know, I believe in socialism, I believe in capitalism, and they're like just back to back, right? And then afterwards you're like, you're shit posting, cool, epic, and it's just so like reporters are like, no one will ever truly be able to know what he believes. That's not a flex. It's not a flex to be like, yeah, the media can't figure me out because I believe in everything and nothing. It's like, believing in nothing is not a flex.
like, well,
dude, we're in the communication business. Like, our words are important. Now, listen, I certainly understand people misinterpreting a tweet. Believe me, I've been there.
I will just say this for the sake of clarity. Right now, regardless of my opinions on law, should the law be that someone will receive the death penalty, then they should receive it. I oppose it.
But it doesn't necessarily, the treason, the punishment for treason is not necessarily the death penalty any more than it is with murder.
All right, so let's just try and...
Why would you ever say, if you're against the death penalty...
Once again, misconception I'm trying to get past, so let me explain.
Okay.
In the circumstance where someone has committed a death-worthy trespass, I oppose
A
the death
death-worthy
penalty.
trespass.
I would advocate against it. We recently had a big case where
I've never heard it worded that way. That's got to be the first time. A death-worthy trespass. It sounds like it's from a video game or something. You have committed a death-worthy trespass.
there were two instances where people were put to death. One guy, the family even said it shouldn't happen. They had cut a deal with the prosecutor. It still happened. And that was, I believe it was, who was that? That was Missouri. And a lot of people who watch my show were quite outraged that a family would say no. But the issue at hand is I don't assert myself over the rest of the country in law, which means if the mechanism of the courts is as such, that's what should happen. I will fight against it. That's the semantic misunderstanding.
Oh,
So
all right.
let's just put it like this.
Because you were so offended. I mean, the reason why I thought I was here was because you were so offended that I said you were against the death penalty.
You said I was for it.
And I got confused when you said someone should get the death penalty
Under a mechanism
for
of
treason.
law that I oppose.
Well, you never said those words.
But that was the whole conversation.
No, actually, it wasn't.
Literally was.
We can play it.
But I mean, look, how about we just, instead of going back and forth and saying it was
No, play it, you cowards. Play the clip.
this show where these things were said, we lay it out on the table, there it is.
Okay, there it
Death penalty should be opposed. The
We
government,
agree on that.
the government is a failed arbiter of who should live or die. This mechanism doesn't work at an institutional level.
I don't know that anybody is a arbiter of who should live or die, but yes.
Excuse me. There is some context that is more challenging, such as if a man pointed a weapon at your would you decide that he should die?
I mean, if someone pointed a weapon at my children, I would attempt to do whatever I needed to do to stop them. But that's different
Up to and
than,
including lethal force.
I mean, if that's what it took, of course.
So that is you making the decision that you will take action which may lead to the death of an individual.
Sam Seder is not the government of the United States, right? Like, you do understand there's a reason that we have laws that we don't dictate all laws based on Sam Seder. Maybe we should. I don't know. I don't know if that's what's being suggested here. But like, there's a difference between Sam and passing legislation or having a judicial system or having a set of standards that we all say, like, come on, you've sped before in your car. I'm sure all of us have, right? Come on, let's be honest here. We've all done a little speeding. That doesn't mean that like society wide large, we should have maybe a standard. We should have a speed limit. Whether or not you're going to violate that is up to you. That's the personal freedom you have. But is it going to benefit us as a society to try and regulate some things in general, right? I mean, what are we doing here?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would suffer the consequences, but I don't believe in general that that in capital punishment. I mean, that's not capital punishment. That's
I agree. I'm just saying that
self-defense or
That's
in certain
defending your
circumstances, a
kids.
person will decide someone may be about to die. And there's other issues, of course, like
Is this a gotcha?
whether to render medical aid is a different circumstance. If someone is already dying, then there's if someone is in peril but you can't save them. But in terms of a human being making an active decision to end someone's life, there are many circumstances where
saying
someone will
things now.
decide that they are the arbiter of that decision. Police officers do it every day. Soldiers do it every day, and often regular people. We have the Penny trial in New York right now, where
Cool story, bro. What does this have to do with anything?
they've got the trial going on for the Daniel Penny in New York, where he put that guy in the chokehold and the guy died. He made that decision at that
well,
point.
he killed the guy.
He did, and he made that decision for whatever reason. I am going to apply this technique to this man. May result in death. So at a certain point, someone makes that choice. The question then is, do we agree that the choice was necessary or that they were backed into a corner? And that's a difficult decision. So I would just put it this way. I think in a perfect
It
world,
has nothing to do with capital punishment.
Thank you.
it's about whether someone chooses.
Thank you. Holy fuck. Why not just start talking about muffin recipes again? Like
Someone else should die.
Right,
or
but
when-
that has nothing to do with capital punishment.
They share
Capital
a-
punishment is
they share
definitionally
someone choosing to die.
a punishment that is put out by the government, as opposed to
State.
an individual's decision as to whether or not they're going to apply lethal force to somebody. It has nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
you
or
you
defend
would
their
never
child.
say
They're literally
that
within the
Penny provided capital punishment to that guy on the subway
I was
because,
making that argument.
well, that's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with capital punishment.
Just in the sense that someone's making a decision over someone's death. And the question being, in the case of self-defense, I agree there are circumstances. And in the case of capital punishment, I agree there are no circumstances.
Okay.
I don't believe there's a reality where The government has successfully subdued an individual who
Fun. So you've then changed your opinion. You do not believe that if someone commits treason, they should get the death penalty. I mean, you could have saved, how long have we been watching? 16 minutes. You could have saved 16 minutes just for being like, oh, I no longer hold that belief, or I misspoke, or something else. Not whatever the fuck this is.
they are no longer a threat, and then they just decide 20 years later, now let's kill the person. That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, I know. I agree. I do not believe that we should have capital punishment. I do not believe in the death penalty.
How do we stop it?
Well, I mean, there have been times in the past where we've come close, I think. Sadly, I think because of all of the ginned up stuff about crime in this country over the past couple of years, I think we're moving in the wrong direction. I think the Democrats actually took it out of their platform this year that they're against the capital punishment. It is a problem. There is a cost associated with
like how he's just asking him
attempts to scare people about crime in this country, and that's one of the costs, that we move further away from some type of positive public policy.
4% of death row inmates are likely innocent. And that means at an institutional level, people in this country accept 4 in 100 people will be murdered by the state, unjustly killed for a sense of security. I reject that outright.
Yeah, I mean, I think both in terms of
Nice, you changed your
efficacy,
opinion
but
on it.
even in terms
impressed.
of, I think if you feel that there is a situation wherein, without a threat to anybody, right? I mean, these people are all in jail, that there is a justification to kill someone in cold blood, then I think it just becomes a negotiation as to when it's not.
You know what really gets me too is what I hear from a lot of people is, what about when you've seen on video they're harming a child or they're doing something? And it's funny because in a circumstance where an individual literally witnesses a crime happening, it's easy to say, sure, we can, like if you're out in public and you see someone committing an egregious crime that is going to cause great bodily harm or death. But why does that justify an institutional, national level mechanism by which the government can decide that someone dies? I think it comes down to 12 people walk into a room, someone they've never met before points to a person they've never met and they say, trust me, kill him. And these people are like, well, sure, I guess. I think that's insanity.
No, I agree. I mean, you brought up the penny thing, and I think that's why it's even that much more egregious, in my opinion, his killing of that man, because I don't believe in that situation there was any type of threat that justified holding this guy in a chokehold for that many minutes at all, frankly, for that matter.
What do you think, like the penalty should be? Like, do you think, like, they're charging him, I think, with negligent? Is it negligent homicide? I'm not sure. Or
At the very least, I would imagine manslaughter. But in generally, as a rule, I don't really parse out court cases. I mean, if there's a charge, as a matter of public policy, there are instances where I think that people should be charged. But beyond that, then I just, I didn't even watch the OJ trial.
I'm curious about your thoughts on this story. This is from NBC News from 2021. Police say riders didn't help woman raped on train because of the bystander effect. Explain why. Does the bystander effect explain why? Philadelphia police said riders did not call 911, instead held their cell phones up in direction of the assault. In a circumstance like this was a huge story. 40 minutes, a woman was harassed by a stranger on a public train, and then raped while bystanders just watched. What would you do? Like, what do you think a person should do in a circumstance like that?
At the very least, I would call 911.
That's correct. Yeah, right. Nobody did.
And over the course of 40 minutes, I mean,
I think like the first 15 minutes, he realized that he couldn't really be combative about this issue, especially when it's literally on the record of him saying what Sam was accusing him of. So he immediately then went to like, what do you think? Like, how does the death penalty work? How do we change that? But now he's trying to get a gotcha, it feels.
over the course of 40, I mean, I'm not familiar with this story, but if I watched someone being assaulted,
Raped.
and then, or raped,
Yeah.
yes, I would intervene. I would push that person away. I would attempt to stop them from raping that person.
I think anybody should.
What has that got to do with this?
Well,
you.
we've got two extremes, I suppose, right? With Neely, you've got a woman who said that she felt like her life was in danger. This is one of the witnesses.
Well, we've seen that. I mean, there were people all around there, and the idea that she felt like her life was in danger. I mean, she's not communicating that to the guy, to Neely. B,
She said
it was
saved her
quite
life.
clear. It was quite clear that I don't know, minute 2, minute 3, minute 4, that this person is not going to end up killing that person. I would imagine that if this guy attempted to assault her anymore, Neely could have pushed him away, or they could have held them down. But a chokehold is a lethal thing, and he held it for minutes.
Do you think that you would wait until the woman was being raped before you would intervene?
What the fuck are these gotchas? Sam, would you watch it? How long would you witness it for? How violent of the sexual assault would you tolerate before you actually stepped in and did something? It's just like, I feel like you're just really, really like desperate right now to get him on camera saying something where they can just clip it in like 3 seconds and be like, Sam Seder apparently would just allow women to be sexually assaulted. He said he would not intervene until the sexual assault was of this severity or something like that. Like, what is this?
Probably not.
But how would you know then if the guy's like a threat unless he's actively committing harm?
Well, I mean, if he's like actively committing harm, there's
Well, yeah, he's not a precog. What? You're just going to be like, oh, yeah, no, I was aware that that man was about to become a rapist. And so I was able to assess that and stop him.
you know, I would assume, I'm not familiar with that story, but I would assume that it would start out where the guy is physically assaulting her, holding her down or whatnot. And I think at that point I would go and intervene. But I think the problem in this instance, and again, like, the guy's been charged. That's basically where my interest, I move on to other things. But in an instance where you're putting someone in a chokehold, which again, he's trained. He's a
Marine, right?
Yeah, he must know this is a lethal thing. You're putting someone in a chokehold for 5 or 6 minutes. I think that's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I have no idea. I see both stories, and it seems like they're both on the ends, right? Jordan Neely didn't do anything. People may have claimed they have felt threatened. In this regard, it's a woman who was quite literally raped. In one instance, you have intervention.
Well, people aren't even calling 911. I mean, I don't know what's
intervention.
going on there. Yeah, that's absurd.
I know, it's a crazy story.
I think, there's...
I
don't think you have to have too nimble or nuanced of a brain to say there's a difference between watching someone get raped and not calling 911 and putting someone in a chokehold for 6 minutes. I feel like there's a...
You can at least call 911.
Yeah,
That's
these
crazy.
are pretty wide disparities. This is not,
That's what I mean, like on the extreme ends.
Right.
You get these stories.
Well, yeah, it just reeks of desperation again to try and get Sam in a situation where they've got that 1 minute clip where it's like, well, yeah, apparently Sam Seder, I mean, he said it himself. He's not going to intervene and stop a rapist. And he couldn't even identify the rapist. There was a room full of men and he didn't know the one that was going to commit sexual assault. So, I mean, that's pretty, rough.
Where it's no intervention to the extreme degree and then intervention to a person's death.
right.
And it's like maybe we don't see the stories of any kind of in between because they're not sensational, right? Like I'm sure something happened on a train recently in New York where someone like the guy was getting violent, he got shoved, everything stopped. You know what I mean? NBC News is never going to carry the story
No.
because there's nothing extreme about it, and so we only ever get these edge cases which put people on one side or the other.
Yeah, I mean,
The edge cases that you are deciding to talk about right now. You were the one who put that story up there. He's like, yeah, this is basically all you ever hear about. It's just one, the guy picking up the penny and getting a chokehold, and then the person who was raping a woman and no one did anything with of the story. I just put up on screen right now. I mean, these are all we ever get, right?
stuff happens in the subway all the time.
New York's been getting pretty wild. I suppose it's relative to the amount of crime, but
And getting wild in what way?
there were, I think, last year, like 25 people were pushed in front of trains.
I mean, I can tell you that crime in New York City is, down still around historic lows. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm old, so I remember New York in the late '80s, and it's
Wow.
it's like
3 years ago. Sorry, I was wrong. Yeah, it was in 2022. I think it was.
Oh well, I mean, listen,
25
during
people.
COVID,
Yeah, but again, like overall, because did you know that 2 people die every year in the U.S. from vending machines? Did you know that? It's true. 2 people on average will be crushed to death by vending machines every year in the United States. Okay. Like, yeah. But I mean, that's scary, right? Yeah, no, yeah, it is. That's not how I would want to go. I think that sounds like a terrible way to die, maybe painfully or at least slowly or something. I don't know. But like, yeah, what does that have to do with anything? Like, it's like, are you saying that there's a broad problem that vending machines are crushing humanity, that there's a revenge of the machines? Or what do you, like, overall, if there's 22 people who got pushed in front of trains, every single one of those stories sounds horrifying and a tragedy. Does that mean that there's an epidemic of, like, within New York, by contrast to any other area or region in the United States, there are people, what is your percentage every single day when you hit the town of dying by someone pushing you in front of a train? Or are you just being sensationalist right now to be like, this is really fucked up, crime's out of control, people are just, straight up pushing each other onto trains?
we had a once in a lifetime event, hopefully, knock on wood. And a lot of things got messed up, but crime is back down. The only crime that has gone up, which is fascinating, and for all of the BS that we heard over the past couple of years about, shoplifting and smash and grab and all that, do you know what the one major crime that is up?
Which one?
The most statistically? It's actually shoplifting. Shoplifting went up in 2023, and it is now because it went down during COVID. So as much as we heard, and I know you've talked about this quite a bit, and I think it's been misrepresented in a lot of respects, that all of the shoplifting was up and people are gone mayhem. It's crazy. It was actually below where it was in 2019, and it is now back up to where it was in 2019.
I think,
and because COVID was, screwed up with our society so much. But again, you ask me, why are we going the wrong direction with capital punishment? I would say it is the absolute BS that has been shoveled. I don't watch your show enough to know, although I've seen people on here who, when Emma was on, who promote this idea that there was like this explosion of crime. And in fact, what ends up happening is that, yes, during COVID, there was a spike. And now we're back down. And the only thing that is back at 2019 levels is actually shoplifting, because it had gone down and it's gone back up because we're back to normal.
so I'm trying to pull up the Marshall Project. This is a good one. So we had these, this was the story that happened, and this is what's a cause for contention. The FBI released crime data showing that crime had gone down. And, during the presidential debates, David Muir fact-checked Donald Trump saying, actually, crime is down. However, recently, the FBI released new crime data showing that actually it was up. It was up, I believe, 4.5%.
When? What year?
The year prior, 2021.
That it was up.
Yeah. So the latest data that we have.
But we knew. No, it was actually 2022. We knew. We knew. Yeah, it was 2022.
I'm sorry, the increase from 2021.
Yeah, during COVID. In the wake of COVID, 2022 was up because the data reporting was not complete. But if you look at 2023 data, which is now they have got enough of the police departments online that 94 point, I don't know, something of the country is covered, you will find that crime is down in 2023.
So do you think, I think one of the issues
we had a rise because of COVID, and now it's dropping back down. But again, let's also be clear on this. If you compare 1990 crime with today, it's basically like this. It's just straight down on that.
You want to know something interesting? You know what one of the biggest factors in the decline in murder is? Cell phones. So back in the day, in the 90s, if somebody got stabbed.
By the way, half an hour into this is like the third time in a row where it's like Tim is trying really hard to get a gotcha, maybe get Sam on camera saying that he wouldn't stop a rapist. That didn't work out, and then move on to the crime statistics and be like, well, actually, you don't know what you're talking about. If we look at this right now, and then again, no, you don't know what you're doing or talking about, and then the pivot to like, what's neat? Candy keys. They're not keys. They're candy. But they're shaped kind of like a key. They're neat, right?
Somebody had to run to a payphone to try and call 911, and that created a massive gap between first response and medical treatment. And so around the time cell phones came out, you see a massive drop in murder charges and homicides. People immediately started thinking like, wow, crime is down. And it's like, well, no. Look at the crime data. It is down. It is going down, but it's not the same. There's a decline in crime and a sharp decline in murder, because now people were instantly calling 911 and first responders were arriving on scene much more quickly. So that's
okay. But also the other part was, that's interesting.
Crime's been going down.
Crime has been going down. I mean, there's a lot of theories about it.
Yeah, okay, neat. What are we doing here? What's the point of this?
That I happen to think.
Are you going to actually hold a position or back up any of the things you've said? Or are we just going to pivot to something else that you're like, well, what else is interesting, Sam? Yeah, I got some little factoids for you. Did you know?
Function of lead, to be honest with you.
I agree. Lead and gasoline.
Lead and gasoline and lead regulation. It's another example of strong government regulation
as well.
Bringing about benefits
Especially
that we couldn't even imagine.
Inner-city
I
housing.
agree. What do you think? I don't understand the mechanism by which lead made crime happen. I saw the reports, though, where there's a correlation.
lead is a neurotoxin.
Oh, what? He lied? I've never heard of this before. No proof anyone callously took video of a sexual assault on the SEPTA train, the DA says. That is simply not true. It did not happen. We have security video from the SEPTA that shows that this is not true and the narrative is not true. Passengers did not sit around and record cell phone video of a rape aboard a SEPTA train for their own gratification without contacting the authorities, Delaware's top prosecutor said Thursday. The revelation from the district attorney, Jack Stolzheimer, runs counter to the police narrative of the rape on the SEPTA Market Frankfurt elevated train on 69th Street Terminal in the Upper Darby. Police said this case that took passengers' cell phone video without calling 911 before a SEPTA employee called the police. There was a narrative out there that people sat there on the train and watched this transpire and took video of it for their own gratification. That is simply not true. It did not happen. We have security video from it, and that shows that it's not the true narrative. In fact, Stolmeister said SEPTA security video shows that a handful of people who were getting on and off the train as it traveled from Philadelphia to 69th Street Terminal had observed different parts of the rape, possibly without knowing exactly what was happening. This is L, guys. We've all ridden it. People get off on every single stop. That doesn't mean when they get on and they see people interacting that they know necessarily that a rape is occurring. 2 people have recorded video of the attack with their cell phone, one of whom probably alerted SEPTA of the attack. Else, one of the people who recorded was one of the people who told them. The train car where the alleged rape happened was not very credited at all. Stolmeister added, while nothing with the assault happened as the train was moving. Meanwhile, it was impossible for other people to understand that the attack was taking place. The train is moving, so there was an incident that was happening over time, so people are getting in and out of the car. They may not have been aware at the time what they had been seeing previously. And again, like, not a surprise that I'm sure, like always, there's usually like a story that is just circulating in right-wing circles that they just like, they're all talking to each other about within their own little echo chambers without anyone actually doing any kind of like verification. Is the story true, right? Like, you start with a jumping off point, maybe a Reddit post or something, and then it's in a New York Post article, sensationalist headline, and then they just have a 3-hour conversation about it, talk about how horrible it is, how, like, the decay of society, the society's collapsing, crimes out of control, people are literally sexually assaulting each other, and other people are just filming it for their own entertainment and stuff. That's how fucked up things are. Turns out that the story isn't in fact true, but even if it was true, he's trying to use it with Sam, right, to be like, so what would you do? Would you just stand by? Would you film it? Would you film it, you sick fuck? And then it's like, did you want to actually respond to your own statements regarding capital punishment? Or did you want to put this up at the sensationalist headline and be like, this is pretty extreme, right? And then afterwards, after you're like, okay, fine, what does this have to do with anything? Be like, it's just wild. These are the kind of stories we get, right? These two extremes. On the one end, there's the person getting sexually assaulted while people film it for their own enjoyment. And on the other end, there's the person who got choked to death for a penny. So, I mean, that's it's just weird how these kind of stories are just juxtaposed from each other. Yeah, by you on your show right now, here, live. Yes, I agree. These two stories are pretty dramatically, exceptionally extreme from each other that you yourself have presented before me here as a gotcha. Like,
And if you if you have brain damage, you're more likely to be maybe violent or antisocial.
By the way, I'll definitely read all the super chats that are coming in, and I'll try to read them all at once. But just a quick thank you to Hi, my name is Spoon with the $5. Tim, the alpha male, sure wasn't afraid to go after Emma when she was there. Look at him now, playing it safe when Sam gives him a mental spanking. Yeah, this has been incredible. The first 30 minutes alone. But I think also it helps that he's just like pure chat energy. Royzna Ice Cream Canopy House Keller, thank you for the $4.99. Increase in lead levels in children highly correlate with an increase in violent crimes with a 26-year leg. That's one of the biggest things that you can point towards, because I know a lot of people like to show the crime statistics and they're like, what the fuck was happening there in the 90s when everything was out of control? And like, it's a really good thing that they cracked down on that, by going after super predators and things like that. It's like, well, there is a lot of demonstrable evidence that shows that the high concentrations of lead that was in a lot of the paint as well that was done and used in a lot of the poor parts of America, which disproportionately would affect black people, for example, were affecting crime rates, and the banning of that outright and the replacement of that it did have a significant effect. It's obviously not the only thing. You might fall into a little bit of correlation equals causation things if we simply say this single-handedly, but it is a demonstrable thing that yes, human beings identified, we have a problem, we need to be able to not have this substance be in close contact with humans, for example.
That's crazy. Like in the 70s when we had leaded gasoline and it's just pumping out of all these cars, people are effectively having some kind of effect on their brain that
it aggregates, and so if you are living in areas that had a lot of lead paint, hadn't been remediated, and on top of that you're getting gasoline that's in the air, or I should say lead that is in the air because of gas, that accumulates in your brain. And it creates neurotoxin. That's why we have that problem in Flint, Michigan,
right,
with the lead poisoning. We have a lot of children, who have special needs, and there is data. I mean, this is it's very difficult to assess this stuff, but there's data that shows that about 20 years after lead gasoline is outlawed, or lead in gasoline is outlawed, you see a precipitous drop in crime that's happened both internationally and in this country.
What do you think about phthalates? Are you familiar?
No.
So plastic chemicals leaching into our food.
Oh, yeah.
Even these cans. So I'm going to give a shout out to Liquid Death. They'll get mad at me, I guess. So Liquid Death is water in cans, and it says death to plastic, but every single aluminum can is lined with plastic. So it's all leaching into our, even these midriffs. They say they're endocrine disruptors. So they're affecting people's hormone regulation, hormone balance. This could lead to, depending on the study, hormone imbalance could lead to like emotional disturbances or dissociative or like identity issues.
This is one of the reasons.
Forced feminization, you start using all these plastics, you eat out of Tupperware, you might start just growing some big old man titties. It's just like, yeah, I know, it's wild stuff.
Why, I mean, since we are a couple of days away from an election,
was that an ad read, by the way? Weird plug, gotta be honest with you. I don't know if Liquid Death is going to be too happy with how they're being branded.
I think it's so important to make sure that Donald Trump is not in a position to appoint any more Supreme Court justices. I mean, the damage has been done, but it could be rectified, because one of the things that the Supreme Court has done in its assault on what is known as the Chevron doctrine and and deference is it will over time inhibit the ability of something like the EPA or the USDA or the FDA from assessing in real time that there is a problem with certain products that is poisoning our environment or poisoning our people, and it will inhibit like their ability to address it, because we don't know in the future, and certainly if what chemicals we discovered this over time, right?
By the way, I love this about Sam because he's consistently had this same point where he talks about how corporations, a lot of them, there has to be in place regulations so that they can't just, under unfettered capitalism, they can't just do any single thing they want in terms of like what kind of damage is this going to have to society if you have something that's a polluter, if you have something that's going to put something out. Like you could say like, the Dave Rubin of it all, where he likes to talk about how like, oh yeah, we should have just like, we should have unregulated free markets and allow people to just build anything without regulations and stuff. And it's like, there are people obviously who will think long term and be like, if I make a product that is going to eventually hurt or damage or kill people, then it's in my financial incentive for 30 years down the road to not do that. If I'm going to have a paint that has lead in it, if I'm going to have a gasoline that has lead in it, then this could have dramatic effects to human beings, and it's going to down the road really, really hurt society. But there is obviously other people who are not going to give two fucks about that in order to produce a product that they can sell, make more money really quickly, short term. Then there should be mechanisms in place to prevent that. And one of the big problems with a Donald Trump presidency is the rolling back a lot of those in the interest of allowing companies to do whatever the fuck they want. It's better if we regulate these industries. It's better if we regulate these corporations and prevent them from killing us effectively, right?
We didn't know this when plastics are fantastic. And then we start to realize there's these PFAS, there's these things that you mentioned, maybe in the context of fracking, there are certain things leaching into water, but you probably know that you can't just there's no, I test water and then all the bad stuff comes back on the test sheet. You must look for specific things. Well, what this Supreme Court has done is inhibited, and this actually is even a problem for investors like the SEC and other agencies. They have inhibited the ability of these agencies to do their work as scientists, as financial regulators, find problems that exist that were not contemplated by Congress and act upon them. Because Congress doesn't have the ability, to act on every single or anticipate every single.
By the way, I'm here. I'm just going to turn off my camera for 2 seconds to blow my nose.
Substance that may be a problem for people, or
high fructose corn syrup.
I mean, that's also a problem. That was under the Nixon administration. They decided they wanted to increase the amount of money that expendable money that people had. So they decided to subsidize corn and make all the food cheaper. But
isn't it weird how the high fructose corn syrup thing happens? They subsidize corn, so then these researchers are like, corn's so cheap now because it's being paid for by the government, by taxpayers, that we can produce. It's actually difficult to make high fructose corn syrup. It's more expensive than sugar, but the government subsidy has resulted in
100%. It's also the filler in all our foods.
Yeah. I was reading something recently that said that the high colon cancer rate among young people is due to emulsifiers. They're using like gellan gum and guar gum and these things in dairy products. So, or not even just dairy products, but like to make it seem like it's fatty. And so you're actually just eating this like gum stuff that gunks up your insides. I don't know how you appropriately regulate or deal with things like that, because it's like you're saying, we don't know what it's going to do until we have all this data and research for a long period of time.
I mean, we could
again, there's so many different examples. This is a very broad topic. I feel like he's been listening to a lot of RFK Jr. lately, because there is like without question problems with a lot of like consumer products and stuff that is put in food, and perhaps the long-term effects or the carcinogenic stuff like that. But like there are also very demonstrable instances where companies are well aware of the the negative properties of their product, tobacco for example, but continue to push and try to get prevent the regulation of their industry, specifically because they want to continue to sell a product that they may know is harmful to human consumption.
Against it. I wasn't quite a fan of
alcohol is a great example of this. I only recently found out that a very small percentage of consumers buy the majority of alcohol in the United States. It's actually people who have problems with drinking are the majority consumers of alcoholic products. So this is an industry in which, yes, they're selling a product that they know and they profit off highly, that there is a very small percentage of people that consume vast amounts of it, but they continue to do so knowing full well that the demographic, the mass consumers of alcohol are actually people who have problems with it.
Michael Bloomberg, but one of the things he did was, I think it was during the Bloomberg administration, there were like polysaturated fats, I think it was, that were outlawed. in New York City. I think that's
Trans fats are very
become
bad for you.
the norm around the country. Even you couldn't buy a 40-ounce soda.
That was kind of weird.
Not really, because it's the same principle, right? I mean, the fact is that like, and the pushback from conservatives in this was so ridiculous because, like, look, I can't go buy a pony version of like a beer. Like, I don't want a 12-ounce beer.
It's not illegal.
I want to, but I can't, it's not available to me. I mean, the size distribution, what difference does it make? Like at the end of the day,
Right, well, that's true because people just bought 2 sodas.
it is. Yeah, I mean, if you buy 2 sodas, at least you're trying to basically, you're not. You're not outlawing. You're not outlawing sodas or whatnot, but you're trying to encourage less cost essentially for society, right? Because more people get diabetes, that ends up costing society more. I mean, so there's a lot of value to regulation. Look, we saw this in the context of light bulbs. The light technology we have in here, right? All these LEDs. It's a lot cooler in here than it would be if we had the old-timey lights.
Oh, they burn out too.
The LEDs don't. They're cheaper. It took a couple of years before you got the technology was better. But maybe you remember this, but the outrage by conservatives over the light bulbs, and we hear Trump talk about this too with the toilets and whatnot. Incidentally, I'm very sorry. You have a very fancy toilet. And you have a very fancy toilet.
You apologized.
Well, it wouldn't flush.
You got to, yeah, because it's a fancy toilet. It's trying to save water. We try, man. So
No, I appreciate that.
you end up having to press it several times, and then
Wait, did Sam leave a floater in the beanie compound? I'm gonna be honest. When he said you have a fancy toilet, I originally thought they had a really he meant like an expensive one, like like those Japanese ones. Those are like the Rolls Royce toilets. I mean, holy shit, they got these little built-in bidet systems, warm water. You can play music. There's like a little button you can push to make sounds to try and disguise your sin, all that kind of stuff. But holy shit,
Didn't work for me.
should we just get the regular one? The regular.
I don't know what you should do, but maybe I'll call the authorities because.
Well, I mean, but that's kind of an issue, right? We have this like high-end eco toilet.
oh no, Sam, they're gonna try and clone you or some shit. You can't leave any evidence there. Or maybe he did an upper decker. He just took the top off. All I'm saying is it didn't flush.
Well,
it's a bidet and it's fantastic. I really enjoyed that part of it. It's just.
but it won't flush.
It didn't flush.
Yeah, people keep asking, like, I don't understand. I'm like, you got to press it like 3 times because it has like a sensor.
I pressed it at like 5.
So, I mean, this kind of feels like an example. So we agree.
I'm losing my fucking mind.
We want to reduce excess waste. We want to reduce.
We do. We want toilets that flush. So the evidence doesn't remain.
Overuse, waste in general. Like, we don't want to produce waste. We want to we want to not waste things like fresh water. But now we have a toilet that requires 5 flushes because we tried doing the right
Sam's
thing.
blacklisted
I mean,
now.
look, you just bought the wrong toilet. I mean,
downstairs and have the
I have
problem,
low flow. You can find low flow, manual toilets. I mean, that's a high end toilet. You just somebody screwed up. But I mean, the bottom line is all of these. There are definitely regulations. Nobody's forcing you to buy that toilet, but
no, see, this is key. I don't know if anyone doesn't know this. In terms of like debate tactics, you have to bring in real world examples just to make things tangible, so people can actually have it's a visual experience, just to be able to be like, hey, I could talk about deregulation all day, but I got to tell you, you seem to have a very expensive toilet, but at the same time, I mean, an incident did occur. All right, I'm not going to go into specifics. Obviously, that would be a little uncouth, not befitting this scenario. But an incident occurred. We'll just say that.
There are definitely regulations that we find over time are not as effective as we thought. But the bottom line is all of this deregulation that we're seeing.
Yeah, I heard RM Brown watch this live. He must have gotten so much use out of the toilet button. Toilet.
Is a function of largely of, well, certainly of conservatives, but largely a function of the Republican Party. And now we see, for
It was
me,
5 minutes. Wow.
Kamala Harris would not be the first person that I would vote for. But in terms of the Supreme Court, that alone is enough for me.
How do we balance
and federal courts,
Single
I
issue
would say,
voter.
too, broadly.
No floater.
How do we balance this? Right, so there's a push and pull between private and public. There are, I've never been a laissez-faire libertarian guy. I've never heard a good argument from a libertarian about how you protect water. I've often brought up the Clean Water Restoration Act. Are you familiar?
A little bit.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. It's just I think it was the 70s. I'm not sure if it was the Cuyahoga River.
It was the Cuyahoga River in
Burst
Ohio
into
that was
flames.
on fire, and that's where we got the EPA from.
Right. And people were like, why is this? And what ends up happening is all of these corporations say, don't look at me. I only did a little bit. And it's like, well, yeah, but literally everybody doing a little bit is an avalanche.
Yes, of course. And
I've never heard a good
they
answer
still
for how you
talking
deal
about
with
the
something
toilet?
like that. Just claiming someone owns the river changes nothing.
No, of course it doesn't. I mean, I've had many debates. People can look on my channel for my debates with libertarians, and at one point it all just turns into ridiculous mush with libertarians. And look, there's the idea that you are either pro-regulation or anti-regulation. To be anti-regulation is, in my estimation, absurd. But that doesn't mean that you don't look at each regulation and make an assessment as to whether it's functioning or not. There's a lot of local regulations that I think are unhelpful at times. I'm sure on a federal level there are some regulations that are unhelpful. But the bottom line is, fundamentally, do you allow the government to have this ability to regulate? The idea that we have that it inhibits the free market in some way. I think the idea of a free market is absurd, doesn't exist. But beyond that, we're always regulating the market. It's just a question for whose benefit are we regulating it? That's the bottom line.
I think free markets can only exist temporarily until someone amasses power and then displaces the market and becomes the power structure.
There is no, like, what is a free market?
It would be like 10 people who live 10 miles from each other, they trade periodically. But once you get to a point where anyone controls one resource, you start to get power displacement, and then you'll end up with power centralizing.
Yes. Well, the first thing that you're talking about, hasn't existed in
forever.
Forever. I mean, really.
But it's like, I talk about this with left libertarianism because a lot of people on the right say it doesn't exist. And I'm like, it absolutely does. It's hippies living on a farm. You know what I mean? That's left libertarianism.
What?
They're just hippies on a farm. There's no need for great power structures or police because 10 people living on a farm get along just fine.
Yeah,
scaling things up is where...
but and maybe they're completely self-sufficient, but they got there in some fashion, and it wasn't they drove on roads that were built
Right.
by a society. So.
It is funny because I always hear libertarians say that it's a meme who's going to build the roads, and I never actually get a response.
Well,
Like
you
private companies,
you could find private companies that are going to build roads.
Yeah, but again, why you call it left libertarianism? Are you talking about like anarchist communes, or what are we talking about here?
But they're
as
And
they do.
Sam brings up a point. I was like, even if you do have a group of people living in the middle of nowhere, and you can say that they're completely isolated, mostly from society and any economic systems therein, it's just like, okay, yeah, but like, how did they get there? How did they arrive to the commune? How did they build that house and the cabin? Is there a single nail manufactured somewhere else in the world? Are they wearing clothes? Did they build their own clothes? Have they fashioned them? Did they raise the sheep to be able to get their wool from? Like, what does this example have to do with the topic we're talking about?
yes, but they're not going to build it to everywhere. Like out here, I
We
mean,
had to build this road.
well, you built the road, not the paved one.
No, look, Sam, we build roads. We built our own road. Did you drive into the compound, the road that you get into? Sure. I've driven there. It is connected to a central road. Like a road that you yourself did not build, that like society built.
So the one that goes onto the property, we had to build.
Well, yes, of
big
course,
property.
of course. But
Cool story.
the paved one gives you the opportunity to, that's the way you get to the airport.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I guess the point about regulation is I
What is the
certainly agree.
point?
It's like Republicans across the board are almost always talking about deregulation.
But it's absurd.
But I don't see Democrats talking about cleaning regulation either. Right? There's a give and take. But let me give you a better example.
What is cleaning regulation?
Yeah.
Getting rid of the bad ones.
Oh my God. I mean, I would
like
say so
reforming.
to an excessive standpoint. I mean, this is, and I'm not speaking positively this, but that guy Cass Sunstein underneath under the Obama administration, it was absurd. The idea, look, I don't think you ever have to worry about the Democrats putting too much regulation on things because to a certain extent, there's still elements within that party, and hopefully it's getting drummed out.
Well, guns is a good issue on overregulation.
Neoliberalism. Guns are
Overregulated in ways that don't quite make sense, right? So that's an example of, for instance, semantic definitions of high capacity and standard capacity, what those even mean. But more importantly, the specific example would be in Maryland, they've banned the M1A, but the
So would you say it needs more cleaning regulation? Would they need more cleaning regulations to sort that out?
R20S is legal, despite the fact, and there's no legal, there's no reason for it other than Democrats just decided we will start regulating these things because it sounds good on paper.
Well, I think that probably the reason is that we have a court that decided in 2008, after almost 200 years in this country of not perceiving an individual right to carry a gun, but only in the context of being a well-regulated militia, that because the court has lurched so far to the right over the past 2 decades, particularly most recently, that I think the idea is that you chip away at this from a legal perspective to try and build a legal precedent by doing, whatever. I mean, I'm not familiar with that specific regulation, but I would imagine that's the idea. We're going to get as much regulation as we can in this. I don't know, what's the damage done by that? Maybe from the perspective.
Made people felons who have an archaic, it's unfair to call it archaic, I guess, but like the M1 Garand is like a Vietnam weapon. And the M1A is a more modern version, but it's like a wood stock, and it's got it's a 3.
It takes so long to get to it, but so you're saying that it got over-regulated. That's your content. This is your problem. That there's an over-regulation in this case that is unreasonable, and you would like to see it deregulated. Once again, going back to conservatives seem to be really obsessed with deregulation. Not an industry in this case. Now we've switched over to gun ownership and specific firearms.
Oh, wait. The SCAR 20S is a modern AR-15 style variant, which is substantially more efficient.
Well, I am definitely in favor of outlawing, all of them, if that makes it easier.
Every single one.
Well, I listen. I think that people. I have no problem with people using weapons that are specifically for hunting. That's I'm okay with that. But
see how I segued into guns now?
Well, I'm happy to. I mean, it's absurd. I think.
There's a bit of a force segue.
But the Supreme Court has lurched to the right, and
Completely
we have
agree.
2 Supreme Court justices on the right who I think want to retire in Alito and in Clarence Thomas. And I would love Donald Trump not to have the opportunity to appoint their successors.
I don't want to go too. I want to stay on the guns for a bit, but the sign's pointing to a Trump victory. It doesn't mean he's going to win. I don't know if he's going to win.
Didn't you tell me that we were driving up and it's
The poly market. I don't know if you've all seen the cryptocurrency market currently has Donald Trump winning, I think at 68%. And it's pretty striking. Yeah, I've been following the poly market quite a bit. And so, yeah, I mean, it is a deregulated cryptocurrency betting market, gambling market, if you will, based on it. But they have been showing that Donald Trump is looking to have a sound and secure victory any second now, actually.
Somebody asked me if I'd been on your show before, and I said, yeah, I don't know what show it was because you got so many. But
it was actually this channel.
Okay.
That was 7 years ago.
And nobody can find that interview, but I'm quite convinced that you also predicted a Trump victory then, and that must have been it was pre-COVID.
Well, this is
the 50-state landslide, I believe. Yeah, which was incredible. So, I mean, this bodes well for the Democrats. If Tim Pool's once again making a prediction and he's just getting out in front of it and he's just like, hey, by the way, it looks like Trump is going to win. I mean, yeah, if ever there's a good omen, it's the literal opposite of whatever Tim Pool predicted.
2017, 2018.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, maybe not, but I'm pretty sure it was.
I mean, I am unclear as to who's going to win this election.
Nobody knows.
I see positive signs for Harris, but I can't tell if that's me being aspirational or not. So
Well, I would certainly say I learned my lesson with 2020, right? So I'm looking at, for instance, Moody's Analytics.
You learned your lesson.
And they always release this.
You learned your lesson in that you started moving from your own strange predictive model of, again, the 50 state. It moved. It kept upgrading. It's like we're looking at a 47 state out 47, 48, and then he was like 50 state landslide. Boom. But he's moved from that to poly market. The cryptocurrency gambling market, which I don't know. I can't tell which of the right wingers are getting like some cut of it, because there's like all at once you just see like Charlie Kirk, Steven Crowder, everyone just starts keep posting pictures of poly market exclusively, which is again is the cryptocurrency gambling market. And yeah, don't use that as a basis for anything other than how to lose money. I mean, yeah, if you want to pour a whole bunch of your own wealth into something where you could just lose it, then yeah, look towards the poly market. But it's the most ridiculous metric to start basing an election on, because yes, like most things in cryptocurrency, it's heavily manipulatable. But I keep thinking, why like they must know on some level it's absurd to keep just referencing poly market almost exclusively to show like, whoa, Donald Trump, 68% victory, it's a lock. And it's like, yeah, a lock in the cryptocurrency gambling market that you're showing me right now. Are you getting a cut of this? I hope you are. I hope all of you are, because otherwise, like, what is the point?
Economic report where they're like, here's our projections, and they tout how it's historically accurate. And then what I think I saw was there was an increase in support for Trump. And what I thought I was calling out accurately was an increase in opposition to Trump, but the opposition certainly was greater. But I think the biggest function of 2020 was Republicans just don't know how to win elections. That's why I think the last Republican to win a popular vote was it Reagan, I think?
No, well, Bush in his second election did, but he did that by basically coming out and bashing gay people and driving out
war.
Well, no, I think that was actually despite the fact, I mean, in the wake of 9/11, there was a lot of intimidation by the Republicans, and they attacked a lot of Democrats for being, Max Cleland, who lost like both his arms and his legs or an arm and two of his legs, I think it was. He was running for re-election in Georgia, and they called him Osama bin Laden.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, who knows? Hillary Clinton had a 95% chance of winning, and the 5% came in. So I don't. But let's get back to. I'm going to ask you about the Supreme Court, because it sounds like you have a problem with how their right would shift. Is that right?
The first challenge is like right and left mean different things in different areas of governance and culture and things like this. So it's when we talk about right.
Wait, why don't you ever just stand by your beliefs? Why do you have to just be like, okay, I've asked you a pretty clear question? Well, it depends what you mean by question, right? Like when one says question, I mean, there's many ways. It has the word quest in it. And so, I mean, that also you can tell is someone going on a quest simply by posing a query. So by that definition, like, it's like, no, you said you're like, yeah, I'm upset about that. Or I forget what he said, but he was like, oh yeah, no, I don't like that, or something like that. I was like, okay, expand upon your own beliefs and opinions, please, here, live.
Well, I'm talking about in terms of the Supreme Court, in the context of what the Supreme Court does. I mean, they don't dictate culture so much as they dictate law.
No, what I mean is, like you say, rightward shift, and defining what right and left are in different contexts, I think, matters, because if we say,
in the context of the Supreme Court, rightward shift would be one which
traditionalist, I would say.
Why don't we just go with, we'll make it easy, Republican and Democrat appointees. Do they oftentimes skew liberal or conservative in how they're going to make their decisions? There we go. Easy. And now can we have a conversation about this?
Versus progressive. That's what I'm trying to draw a distinction on. Because like right economic they're certainly not right economic to a certain degree.
The Supreme Court is not right-wing in terms of economics?
I mean, this is the best part about just consistently muddying the waters, poisoning the well, is that, like, if I don't really have any beliefs, then I can't be held accountable for them. It's great, If you believe in nothing, you can believe in everything or nothing. It's so much fun.
Right economics to imply more like laissez-faire capitalism versus...
oh, my God, they're completely...
Which, by the way, would, I guess, be appropriate for a weird friend that no one wants to hang out with. Sure, yeah, that dude is just strange and says one thing and then says the exact opposite the next day, and that would be the end of it. But it's really different when you happen to be a media personality of, let's just say, a monstrously huge size, one of the largest political channels on YouTube, and yes, your words do matter when you are in that industry.
Attacking the government's ability to regulate. They're completely attacking the government and disempowering the government is basically saying, like, I mean, government is always.
That's not laissez-faire, right?
It is almost definitionally laissez-faire.
Yeah, well, no, like allowing large corporations to have revolving door policies and protections for large corporations is not
Revolving door policies? What is that? What do you mean?
like when like the CEO of Halliburton gets a job in government or something like this, right?
Well,
when there's an exchange between the government.
Laissez-faire is where you basically I mean,
yeah, buyer
I think
beware,
it's a smokes. No, that's caveat emptor.
I know. That's why I'm insulting it.
Laissez-faire is where essentially, and I think it's a little bit of a smokescreen, but laissez-faire specifically means.
And again, this would be really funny if it was just a weird friend that no one wants to hang out with. But it's really scary and dangerous when you have a media empire, and then like you have to have in front of another person someone actually define the very words that you yourself are using.
The government completely backs off and does not intervene in
right.
what's going on.
And what I'm saying is I think many of these powerful elites that we would describe as right are in favor of protections for their buddies and their billionaires.
Well, the reality of neoliberalism as it coming out of Mont Pelerin and the society, it was ultimately about a protection racket. For a specific industry or a specific players within an industry.
But fair point, more right word than like relative to where we are. Yes, completely agree.
No, it's just, it's almost definitionally right.
Right word shift. Yeah, I think I was pulling hairs, you know.
Well,
but anyway, so I agree to a certain extent.
No, I think you don't know the words that you yourself use, and you're having them defined for you in real time across in a conversation that you're having. And I'm sorry, but you can't like form an argument and then afterwards be like, yeah, it's this thing. Okay, so that's just it's the polar opposite of that. That's not what that word means. No, I know. Do you know what the word "I know" means? Do you like?
I'm fairly modern on a lot of issues. I think there's got to be some push and pull. I think I'd like to see a Democratic Party that provides sound regulation in key areas that matter, like we're talking about lead and water and things like this. And then I'd like to see actually any party, I don't care who does it, like it's a sound reason to be like, hey, don't dump lead and garbage in our water. But at the same time, it's also to say, hey, we should reassess what we blocked and why we blocked it. Then maybe there's some regulations.
What specifically are you talking about?
Like certain things to be deregulated.
Like what?
So the M1A, for instance, right? So I brought it to guns. My point is just in general.
What's the what?
It's a specific example of where Democrats have regulated firearms in a way that makes literally no sense.
Okay, it makes no
Doesn't
sense.
do anything.
What's the downside here?
Making people felons for owning something while
How
allowing.
many of those people have been made felons by owning a
10,000? I don't know more.
10,000 felons. There are 10,000 felons in. When was this in Maryland?
You mean convicted?
No, you said felon. I'm just asking.
So again, an example.
These are your words. I don't. How can you have a conversation with someone like this?
The pistol brace ruling, right? So when the courts ruled that pistol braces made a pistol a short-barreled rifle.
He keeps, like we keep going in circles, but he keeps doing this thing where he's like, no, I'm actually in favor of, I guess, certain kinds of regulations, but like I am very against the deregulation that the Democrats have done. He's like, deregulation in what? Deregulation in guns. It's like...
Actually had to dismantle a bunch of my weapons and separate, and there was no law passed. There was no act of Congress. This was ATF making an arbitrary decision that I was now committing felonies for simply having owned a legal product that I bought that was legal at the time. And Congress never passed this law. So now I risk prison over a nonsensical regulation.
You were talking about Democrats and
overregulating,
but you just said that this was not a law that was passed. It was an assessment made by the courts.
No, it wasn't by the courts. It was the ATF, arbitrarily.
And have
This is the Chevron ruling, that the agencies have a right to self-regulate and make their determinations. So the ATF, this is partly why people on the right were celebrating this, because the ATF was arbitrarily deciding that it was now a crime without any act of Congress. So we had to actually, I had to
Okay,
go
so
dismantle.
aside from these instances with you don't like some of these gun regulations, what other regulations do you have a problem with?
I don't know. I mean, there are certain things that I want to be regulated more than I think about in terms
Like
of
what?
deregulation. The lead in the water pipes is the easiest example.
Lead is actually.
And why isn't it being
happened.
enforced is the question, I suppose. But
Well,
also,
it is being enforced. I mean, the
there's-
problem that what
about
happened
uranium too.
what happened in
uranium?
Michigan was that you had a Republican governor who wanted to basically disempower a city that was frankly, a largely African American city, and
I think gambling should be regulated. I am no fan of the deregulation.
I'm not going to listen to what you're saying because I think you're actually getting into details now, and it might actually contradict any of my beliefs that I've said out loud. So, gambling bad.
I think what we're
but I'm specifically, I get.
Yeah, and I'm glad he's doing this. I'm glad he's actually like, okay, you're just saying things. Let's parse them. Let's slow down for 2 seconds. So, what about gambling? Do you think is completely deregulated? And it's just like, again, when you use that term, like, do you think that there's absolutely no restrictions or regulations on gambling at all? Are you talking about a specific state? Is there a state where it's you can literally do whatever you want? You can have a restaurant where you also have a poker table and 3-card Monty in the corner. Can you explain that?
That you have some issue with some like very marginal
phthalates
gun
should be
stuff.
regulated.
But what should not
You're
be
just
regulated?
saying-
Like you said that you have a problem with what Democrats are doing in terms of regulation. I'm curious as to.
I think that's an overestimation. I think that I would.
Nevada, well, no, but like, there's a difference between saying gambling is legal. You are legally allowed to have an institution that has a gambling, like you could do that, but then also say that there are regulations put in place to how that operates. Absolutely there are, including in Nevada, right? Like you need a license. You can't just on the middle of the street open up a restaurant, first off, an unlicensed restaurant, and serve people food. It's regulated. And then afterwards, in that restaurant, again, open up 3-card Monty in the corner and then absolutely report none of that, or no taxation, no profit, no nothing. Like all of this is regulated, whether or not it's legal or not. Those are the two separate things.
I would like to see regulations reassessed and then either.
But which ones? What are you talking about?
I'm saying we should have a review of regulation in general.
So you think we should review
what do you-
every
what do you-
single regulation that exists?
I think they should have sunset.
And you know what's wild too is because he is like basically, the omega of his empire, right? Like he's got a show every day where you can say there's an empty chair right now because it's just him and Sam, and I'm so happy it is just him and Sam. But if he's just in a room full of other people, no one's allowed to really contest him or like hold him to anything. He could just say whatever the fuck he wants, just put it out there to his audience of 60,000 people, who many of whom will just believe. And then if anything is getting a little weird, he just changes to a completely different topic, and then everyone has to just go along with that at that moment, right? Like you don't actually have to be like, so what did you mean specifically by the thing you just said? When you use the word deregulate, what do you mean by that? Deregulate what?
Clauses.
Why?
Well, because nothing's infinite, nothing's absolute. We might say, for instance, okay, I'll give you an example of regulation.
Lead's always going to be bad for people.
I don't know.
Yes.
Time?
So that one we wouldn't sunset, right?
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah. But we're talking about if we apply a regulation to a specific body or something, a body of water, perhaps the body of water may change. So, I'll give you an example. Like we have
toxins in the water are always going to be toxic.
Which is why, like I said, I'm in favor of more regulation.
Oh my God, this is like watching an adult have a conversation with a child.
Clean up your room.
Trying to explain to them the words that they're using. Like, okay, wait. When you say that word, I know it's a sound, and you like the way it sounds, but here's what the word means. Okay, now you know what the word means. Okay, so if you say that you are in favor of deregulation of what? What do you feel should be deregulated or regulated? Water.
And that the deregulation thing is just a safeguard on.
Well, nothing's infinite. Okay.
We shouldn't be making sure that we're reassessing periodically.
Why would you sunset like those like regulations on what is poisonous in water, for instance?
I wouldn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you just said that.
That's why I said I think it's an overestimation of. I think you may overestimate what I'm trying to say.
Oh.
Is that
Oh.
typically I think like phthalates, for instance, should be regulated. I don't believe there's a quote unquote free market solution to keeping endocrine disruptors in our food. That makes no sense.
No, I agree with that. I don't think that's controversial. But
But there are regulations on things like your vehicles, your engine standards, guns, for instance. And I'm not saying I know specifically each and every regulation that should be deregulated. I think it is prudent for society to say, hey, there's no market solution to stop people putting poison in our food. Our food has become just trash. But there is still a circumstance.
But there is. You can't put arsenic in chocolate and just sell it. You can't have chocolate with arsenic. What are you saying right now?
Where we do understand that not every government application is going to be permanent or will work permanently. And I can put it a different way. There may come a point where the regulation isn't strong enough. And if we don't reassess what the law is...
Oh, I have no problem with strengthening regulations. I just, when you say deregulate or we should have regulations sunset or anything like that, I mean...
It just depends on what
you understand that, like, what we're talking about here is there is a battle between people who would profit privately and socialize the costs. In other words, put it on all of us. So you want to sell, well, let's just go back to Flint. You want to sell you want privatize this water supply. You want to give contracts to, because this is what the Republican governor there wanted to do. And the costs associated, in this instance, like they wanted to save money by not necessarily treating the water or, by, delivering it in a way that will save them money. But the costs are socialized insofar as you've poisoned thousands of these children.
I went to Flint and I actually ran tests on the water, and it's crazy the macroeconomic issues at hand in Michigan. And what ends up with like a Republican politician.
Wait, sorry, this happened? Is this a segment? Tim went to Flint, Michigan, and he himself tested water? How? I have so many questions. How did you test it? What did you test it for? What was the mechanism with which you use a device to do this? And again, now you don't have to answer his question anymore, right? Where it's like, again, like, can you please give me a concrete example of something you think that is too heavily regulated that you want to deregulate? Gambling. And it's like, okay, gambling and what? Guns, water. Like, okay, what element of those things? Like, when you say these words out loud, what specifically about water would you like to see deregulated? No, I think they're putting, poison in our food, and I think it's probably a good thing if they don't. The issue comes up, no, please, just give me a specific.
Is that, for a lot of the people that live in the area, they're not directly impacted by what's happening to these kids, right? For people who live outside the area, they're going to see the news and they're going to say, like, how could this be possible? And so what ends up happening is actually it was a dude from Occupy who was working up in Detroit who was talking about the water crisis. And the problem started with population collapse. When, so he explained to me like this: you have a fixed water system in the Detroit and the surrounding cities. Let's say, hypothetical numbers, 100 people live in an area. It's $10 per person per month to run that fixed water system. So what I said, let's say 10 people, and it's $100 a month. Let's make it simple. If 5 of those people leave, the fixed water costs remain the same, and now it's $20 per person.
Oh yeah, no, I get that.
So what ended up happening?
Who's paying for that?
The city, the people who live there are paying the taxes to maintain it. They're paying their water bills.
But
what ends up happening
because we have a private enterprise that is getting in between the deliverance of that water and the people, that their profit margins go down. I mean, if you go and you look at like activists there will also tell you this was like a big privatization scheme. I mean, this is the biggest problem that we're dealing with, in my estimation, around this country is is the movements to privatize, the idea that corporations can do something better than the government. Look, all major enterprises have waste. Yep. All major enterprises are in some fashion are going to be subjected to, abuse and fraud, whether it's a private corporation or a government entity.
Yeah.
But why do we have, for instance, why do we have health insurance companies? We don't need them. We don't need them. We know we have already run a massive experiment for now 60 years on a single payer health insurance program, and it's called Medicare. And it's wildly successful. To the extent that it's not, it's only because people have been trying to chip away and privatize different parts of it. But we're doing that already with a quarter of our country. There's no reason why we shouldn't have single-payer health insurance for everybody. We don't need insurance companies. People talk about bureaucrats.
In Canada, it goes by the same name, but instead of starting once you hit the age of retirement, I think 65 in the US, in Canada, it's when you're born. It's at 0. Yeah, so I completely agree with this. Yeah, and then a lot of other countries in the world have similar systems. Not flawless, by the way, and obviously private enterprises consistently trying to destroy it and get inside, and every single right-wing conservative politician in Canada, like Daniel Smith in Alberta, for example, have done the thing where they actually heavily defund a lot of aspects of the public healthcare system, and then they propose we need to bring in private companies to help this out. All right, there's just simply too much for us to be able to handle it with our public options, so we're going to bring in a private option that's going to try and fix this, and then you get a American style disaster. And so he's completely right. It's so successful in the US that it's something that even Republicans can't fully demolish. As much as they want to, as much as they love to get rid of it, as soon as you do, it becomes politically unviable, because there's a very large voting bloc who happens to be people who are older who need it and are very happy with it and are very happy to have a healthcare system that provides for them without having to pay out-of-pocket cost every time they go.
Getting in between your doctor and your health. Anybody out there who has dealt with it, and I'm old, I'm much older than you are and everybody here. The dealing with your health insurance, when you're younger, you don't use it as much.
Right.
Dealing with your health insurance, talk about bureaucrats getting involved in this. It's a huge pain in the ass. And Medicare is a much easier program.
What's really crazy is when I left Vice and I went to join Fusion, there was a week period where I was not employed and I got a kidney stone. And holy crap, I had to go to the hospital. And thankfully never had one since. They tried charging me, I think, what was it? It was I think it was $16,000 to $18,000 for a 3-day stay. And I was just like, what? Yep. I laid in a bed, dude. But here's the best part. I said, hey, I just switched employment, so I don't have insurance. And they went, oh, no worries. And then they sent me a bill for $39.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, hold on. Where did that?
No, the best part of this is that you went through this story and then you fucking have spent the rest of your career advocating for right-wing policies and right-wing politicians who are trying to do that same nightmare scenario to all Americans. How do you go through something like, okay, hold on, anecdotal, I've lived experience here. I've gone through this and it's terrible. And so I got to be honest. Yeah. It's okay. So then you should be talking about what? Socialized medical systems, the Medicare for all. You should be advocating for that. You should be dedicating, this massive platform, because you're a multi-millionaire, exceedingly rich, to be able to make sure that other people don't have that issue as well. Make society better. Not consistently advocate for right-wing policies that are going to exacerbate this problem for everyone.
Money go. Why were you trying to charge me that money? How does that make sense at all? It literally doesn't.
The problem is that health insurance, there is no incentive for insurance companies to keep costs low, because they basically get a percentage of what the expenses are. The way that you contain costs is by having a single payer that can look at the data across the country and assess, is this a valid treatment or is that a valid treatment? There's been, all sorts of studies on this. And we could save this country a tremendous amount of money long-term, but not just the country. I'm saying as individuals, plus on top of which all the pain in the ass that's associated with your health insurance. And, this is one of the things this brings up, like, again, we have an election in 3 days. I think Donald Trump is garbage, frankly. But the real concern I have about Donald Trump becoming president is that it's going to empower the Republican Party. Mike Johnson the other day said he's going to cut the ACA. Yep. And now, aside from the fact that the Republicans tried to repeal the ACA like 50 times or whatever, I don't care about that.
They're lying, by the way.
Well, they're lying because they have no ideas about this. And to the extent that they're going to change anything, I mean, Trump did, attempt to do on the margins to disable the ACA. There are 3 aspects of the ACA. And it was originally called the Patient Protection Affordable Care Act, PPACA. They dropped the PP thing, which I think was a real problem, because that's actually what this law did better than anything else. It expanded Medicaid, so you had millions of people, low-income people, who had the ability. Not every doctor takes Medicaid, but to the extent that they could get a provider, millions of people who had health insurance for the first time. The other thing it did is it created these marketplaces. This was sort of a right-wing subsidized.
I love how, chat, you're just as immature as me, because I instantly hear the RM brand sound effects. Pee pee, toilet.
Is industry deal. I think it's a useless. It didn't lower the cost. It bent the cost curve, but it basically just slowed the rate of increase on insurance. I think we can do a lot better with a single payer thing. But the third thing it did, which is also the most important for us right here in this room, is the patient protection part. Prior to this, you could be denied care because you had some type of pre-existing condition, pregnancy,
diabetes.
Diabetes. Yeah. I mean, really, just a list of things. You could be denied care, or you could be charged an exorbitant amount. The other thing that could happen is that, like you say, all of a sudden you have kidney stones. 80% of the cost of health insurance in this country is borne by 20% of the people. And you don't know if you're going to be 1 out of 5, but if you are, it's going to end up costing you $18,000, or you're hit by a bus. The insurance companies used to say you have an annual limit. So, you got hit by a bus, you're in the hospital for 2 or 3 months. I'm sorry, buddy, but you just ran out of your health insurance. Or annually, lifetime. So you get cancer, your treatment costs this amount. Not only have you exhausted it for the year, you've done it. But when Mike Johnson says he's going to cut the ACA, what they're talking about, and when he said we're going to, not everybody needs this insurance. Young people maybe feel like they don't need this health insurance. When they do that, the only way for them to do that is to raise prices on everybody else. Yep. And so the whole point of insurance is that I may not need it in my 20s in the way that I would need it in my 50s. But I'm going to be 50. And so it smooths it out. I think. And that's the whole point. And that's why I really am, again, with my hesitation about Harris, because of, particularly in terms of Gaza, which we can talk about in a moment if you want. But there's the putting the Republicans in power, they have gotten progressively worse on all of these issues over the past 20 years.
And it can always be worse is kind of the thing, right? Like, you never know how bad it is until it gets way worse.
There are 2 things I think that play a role with the ACA especially. We had a Republican on IRL, and he just said, they came to me and told me not to vote in favor of it. They said specifically it's a wedge issue we want to campaign on, so let's keep it around. This is what I see with the bulk of politicians. They're just pretending to support things, and then they dangle. I mean, they said Obama said he wanted to codify Roe, and then he didn't. And it's been a talking point for a long time. I
mean, the thing that Obama expended all of his political capital on was the ACA. And I think they did want to codify Roe, but I don't think, frankly, I can tell you that in talking to, people in that world, they never thought the Supreme Court would overturn it.
I definitely want to get into that, but I want to add one more thing, too, is what the Republicans and Democrats have both privately been saying is, and this is funny because I think one of the arguments against these major healthcare, I shouldn't say healthcare, but like insurance companies, is the bloat and bureaucracy that is created in the system, which seems to solve nothing, but actually cost us money. And then you hear these politicians have actually said, you know, a large portion of our economy is these health insurance systems. And so if we were to do away with it, you're going to lose all of these bureaucratic middle managers. And I'm like, they're concerned.
That's not a justification for anything that is causing mass damage to society.
About getting reelected if there is a perceived economic downturn from loss of jobs.
No, I mean,
none of that is an argument for or against healthcare.
No, I don't think that's the case because I mean, look, there's going to be, you're going to need people to administer this stuff. I mean, a lot of people in the healthcare industry would still have jobs. It's just that they would be either the government would contract to them, as it's done, you know, to a certain extent now, to do this work. It's just that we would not have shareholders who you know, where 10% of what's going on.
Won't someone think of the shareholders? Won't someone think of the private insurance CEOs? Come on.
Going on, or 20% of what's going on is a function of shareholders.
Let me ask you a question, though. So there was a story, I think it was out of Georgia, where some young kid had a genetic disorder and there was a treatment, but it's some kind of like rare genetic treatment that costs $1 million to produce. And the family had sued the state, saying that the state should pay for this because it's part of a plan that they had with government benefits and something like that. And the state argued, we can't pay $1 million every time we have to do this treatment. And so the challenge then becomes, treatments for diseases go so far as technology can allow. I'm sure there's grant programs and ways we can develop technology, but what do we do if we do, say, like single-payer healthcare, and there's 10 people who have a rare genetic disorder that's killing them, but one treatment available? How do we assess? Is there like a triage system? How do we distribute that?
Oh, how's it distributed now?
Rich people.
Well, okay. I mean, look, I mean, there's some, I'm not saying that, sickness is going to go away with a single payer.
Also, that's just a fantastically ridiculous thing to propose to someone. So how do we fix the entire system, and how does that operate? Okay, well, I mean, if you want to look at other models in Canada, yes, there is a triage system. That is how it operates. In this, there are different conditions. If you happen to be someone who has been a lifelong alcoholic, for example, you are not going to be placed at the very top of someone who is trying to get a liver transplant. And then if there is someone who is, in line for a liver transplant, they're going to have to put a whole bunch of sets and conditions, of which, yes, I do not know the exact specifics off the top of my head because I'm not a doctor. I don't work in that exact situation. But more importantly, is going to be better to have a public healthcare option like other countries that have done it. Again, when you cross this imaginary border into Canada, I keep telling people that like Americans are astounded sometimes to find out, like my story when I got my appendix taken out, everything from going into a walk-in clinic, having a doctor, assess me, going then to an emergency ER, and then having a whole bunch of tests done, scans, CT scans, x-rays, all that kind of stuff, to then spending multiple days in the hospital, to getting surgery, and then walking out of the entire experience without having paid a single dollar. Spending multiple days in the hospital, getting incredible care, getting nurses and doctors, all that to take care of me, all of that from start to finish, and it saved my life. I'm literally only here speaking to you right now because they saved my life by doing that. I'd be dead otherwise. And it's like, and I paid $0 for any of it. That could have been $50,000, $75,000, $100,000 in the United States. And again, we live on the same fucking rock. So there are other systems that can accomplish this really, really complicated issue.
A single payer.
Did I keep it in a jar? I wish.
Healthcare program, but the bottom line is that fundamentally more people will have better coverage and ultimately more money in their pockets, despite the fact that we'll have to tax more for it. But over the course of their lifetime, will have more money in their pockets and will not have the insecurity that comes with losing their job, wondering whether or not, like you say, in between jobs, they will not have the headaches of like, oh, my insurance company has dropped me this year, or I've got new programs, or I have new things. You will find after your kid is born that half of your time is spent on like all of this like bureaucracy in the private healthcare industry.
What if instead of taxing more, we just reallocated existing taxes? Theoretically lowering it in some areas.
We what?
Reallocate existing taxes. Because people pay a lot already, right? We
Do they though? I don't think so. I mean, if you look at...
We should be taxing people with vast amounts of wealth more. Way more. Way more. In Canada, too. Fuck yeah. Yes. Tax the fuck out of the rich. Tax the fuck out of corporations.
Taxation relative to like the 1950s. You know what you know what the top marginal tax rate was?
98%.
In 1950.
All they did was pull loopholes and other BS to avoid
No,
it.
actually, that's not true. No, it isn't. If you can actually. I can tell you right now. In your comments, some of your libertarians.
Let me explain something real quick. If the government came and told me they were taxing me at 100%, I wouldn't pay any of those taxes. It's never going to happen.
If the government is taxing you 100%,
I just wouldn't pay. The only reason I pay is it's currently at a threshold that I feel is fair. Otherwise, I just wouldn't do it. Cool. What are laws? What is anything really? You know.
you will not work. You will not pay for those taxes, and you will not get it.
I will work. I will make money. And so the issue is
you will
go to jail.
Donald Trump brought this up in 2016 when he was like, we utilize the system as it exists to avoid paying through the mechanisms. For example,
in the 1950s,
wait, is the only reason you don't kill people is because you don't want to right now? But otherwise, if I wanted to, I would, because yeah.
I get it.
No.
There's $1 million deduction for equipment, for instance. So value earned can be retained outside of the U.S. dollar without paying taxes on it.
Great.
This is what a lot of people do. So they can tax as high as they want, but
That's
wealthy
so
people will
saying
always get around it, and poor people can't.
That's so
in
different
the
than saying you just won't
50s
pay
and
taxes.
60s, the highest marginal tax rate over $470,000 if you earned, which would be equivalent to about $3 million a day. Every dollar over that was taxed at a 90% rate. We had the greatest economic expansion this country has seen during that time period. Now, part of it obviously has to do with post-war or World War II. There's a lot of factors, but the tax rate did not inhibit any of that growth. The effective tax rate.
No, I agree.
The effective tax rate. The effective.
No, shut up. You don't agree. If you agreed, you wouldn't be saying what you just said in the sentences before. Like, hey, if I got taxed at 100% of my wealth, I would just not pay it. I'm gonna be honest with you. And then afterwards, be like, oh no, that's. I'm sorry, you don't know this, Sam, but that's just what rich people do. They get around it. They have ways of skirting it. Okay, that's a very different thing than saying that you're just not going to pay taxes. And again, it's after a threshold. The example Sam's giving is great because yes, that is something I think sometimes Americans don't even know this when you look at the history of it, and then it's like, yeah, the taxation rate used to be exceptionally higher, especially for those earning over $400,000 a year. And at $400,000 a year, plus if you're making $1 million a year, you are going to be okay if you are taxed an exceptionally high amount for the rest of that profit.
The effective tax rate, it was 50%. So that includes all of the deductions, all of the hijinks that's associated with that, the loopholes and whatnot. 50% for those high earning. So I don't need to raise taxes on people who are making.
But we don't need to argue this because I don't think that's the point. There's any point of contention. I'm saying that if you go to people and say we want to give you health care, but it's going to raise your taxes, they're going to recoil in horror. Whether it's good for them or bad for them.
I think Bernie Sanders was on the way of making that argument. But if you, if you and I advocate for a single pay.
Yeah, but of course, rich people with a lot of assets are going to fight it. I agree with you there. That's true. But that doesn't mean that it shouldn't be done. That doesn't mean it's not something worth fighting for. Of course, people with capital and people with power are going to try to do everything in their own self-interest to try and maintain and keep that capital and power. But why try and improve society at all?
Payer health care, and we get other people to advocate for a single payer health care, we can do this. Are we on board?
I
have your pledge right now to support a single payer health care system.
Depends on the structure of the single payer health care system. I'm for
in principle.
I would like to see a private option and a public option. I think it's fine if we have what I call universal basic health care, where
I don't think you need to outlaw private healthcare, but would you agree that we need to make sure that if you're licensed to practice medicine is a function of having, let's say, 90% of your clients accept 90% of your payments from Medicare?
I don't know if I'm smart enough to answer that question.
Then just trust me.
What I can say is it makes no sense that a kid gets the flu and dies in this day and age. It makes no sense that a kid will break his leg and then the hospital.
He admitted.
says, sorry, you don't have the right.
And then, yes, I agree. Sam, that's okay. Then the answer is yes.
Coverage for this. These are basic things that, first-year medical students could help treat. And we have ample Tamiflu and things like this. So those stories piss me off, especially insulin, for instance. People who are diabetic. There was one story where a guy.
Well, you know who capped insulin, don't you?
It was Biden, right? Yeah. There was a guy who had, I think he was diabetic, and he had to choose between rent or insulin.
Sure. Oh, I don't think it's just a guy.
Right, exactly.
There's a lot of people that.
To me, it's silly and makes no sense. But my point was simply, as a way to segue to American foreign policy and our gross spending on wars that don't provide for the American people, if we start by saying, hey, look, we don't need to raise your taxes. We just don't need to build as many tanks. Instead of building tanks, we're going to build, factories for insulin and hospitals and hire medical workers.
I don't believe, frankly, we don't need taxes to spend money. We have shown that. Okay?
We don't. It's right.
We don't.
Taxes are basically just.
We don't. We're a sovereign.
Controls.
This is somewhat unique to the United States because we have such control over our currency, and it is essentially the world's currency.
Not for long.
Well, people have been saying that for decades. We'll see about that. But
Saudis dropped the petrodollar.
I understand. Yeah. But the bottom line is that the reason why we would have taxes in the way that I suggest is to essentially make it illegal to have this type of wealth disparity in our society. I'm okay with some wealth disparity. That's fine. But the bottom line is we have such enormous wealth disparity. The Fed came out with a report a couple of weeks ago. The reason why the economic numbers look so good, and they do, our economic numbers look good relative to the way that we have measured the economy over years. But the reason why they look so good is because of the tremendous wealth disparity we have in this country, where very rich people are driving consumer spending. And so taxation for me is a mechanism in which to inhibit wealth disparity.
So there, 50-50, yes, I agree. And then there's other contextual components to it. When the tax rate goes up, for instance, like I mentioned, there's $1 million per year tax deduction for equipment for a company. Well, all that means is if there's a guy who runs a business and he makes $1 million profit, and you're telling him once the year rolls over, he's got to give 40% or whatever that number is to the government, he's going to go buy $1 million worth of motorcycles for the business.
These are different
and
things.
Then there's depreciation, but then he just says, if it applies to the business. Now, what that does do is
oh my God. So yeah, one of the things he was doing there initially, he's like, well, yeah, I'm thinking instead of taxing people more, we should just spend money on other things besides tanks. Like we spend so much money on tanks and building tanks, so maybe that could be used to solve the whole healthcare crisis. And then that's why Sam immediately is like, well, okay, so we're talking slightly about different things here. I think in terms of government expenditures and in terms of government expenditures on the military, then we can get into modern monetary theory and then how that operates and how the government can spend in excess vast amounts of money on things that it wants to spend vast amounts of money, because again we're not going to get into the weeds there. But when I talk about taxing, especially taxing rich people more, I'm specifically doing that to try and, again, have more equality within society, where, again, there's a very, very small percentage, the less than 1% of people who have, collectively, the vast majority of wealth in America. And with the vast majority of wealth in America, they get to control that. And with capital comes power, and they get to manipulate, again, politics. Look at what Elon Musk is doing, if you want a very extreme example right there. So I want to do that in order to bridge that gap. And he's like, I agree. But I agree with what part? Well, 50-50. So personally, for me, anecdotally, I get to write off a whole bunch of money by buying equipment. And so why wouldn't I just do that? And so rich people are just going to do that no matter what. So the solution is not taxing the rich. It's like, well, then what part do you agree with? Do you agree with trying to limit the amounts of disgusting, gross wealth disparity in the U.S.? Or do you agree that something should be done?
Okay, if
people who make the motorcycles are getting jobs.
Yeah, exactly. I have no problem with taxation also causing wealthy people to stop hoarding money. They're hoarding money.
That's my point. It caused a lot of people think like, oh, if you tax these businesses, they're not going to hire. And I'm like, no, it's the other way around. If you tell a company that they're going to lose $1 million at the end of the year, they're going to spend it on something to retain the value of the money they earned. So rich people end up saying,
this is an episode of The Office. He's doing the whole Michael Scott thing, where they talk about how you have a surplus, you have to spend it on something, and then you get to decide what you're going to spend it on. He's trying to use that as an argument for, well, this is why this would never work, to tax the rich more, because ultimately they're just going to be doing write-offs, and so I don't think that I would just not pay taxes. It's like, wait, sorry, are you saying live on air that you would just commit crime? Like you would just
reinvest it in their business.
Yes, or create new businesses. I do not see a reality where that makes sense, where someone's like,
You don't think it makes sense to create new businesses?
No, I'm saying there's no reality where a rich person says, I'm going to keep $1 million in the bank and then give half to the government. They're going to say, I'm going to buy $1 million worth of stuff so I can retain the value that I've earned. The tax doesn't matter. He's going to reinvest it in some way that allows him to retain the value without giving it to the government, which is what
I mean, I don't mind taxation that gets rich people to reinvest.
And again, that's not an argument for not trying to do something. I mean, are you talking, should we implement a windfall tax? What about inheritance taxes? Should we increase that? Capital gains, should we increase capital gains taxes? There's a lot of different mechanisms you can do. Yes, I agree. It's complicated. It's certainly going to be very, very difficult when there's a lot of ways, especially if you are rich. I mean, I think a much more clear example is rich people usually own one or more companies, and those companies they can start to use in ways that they expense things. And if they expense things, they can use that to buy a lot of the stuff that they have in their lives, while not demonstrating they themselves are actually having lots of wealth at the end of the year, right? Like, look at Trump when it's like, hey, he declared $0 on his income taxes. That's not because Trump has $0. That's because Trump wants to declare $0, because that way he himself personally is not going to have to pay a lot of income taxation on that, right? So, okay, there's problems here, but if you've isolated or identified the problems, then you can start to learn how to fix them. I think a much bigger problem being is that there are the majority of Americans who are not making $400,000 a year, and the majority of Americans who are making, say, $50,000, $40,000, $30,000, or whatever the tax threshold cap begins at, they're still going to be paying, proportionally to how much money they make, a lot more in taxes than, say, a rich person who is able to do all of these things to skirt around paying their taxes.
In capital expenditures, but we have millionaires and billionaires who are sitting on money and just dumping it into the stock market. So
Right.
if you're suggesting to me that capital gains should be tax should be raised to where it is with wages, we are in agreement.
The challenge with
I wasn't saying that, but
the stock market is
Just take
401ks. It's all bundled together. So you've got wealthy investors who are just creating these massive portfolios where they're extracting value from systems that provide nothing, and then you have retirees. So this is where it's coupled, I guess. That's a challenge.
I mean, there's been an attempt by Wall Street to get more people in that boat, but we still have like 80% of the stocks are owned by like, I don't know, 10, 20% of the people. I mean, it's
I
completely
Parasites.
unbalanced. Yeah, I agree with that.
People who
join me in calling for a much higher marginal tax rate at the high end, and capital gains and wage taxes being the same. And we could talk about Social Security and I know you want to get to foreign policy.
So I've been a fan of. So I think one of the challenges. What's the top tax rate? It's $250 above. $250,000 and more. I think they changed it a couple years ago or something. They might have increased it. But you had a long time ago, $250,000 was a lot of money. If we go back 50 or whatever years, and they're like, okay, so after 250, you're taxed at a higher rate. I've been for a long time in favor of we've got to create more scales in the progressive tax rate. Like,
well, look, like I said, in 1950s and 60s, $470,000, 90% tax rate for every dollar made over that. That's the way that marginal taxes work. But that number would be $3 million today. So I would be okay with doing $3 million.
So on paper, I say this, right? And then, of course, people are going to say, oh, why is Tim now saying we should have a higher? The problem then is when you run to the other wall of foreign policy. What is the utilization of taxes for? The first thing you got to understand is the way the U.S. government uses money. People think that you get taxed and the government spends the money. It's not how it works. The government will issue debts or whatever, or agree to make payments, tax you, and then later cover those. Or there's fractional reserve monetary creation, where they literally just create the debt upon the money upon the issuance of debt. So taxation does correlate directly with government spending, but it's not one-to-one. The issue I take is, I don't know, all of the money we're spending on foreign policy for the purpose of propping up the petrodollar. And I understand the arguments.
So you're talking about the $260 billion we've given Israel over 30 years?
Absolutely. And Ukraine over the past 2 years.
Ukraine.
For what, the argument, it's the neo-lib, neocon, or whatever you want to call it, of maintaining support for the petrodollar, which allows us, like you were mentioning, with control of this currency, we can spend in ways other countries can't. As long as we maintain the petrodollar, we do not need to maintain exports at the same rate of spending like other countries do, because world police, I guess. And so what ends up happening is with, for instance, what we're seeing with Ukraine is.
I have no idea where you would even start with like the paragraph you just said. Like, at what point are you like, okay, so what did you want to talk about? what aspect of any of that
is all correlating with the Qatar-Turkey pipeline, trying to offset the Gazprom gas monopoly in Europe. Effectively, the simple answer is maintain petrodollar against adversaries of the petrodollar.
Do you think that, and I want to turn to your opinion on Israel, but do you think that the United States wanted Russia to invade Ukraine?
No, absolutely not. So are you familiar with the Qatar-Turkey pipeline?
Not particularly.
I harp on it quite a bit. It is it's a limited component of the ongoing conflict from the Middle East into Europe. But in 2009, I think it was, the United States was trying to build a pipeline from Qatar through Syria, Turkey into Europe, which would help offset the Gazprom gas monopoly. Gazprom controls about 20%. Syria said no. Syria said, quite literally, and this is a quote, or I'm paraphrasing their quote, our ally Russia would never allow us to allow this to go through our country. Lucky for the United States that a civil war just happened to occur, and Bashar al-Assad was the enemy of the United States, who was gassing his own people. And
were you in support of Obama not wanting to get involved in that?
I don't know enough specifically, but what I would say is we should not have been involved in Syria.
Correct.
We
I mean, wow. First off, this was the topic once again that you brought up. This was just keeps happening. Well, this is the thing that you said, so I mean, okay, all right. This is interesting because I mean, like, how deep into this can you really start talking about the whole Russia-Ukraine topic without actually acknowledging at a certain point that you had been receiving vast amounts of money from a Russian state-backed funder for one of your shows? I believe the one you're on right now, this one, the Culture War with Tim Pool.
The United States' interest is, for a lot of the spending we do, is to prop up.
I wonder if he's going to back up that line too. Ukraine is the enemy of the United States. It's the enemy of the world. Like, fucking. Okay. Wait. Sorry. This is an interesting take to come out of nowhere.
The petrodollar, militaristically or otherwise, and we were trying to compete with Russia on natural gas. This is why we wanted a foothold in Ukraine. After the Qatar-Turkey pipeline fails, what ends up happening is Russia, Iran, and Turkey started cutting a deal with to run a pipeline from the same gas
field.
What
was also problematic about Trump getting out of the Iran nuke deal unilaterally in that respect, right? Because we have now pushed Iran further away into that sphere of influence.
As it pertains to the gas trade-offs and the conflicts in Europe, I don't know. I wouldn't know enough. I can say that even during Obama, the Stuxnet was probably a really bad idea. Are you familiar with Stuxnet?
Yeah, that was Israel.
Israel and the United States teamed up to create a virus that blew up centrifuges in Iran, which act of war much. I'm surprised it didn't escalate a dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, but fortunately, one of the best things that Obama did was to make that nuke deal.
That was a great idea. Not.
Let me ask you this, since you bring up Russia.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that you have to put some type of disclaimer because of the whole tenant thing, or no?
No. I never received money from Russia. We never were given any money to create anything. Tenant Media and
it was all laundered through Tenant Media. I mean, obviously you didn't get you weren't getting paid in rubles.
So I can try and right. I'll keep it real simple. You have sponsors on your show. Did you ever ask who their investors are? Did you?
The sponsors?
Yeah, like a company comes to you and says, "We want to, have you shout us out or something." Do you like look into their financiers? Do you?
There's such different leagues here, right? It's different if you already have a television show and a company comes along to you and they're like, "Hey, by the way, we sell dick pills. We want you to sell our dick pills. Will you sell our dick pills on the television show that you have?" Okay, there's difference between that and starting a separate media empire with a whole bunch of collaborators, be they Lauren Southern or Lauren Chen or Benny Johnson or Dave Rubin, for example, where you're going to produce content, and this entire new venture has a backer. There's a billionaire backer who wants to spend millions of dollars, maybe to the tune of, say, $8 million, to give all of you money to produce content. Some of you have to produce original content, and you will, exclusively for Tenant. And the rest of you, because a lot of our, let's say, beliefs align very strongly in terms of us wanting to do this venture to sow chaos in America, because they align perfectly with your beliefs. I mean, you just promote a civil war all the time kind of shit. That's what we like. We love this shit. You also vilify LGBTQ plus people. We love that shit. We really want that. So we're going to give you a lot of money to just cut and paste your videos from this show that you're on right now, by the way, and then upload it to Tenant. So do that thing. That thing that we're going to do that in real time. Very different. Again, leagues from being like, will you sell our dick pills, Sam? Sam Seder, can you sponsor?
Dig through their bank accounts.
I mean, we get it all from media brokers, but they weren't advertising on your show. They were,
No, it was
they were paying you a license deal.
a license fee.
Yeah.
So I licensed to Nat Geo. I never asked them who their investors were.
Who, National Geographic?
Yeah. When I license through like all these other big distributors, someone comes to me, they say, we want a license. It goes to our lawyer comes.
You recorded an ad with Lauren Southern, Benny Johnson, Dave Rubin to promote Tenant, the media empire. You all recorded a really cringeworthy fucking ad where it's just like, real stories, real journalism, the truth tellers, no cancellation, no woke, all that kind of shit. This is not just like, well, I don't really know much about them or what that was all about, but I mean, basically they asked for some of my shows and I just gave it to them.
Back, says, here's the agreed upon fee. I said, thank you and have a nice day. And then we move on.
So was it just Rubin who asked who Gerard Depardieu or whatever that guy's name was?
I don't know
Gregorian.
what Dave did or anybody else did.
Did you ask about who that guy was?
Absolutely. And you know what's crazy is
Well, wait a second. Why did you ask about who that guy was?
wanted to know. Isn't that due diligence?
Yeah, but you just said you don't ask who the investors are.
No, I said, do you?
This is amazing too, because you know what? This might get slightly incriminating. It's one of those moments where, like, by the way, we're live, so yeah. I mean, you could really easily answer, oh, under the advice of my attorneys, and because we are cooperating currently with the FBI, I'm not supposed to speak about this. Boom, easy, done. Next topic. Let's talk about Israel, right? But right here, it's like, so let's not just ask if you go. Oh man, I'm so curious. Where does this go?
Like, do you dig into all of these things?
I've never actually been approached with anything even remotely like that.
So when I got reached out to, like, by Discovery and Nat Geo, I said, I'm familiar with what this is. It's
Oh
whatever.
yeah, no. If a, I mean,
new
I
company based out of
licensed my
Tennessee.
show to Peacock, and
Right, you know what they are.
well, yeah. I mean, National Geographic is a well-known thing. But if somebody comes in and says, like, we're going to give you that kind of money for your programming, I'd be like,
How much money do you make on
who
Majority
the
Report?
fuck is that?
How much money do you make on Majority Report?
How much do I make from on our revenue from the whole show?
All of it, 100%.
I mean, it's six
Six figures a month
figures revenue. Yeah,
per month.
yeah.
So why were
Six
you?
figures? Yeah.
So you're over 100K per month on Majority Report.
I think, well, I mean, on some months. I mean, certainly the past couple of months have been really good. Some months are a little bit less.
I think you do a majority. I don't know about your other channels, but you do about 20 million per month in views.
Other channels?
Like, I don't know if you have other shows. I'm saying
no.
Majority Report does about 20 million.
That's it.
And with 20 million views per month, you do over six figures.
We had 20 million views for 2 months.
I see where Chip's going with this, but it's like you were getting over $100,000 allegedly per video to cut and paste and upload videos that you were already producing content for another channel. Again, that kind of money is absolutely ridiculous. It's one thing to be like, I want to produce an original show. I've got money to back it. And hey, that would be amazing to have that kind of cash and capital and have someone come in there as an investor, especially for independent media on the internet. Again, super, super amazing. Yeah, a lot of people would be like, holy shit. Oh, awesome. What novel. What a treat. But then to come forward and be like, hey, we're going to give you $100,000 to take content that you already produce. All you have to do is cut and paste segments of it and then upload it to another channel. $100,000 per video. do you have any questions? Do you want to know where that money's coming from? Do you want to know who the billionaire backer, Greg Gregorian, do you want to know anything about him? You know, Dave Rubin apparently did. David Rubin, if allegedly he turns out to be the person in the indictment, he was asking whether or not that person was going to do woke shit. He was that was his primary concern. Well, I got to know, is it going to be woke? Because, you know, Prager might not be happy if I talk about the woke.
This year.
If you do 20 million views per month, I think is your YouTube metric.
Well, I mean, it's a little bit less now, but okay.
Oh, yeah. If a company came to you and wanted to license the show, which would...
I can tell you Peacock licensed a Majority Report. We were on Peacock for a year.
You want to say what they gave you?
I will tell you this. From what I read, you made more in a month than we made in a year.
Maybe that's just bad business on your part, I guess.
Maybe.
Yeah, see, you're the rube at the end of the day, Sam. You got ripped off, all right? Yeah, fuck. Again, you know, China, if you're listening, start sponsoring me, please, for the love of God. That sounds amazing. $100,000 per video from a state-backed sponsor. Just to copy and paste the motherfucking culture war with Tim Pool. Yeah, well, I mean, that's just good business at the end of the day. It is, but it does get complicated when it turns out that this could be foreign influence. I know you're the victim. Poor victim. I know. Poor guy. Yeah. No, we had no idea. There was just no way of knowing. There's you know, these things, they just happen. Those pesky Canadians will collude with foreign governments to create disinformation campaigns in the United States.
Or maybe it turns out that they were just a company who had metrics as opposed to like we're trying to get propaganda.
No, I think.
See, I have a theory.
So I can
this.
tell you how much money we make at this company, right?
I would imagine it's millions.
$1 million per month, maybe.
Okay.
So when a company comes to me and says, we want to have you, who makes, as a company, $1 million a month, a show in which we will have a non-exclusive distribution.
You know what, everybody? We got to get the Serfs up there so that I can have myself a Beanie Empire too. Hit that thumbs up, hit the like, hit the subscribe, share it, tell your friends, do all that stuff.
But takes the branding, then we're going to say, in 1 or 2 years, how much do we make on this show per month? Well, it's in excess of $400,000.
This was a new show. This was this show, right?
Well, so there's a few caveats. This channel is my first channel. It's got 1.35 million subscribers. It used to be my biggest channel where I would routinely get 500,000 to 1 million per video. Or
I know he hasn't done it yet, but I really, really hope Sam at some point says you have to recognize that kind of cash, regardless if you're making $12 million a year in your company, is obscene. Like $100,000, again, a video to not produce anything, just to copy and paste the content that you already make on the culture war. Like, even by your own metrics, yeah, that's one fucking hell of a payday.
Maybe like 600,000 per video on certain shows. And then we're talking about doing a show like this where you'll get, you know, you have 1.5 million subscribers. I've got 1 million.
No, he's not dick measuring. He's trying to justify getting paid off by the Russian government, which he himself says he didn't do because he thought that he was just being paid by a wealthy backer, and he didn't know that it actually was a state-sponsored disinformation campaign, effectively foreign interference by, again, another nation state. He didn't know that, but he's trying to justify it by saying, I mean, like, you make money, you've gotten, you know, licensing before, so you should completely understand why this is, you know, within the realm of reason. And even again, by your own standards, no, it's not. It's not. Like, the alarm bells should have gone off when you were getting hundreds of thousands of dollars per video to cut and paste your content from another channel. Again, like, you just, no, this is not normal.
Plus subscribers, or with the other channels, it's big names coming, doing these debates, tends to attract a lot of sponsorship. So,
have you had any other deals like this?
Yes.
Oh, you have had other deals like this.
So,
because I seem to remember you saying to Emma that you had not, that it was just all from members, or you didn't have any like backing.
Sponsors. There's no backers. Right. It's
okay, but stop conflating these two things. When he's like sponsors, oh, okay, fine, yes, ads, yes, I've seen this, the buckets, the slot buckets, Tim Pool slot buckets, the prepper buckets, yeah, okay, sure, that's different. That's an advertisement, a sponsor. That is completely separate from, again, someone forming a company and then asking you to create content for that company and then also making ads for that company as a separate entity from your own show.
License deal is not a sponsorship. Like, I mean, I have
It's
sponsors.
sales. What do
Like
you
I
mean?
have, well, it's different.
No
because
one has come to
when-
this company. Well, let's clarify.
Hello
Let's-
Tushy comes and
here's-
says we want to sell
here's your-
bidets.
here's the
I do
difference.
an ad, but I don't have a license.
No one has come to my companies, plural, and said, I will give you X in exchange for X in terms of the production of content or a stake in the company. We have no investors.
your room.
We have no backing. We have sales.
Have you had other license deals like that? I'm not talking about a sponsor. Tenant Media was not a sponsor.
it was a non-exclusive distribution license.
Yeah, it was a license deal.
Yeah.
No, I
And,
get that.
so
Have
let
you
me-
had other license deals like that?
Yes. And so this is not,
With who? Is it another? I mean, I'm just curious.
well, I got to wait because some of these deals are still in contract negotiation, so I can't.
Oh, so you didn't have any prior to the tenant, or you did?
I have licensed content to big networks. We have
Clean up your
explicitly
room.
and on a low scale.
So prior to this, you had license.
Wait, is he admitting that there's more? Wait, who is it? Is it Turkey? Like, what other state-sponsored media companies do you have in the back burner right now?
It to other big networks
I'm confused as what I have licensed my content to other big networks.
prior to the tenant deal.
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
and we also
what were those networks?
so like Nat Geo and Discovery when they hired me for content.
No,
or
no,
when
I'm
they bought
talking about
content.
these shows. I'm not talking about when you were, I'm talking about the,
Yeah, but are you talking about prior employment? Does Vice count? Like,
the whole Timcast world.
Before Tenet, there were 3 negotiations currently taking place, and I can't say too much because I can't violate other contracts. Offers were made.
You're not supposed to tell who you're licensing to?
When you're in contract negotiations, first, you don't go out and just say, "Hey, guess what? This company's offering me right
No,
now."
of course not. Of course not. I'm not
so I'm
asking
trying-
what
so-
you're, I'm
so-
not asking what you're in negotiations for the future. I'm saying prior
right, so
to
let me
Tenant-
finish. Yes.
Prior to Tenant Media,
Okay.
had you had any other license deals?
License deals presented that were comparable, and one was chosen,
Okay, so
and some are ongoing
so you never had any other deals. People had proposed them to you, but you'd never
with
signed
higher
a deal.
rates. We were offered more money from other companies.
And you went with Tenant
Yes,
for a license deal.
I was offered a license agreement.
bullshit. Bullshit. In no world was a company coming to buy an internet show. And the third tier, the Culture War is not his main show and his most popular one. The third tier show of the Tim Pool, to copy and paste episodes for over $100,000 per internet upload for YouTube videos? No way.
Agreement for comparable. I try to keep it vague, I guess, because
So just to be clear, you never signed another deal before Tenant. You had never had a license deal prior to that as Timcast.
no. Okay, look. Yes, I did. I said it like 5 times now.
Oh,
I've licensed content to a ton of networks.
I was just curious.
I feel like I'm watching a trial. I feel like I'm watching a deposition. This is amazing. Look, I already admitted. I already told you what you want to know. What do you want from me? I'm just asking you questions. Come on. I'm a good cop. I'm your friend. That other guy, he's a bad cop. But don't worry. He doesn't have to come back here. We don't have to let him in. This can just be between you and me, all right? Just as long as you tell me. I just want to know.
As to what networks those were. I don't know why you're getting so upset.
Because I've said it 5 times. You keep asking the same question over and over
But
again.
you said Nat Geo. And,
So I've licensed content to Discovery, Net Geo, and then there's media buyers who
but
do
not
general-
as Timcast. Not
Yes, just quite literally as Timcast from this channel.
Oh, really? To Nat Geo? Okay.
Yes.
This channel. Yes. I already told you everything. What more do you want?
And I've even appeared on their networks. So I can say it a million times. We were dealing with negotiations. We gave the deal to our lawyers. Our lawyers come back and say, looks good. And then we start,
Okay.
the show already existed.
Yeah, no, I never thought that you, were in the bag for, well, I mean, I never
Russia's a
thought
bunch
they
of
were
scumbags.
telling you what to do. I just thought it was a lot of money to be getting, and not
you-
asking who, Gerard Depardieu was or whatever the guy's name, Gregorian.
So the issue I think is worthy of clarification is like you yourself make 6 figures a month on your show.
Well, that's our revenue of the show. I don't make that.
Right, the revenue of this show and otherwise, like $1 million doesn't go in my pocket every month, but we have staff and we have employees, and so it's.
What was so beautiful about that moment in history too is that like it reminds me of how one of the lawyers who actually, I think he's being sued right now by, it's him, Steven Crowder, a number of people who've been obviously, they spread misinformation for a living, but he's getting sued, and the lawyer who represented the families of the Sandy Hook families for Alex Jones is the same lawyer who's actually the one representing the clients to sue Tim Pool and Steven Crowder and all these other people for spreading misinformation. He said that every single person that they contacted, like Steven Crowder's etc., they all spoke to lawyers, as in like he tried to speak to Steven Crowder, and then he's like, yeah, my legal team will represent me and then speak on my behalf, which is what you should do, obviously, because they're going to know what to say, except for Tim Pool. Tim Pool was the only one that he actually got to speak to directly, one-on-one, and again, in order to build their case. And this seems to be a similar example to that, where in his own head, he's like, yeah, I can talk about this fine. Totally, no problem. I'm totally open to talking about it. And then once you dig just even slightly deeper, he's like, I don't know what you want from me. Come on, am I on trial here? You make a lot of money. What about that? You make a lot of, like, tons of cash. Sure, this is not about how much money I make as a profit. I mean, I'm saying I don't have deals or offers to license my content to a third party to create a new media empire for whom I have no idea who the backer is, only to find out that it turns out the backer was Russian state-sponsored media. Like, what the fuck?
It's around there.
Thank you, Mark Bankston. That's his name, Mark Bankston.
So when a company comes, and we had several, and they say, this is huge. We had a $30
Are you back in negotiations with those people?
Yes.
I would imagine.
Especially considering...
It feels like you've had to... Like, what was this whole thing? Were you shutting down the show? Or
That's exactly what I was going to say, right? Like, I can't be the CEO, the principal talent, and a dad. It's already difficult to do.
Maybe I'm not such a bad businessman.
Maybe you're a good dad.
I got 2 kids, and but whatever. That's it.
Well, so like I've got to record 4 shows today. And that's an impossibility with a kid.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why like last week I'm like, I can keep doing the morning show because that will keep me occupied.
You shut down your news operation too, didn't you?
I gotta say to people who reached out to me and also to people who said prior that this wasn't glorious, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to really strongly disagree. I'm just over halfway right now, and this has been absolutely splendid. A fantastic Friday. Happy Friday, y'all.
Scanner is still in operation, but it's like...
Didn't you have like a news, like a website or something?
Yeah, we still do. And so there was...
yeah, they lied.
We did Timcast News for a while. And then we had another company called Scanner that we are trying to get off the ground, and it's still there, but we're in a holding pattern. Content is still being produced for Scanner, but we have to figure out, like, here's the reality, man. News articles, the news media is a very, very difficult thing to monetize.
Very tough. Very tough.
You can write articles all day and night. You can send reporters on the ground, which we do, and then figuring out how to make that sustainable is incredibly difficult. And it gets to that point where, we can't. But I will say, in regards to what happened Monday, last week, oh yeah. So one of the offers we got was $30 million. And it comes with caveats. And so we go to these other companies and say, what are your terms? What are your offers? What are your terms? What are your offers? And then ultimately Tenant we were like, we'll go with them. That's whatever. We go to our lawyer goes through it. We say,
sorry, this is ridiculous. You were offered exceptionally more money from other companies, but you chose to go with Tenant for what, like 10 times less the amount? Because reasons? We were offered $30 million from a competitor, but we ended up accepting $1 million to be on Tenant? In what world does that make sense?
So Tenant didn't pay $30 million.
no.
Sounds like they paid a hefty amount. I mean, if you're Dave Rubin, what do you think about that? Like, I mean, if you're Dave Rubin and somebody says, we're going to give you $100,000 a video, doesn't that like make you go like, what's up with this?
No, because what's interesting in the indictment is you can see that independent of each other, several people made the same negotiations. A lot of this goes through agents, and agents go to a market standard rate when you're negotiating.
I
with
mean, I
companies.
understand. I mean, I've dealt with agents, but I mean, if
But you
somebody
don't set your price. I mean, your agent's going to tell you what you're going to be able to get from something, right? Or do you go to your agent?
I don't have an agent. I do everything myself. This is a solo operation in here in the old stream. But I gotta say that like any agent would tell you immediately, hey, you've got two competing offers. One is for $2 million. One is for $30 million. I highly, strongly, in the strongest possible terms, think you should take the $30 million offer. I'm gonna go with Tenant. Yeah. Why? Because like that one, it's like $28 million you were throwing away. Again, if these are two competing offers,
Clean up your room.
like this makes absolutely no sense.
You could go to your agent and say, I'll only do the job for this amount. I get it. But usually there's, it's going to be like, look, this is the kind of job that's going to pay in a range of here. The company's got this much. Here's what you're going to be able to get for it. So for instance,
No agent would tell you to take a smaller deal. An agent would lose his fucking mind. They're on commission. They make like 15%. So he would be like, why would you do this? Don't do this. This would be a crucial mistake. I implore you in the strongest possible terms, Mr. Beanie Man. You have to take the $30 million offer. Which is why I don't think this is true. I don't think this is real. I don't think Tim was offered $30 million by a competitor to Tenant, but he decided to go with Tenant for significantly, just obscenely less money.
it's like 500,000 views might be $10,000 in ads, right?
okay,
That's market standard. So if you're talking CPM and I call like an ad sales guy and they say, hey, this company wants to sponsor you, you get 500,000 on the show, they're going to give you $10,000. I can say, right, that's the market range. And so then I might try and argue a premium and be like, well, I'm Tim Pool, so I think you should give me 15. And then they'll come back and say, no.
we're not talking about sponsorships.
We're talking about the value of a license agreement where a company would have the ability to run sponsorships
Right.
on their end.
Right.
So if we're talking about, say, Tim Cash.
Sure, that's inconsequential what they want to do with ads. That's their business. You're the one licensing. That's where you get control.
IRL in the morning show, which we do around $1 million in revenue per month, then a comparable show is going. You're going to say this when you're licensing a show. If we run the show by ourselves for a year or two, then here's how much we're going to generate in sponsorships, memberships, etc. by the end of year 2, 3, 4, and 5. If we do a license deal, we jump the gun. We generate lesser revenue than we would in the long term, but it closes the gap sooner.
No, I get it. I
then there's
understand why you would take it. I would take that money if somebody came to me and offered that, but I would be like, wait, what's going on here?
But you would be, I mean, we have 3 different companies coming at us. They're all known American enterprises. I mean, I will say one thing too, like,
Why can't you list them now? You said the reason you can't say what they are is because you didn't want to violate the potential to negotiate, which fair enough at the time. Yeah, okay. But like, did you sign NDAs with all 3 of these companies where they're like, hey, we want to buy and license your stuff, but to have a business negotiation where we offer you something, you have to now swear to secrecy, which again, profoundly strange. But so now that this is passed, you can name those companies, can't you?
Ken's was working at the
Tenant.
Blaze. You know what I
with
mean? This is
Russia.
not like some strange person appeared out of nowhere.
Raises questions to me about
What's up with the
where
Blaze?
I mean,
yeah.
I think, it's quite clear to me that, there was reports about like in the run up to the election, George Santos was on a Zoom call where people were getting paid at least $20,000 to put out stuff that Kamala Harris was a slut on their social media and stuff like that. And
tell you
I'm
the
like,
secret.
I've been doing this for 20 years. And, it's not a huge amount of competition on the left. Nobody's ever offered me $5 to do anything like that.
Let me
The same here. I don't even get the fucking My Tushy ads. I get weird fucking, do you want to sell Serfs NFTs? Some weird, one person who has not stopped emailing me from like 16 different accounts has been like this weird like men's protein pills and powder company. Whole thing looks like garbage, but they keep saying like, hey, we were really interested in sponsoring the Serfs. And I know they're just sending out mass generic emails to any single, YouTube channel that has like an X amount of views kind of thing. Never once have I been contacted by a entity being formed to launch a new media company where I can license my own content out for, again, millions of dollars. just unheard of.
Let me let you in on the secret. This has been true for a long time. So your revenue for Majority Report, is it largely YouTube based, or do you do like ad reads as well?
It's ad reads, it's members, it's YouTube.
You have YouTube programmatic, so do we. Like programmatic ads means like your YouTube channel will show you how much you made from YouTube's ads.
Yes.
So Russia can go on your YouTube channel through Google Ads and put $10,000 a month into your channel without you knowing.
Okay.
And you'd have no way to track or control any of that. So this.
You know, it's okay.
This
I got.
You get that different things are different, though, right? Please. Yeah. Tim Pool could pay and run ads on my channel, and I can't control that in terms of YouTube because I don't own YouTube. I don't own the mechanism. I could decide whether or not I license out my own content to a third party, though. You are Tim Pool. You do have that power. You have the ability to have said yes or no if someone's like, we want to buy parts of your show. That's different than someone can run ads. This is like, what kind of weird-ass deflection is this? It's like, okay, so maybe it's you who is the Russian agent after all here, Sam. All right, how do we not know that Russia's not buying ad time, or a Russian-backed entity isn't buying ad space to launch YouTube fucking ad revenue? That's so ridiculous.
This does happen, though, where companies, politicians will use some kind of special interest, and you can run an ad for any product you want, which is the crazy thing.
Well, yeah, this is what Trump is doing with his watches, right? Like, I'm going to sell 147 watches at whatever it was, 10 grand a pop. And it's basically a way for people to launder money to him, because it's like, all right, I just bought a watch, and that's basically it. And so he knows
You're allowed to buy watches.
I mean,
maybe we should regulate politicians selling products during elections.
I think that would be a great idea, and maybe while they're president as well. But I know
I bought his shoes.
What's that?
I bought his shoes. We were skating in them. Let's talk about like abortion or something. I don't know, or Israel.
We can talk about Israel if you want. I mean, I'm of the mind of what we're doing is obscene, and I'm unhappy about it. And I feel like we have two options. One is horrible, and the other one's worse.
I agree.
In terms of these governments. I mean,
do you think we should cut off funding, pull out, and just be done with it?
Well, I think that we should condition aid to Israel. I mean, I think that we should, if we have leverage in any type of situation, we should exercise that leverage. In terms of Ukraine, we had a treaty with them when they gave up nukes in '93, saying that we would protect them in the event of
was it a treaty?
Russian aggression? Well, or an agreement.
Right. And the legal distinction matters, I suppose, because.
Well, I mean, it matters in terms of like how perhaps
bilateral security agreement.
I mean, that's you can refer to it as just a bilateral security agreement, and I think that there's.
Oh no, it wasn't even that. The Budapest Memorandum.
I mean, I think that this was operational. It's not obviously a treaty. Treaties can be broken. We saw that with Paris Accords, and well, it's easier obviously if it's a treaty. It needs to be we need to bring the Senate in, but I am I think that aid that we provide for Ukraine should have an exit strategy to it. I haven't seen one, but I also am not convinced that that's been a function of the election.
Haven't we spent more on Ukraine in the past 2 years than we have on Israel in 50?
I don't know.
Comparable.
Probably comparable, I think, at this point.
That's crazy to me. And it's fair to point out, too, like, we're not just giving all the money overseas. We make weapons here, and then it has American
100%
jobs.
Yes, 100%. There's no doubt in my mind that we spend far too much money. So much of our economy is dependent. Eisenhower said, beware the military industrial complex, and his original wording was the congressional military industrial complex. And I subscribe to that. I do think from a moral standpoint, although I don't think this is controlling, but as a moral standpoint, obviously like one country is being invaded and to some extent occupied, and the other is occupying, and completely asymmetrical type of situation, that we have in Israel is just absurd.
I kind of feel like no matter what course we take, the dominoes have been knocked over. The BRICS nations are lining up for their currency. The petrodollar is on the verge of being dismantled. Saudi Arabia has already said not interested. I don't think Trump recovers that. And I think that means Americans better buckle up for a bumpy ride.
I mean, to be fair, you've also said that we're headed towards a civil war in this country so many, many times. And I don't think that's happening.
Well, that's not my opinion. That's just the corporate press. I think it was.
It's not your opinion that we're headed into a civil war, or hasn't been?
It is not an original idea from Tim Pool that we're on track for a civil war.
Well, I mean, do either one of us have any original ideas? I mean, I didn't come up with single payer.
No, but I just to clarify, my position is
I didn't invent civil war. I didn't invent the U.S. Civil War. I hope you understand that, Sam. All right.
I didn't one day just decide for no reason. Oh man, I think a civil war is coming. It was like, here we go. Common Dreams. This is a progressive organization. Here you go. The second civil war has already begun. This is a progressive outlet, right? So when I read progressives, conservatives, The Atlantic.
You're doing it again. This is twice in a row now. He never stated that you invented the concept of civil war, or you're the first person to ever talk about it.
I think that's more.
Tim, you promote the idea of a civil war. Yeah, I didn't invent civil war. Sorry. There was already a civil war in the U.S. Maybe you've heard of it. Yeah.
Metaphorical, but if you want to claim that you
Sure.
you did not mean that there was an actual civil war,
I
that's
do.
great.
Yeah, absolutely.
You do think there's going to be a civil war?
10 years, 20 years? I mean, what?
Oh, wow.
Yes.
We have a number now.
Okay.
Do you so we can talk about it. We can go in great detail. For instance, we had a former CIA officer at the write for the Washington Post. The U.S. is on the verge of a civil war. I didn't just make it up. The Atlantic said that they.
I know the question has to be at this point. Would you do this? Why would Tim Pool do this? Why would he ever agree to have this, entire segment take place? And I guess maybe it's just he's just that profoundly like. He's just stupid. Like, I don't know why else you would have gone through like that Tenant segment was possibly incriminating. I'm not sure to which degree. It's really hard to know how far. And now getting to a point now where it's like it went from like an adult speaking to a child and trying to explain to him the actual words that he uses frequently on his own show to this point here where it's like, all right, so you're on the record now saying that there is a impending U.S. Civil War, and you're giving a timeline of 10 years.
Spoke with several national security experts.
Well, there's people also saying that the Earth is flat, but
do they work for the Democratic establishment?
Well, sometimes maybe. I don't know.
Flat earthers in the Democratic Party at the top level.
I don't know.
Come on.
I'm saying
like former CIA comes out and says they're concerned, like we are following the trend of other countries towards civil war. I take that seriously. I don't know why I would dismiss like all of these people. A Princeton professor, for instance, said the same thing back in 2018, I think. So when you maybe it's sensationalism.
I think
that's fair.
I think to a certain extent it's like yes, there were
is.
people who said like crime has increased exponentially.
Yeah, it not only is it sensationalism, it's fucking dangerous. You can't just consistently on your show be like, hey, everyone, upcoming pending civil war. Yep, it's gonna happen. Buy guns, buy lots of guns. Make sure that you get all of your guns because it's coming. You are all going to have to fight each other. Yep, I'm not. I mean, I'm gonna be continuously just more and more wealthy from keeping you scared, but. It's coming. Yep. Buy prepper buckets, by the way. I sell them. So buy my prepper buckets, the Tim Pool sponsored ones, because civil wars are coming.
Actually, but in fact, it hadn't. I mean, I think, part of what you and I do is we make assessments as to what news is actually sort of like real and what really has real world implications for people. And part of what we do is assess that like these things don't, and it's a distraction.
I think you're wrong. I think there's an optimism and a normalcy bias. And the only thing I can really say is, look, I read the news and I opine on it, and I'm wrong about a lot.
Opine.
But I can probably pull up, I don't know, a couple hundred articles from CNN, the New York Times, the Washington Post, talking about the brink of civil war that is coming to this country that I just did not make up one day. So if I read the New York Times,
These are all right-wingers.
the New York Times.
Ross Douthow?
Oh, sure,
It's
sure.
an opinion piece.
Yeah, of course. CNN, you've got Bruce Hoffman, Jacob Ware. Straight Arrow News, I don't know, but there's a poll saying people think we're on the verge of a civil war. The Princeton professor, progressive guy, said the Cold Civil War has already begun. This is back in 2018. And I look at all these things and I say the worldview of each faction in the United States is divided to a degree that there seems to be no reconciliation. And so now what you have is sitting members of Congress calling for a national divorce, which means nothing. It means civil war. But that was Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean, I certainly...
She's a lunatic.
Well, call it whatever you want, but when a member...
My source on this is an opinion piece article, which I don't even know if you were to read that article, does it even say what he thinks it says? And then Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Member of Congress is saying something like this. Would you?
Oh, I have no doubt. Listen,
she was elected.
Get elected, we could see a civil war.
I have no doubt that we have a crop of right-wing Republican lawmakers who are completely nuts.
What about January 6th?
What about January 6th?
Do you think a January 6th type event could result in this country reaching civil war?
You mean had they been successful?
Now I don't know if, like, I want him to ask, what do you think civil war is? What do you think it means?
And
let's to kind of depoliticize it. Let's say January 6th, 2025, politician X wins. It could be whoever. I don't know. Let's say let's for the sake of your politics, let's say Trump loses, and then Trump supporters storm the Capitol once again. This time taking the...
Do you really think, wait a second, because this is really an important distinction. Do you really think that the likelihood of a mass of Democrats, Democratic voters would go in and attack the Capitol in the way that
you
we
mean
saw?
Like they did on May 29th, 2020?
You're talking about like BLM?
When they firebombed the White House and forced the president to an emergency bunker and set fire to St. John's Church, injuring hundreds of police officers?
Oh, you're talking about the protests out there? You mean after there was a peaceful protest before the cops moved in?
Regardless of why it happened.
Well,
like, do I think the far left will firebomb the White House? They did 4 years ago.
Wait a second. One was an assault on the Capitol. The other is people. Well, words have meaning and they describe events.
When leftists injure.
Thank you. You can't just say anything you want. It's so scary too, because you have such a massive platform. Like, I know to you they're just sounds. They're sounds that you like, and they're neat and they're fun, and it's just like it's just chaos, right? It's like when they were watching, like, him with Alex Jones and Joe Rogan, and he's just sitting there laughing. He's like, they're just sending us hundreds of dollars. This is crazy. There's so many people watching right now, and then Alex Jones can just say anything he wants. I know. To you, it's all silly. It's all just a game. You get to turn off the fucking computers, go into the other room, and enjoy time with the chickens. It doesn't matter if you're sowing chaos, or even if Russia is sponsoring you sowing chaos.
For 100 cops, tear down barricades, throw fire bombs at the White House.
Wait. But you're sequencing things differently. If Donald Trump was to send the military to attack, let's say, New York City, do I think that we would have a civil war? Yes. Do I think that New York City
Do you think he could? Do you think there's a possibility Trump would send the military into any one of these Democrat districts?
I mean, I don't know. Well, I mean, he claims he would.
Do you think he would? Or do you fear he would?
I fear that he would attempt to do it, but I suspect...
You think he would try to start a civil war?
Well, I didn't say he would try and start a civil war, but
that
I think
would
he
start a civil war.
Well...
Or could.
Oh, he thinks he's so close to his first win, This is like almost 2 hours into this, and he's so close.
I think it could, but
so
I don't
think there's
think
a possibility civil war is facing the sound in
No. I don't think the military would allow for that, frankly.
National Guard, or it's like, you think they would disobey Donald Trump?
I think you'd get a series of resignations. Possible, I guess, that at one point, but
someone eventually is going to say yes, right?
If your argument is that the rise of Donald Trump could bring about a civil war. I mean,
I don't know that I would say the rise of Donald Trump. I think Trump's a symptom. I think that the reason Trump gets elected is because you have this rage bubbling up in this country in a variety of ways. So you had the Tea Party and you had Occupy Wall Street, which were rather light. But then you get the Bernie Sanders movement, you get the Trump populist movement. But Trump is a bull, and he storms through and he takes the power. Bernie didn't.
But I mean, what's they're saying this because they're both populist movements? I mean, one's a right-wing authoritarian movement.
Call it whatever you want. People rose up and had movements for whatever reason. And perhaps you could say because Trump is a strong man, he ended up succeeding in his movement where Bernie's did not.
Well, I mean, no, Bernie Sanders was
like Hillary Clinton's the authoritarian, and she stomped out Bernie.
No, Hillary Clinton is not an authoritarian. I mean, I don't like her.
Again, words have meaning. Well, I mean, yeah, Bernie Sanders he said he wanted to have a political revolution, right? So it's literally the exact same thing. Not one was a coup where again they were trying to overthrow a democratic process, the election, hang Mike Pence, not let him certify the election results, which Pence agreed to do, which they were calling him a traitor for, because Trump's just a big baby man who couldn't accept the results of the election, so he's still lying to this day that it was stolen from him when it wasn't. Even Republican governors wouldn't certify the things that he was asking them to do.
Politics, but authoritarian it's a word. It means something. Yeah. And right-wing authoritarians. Yep. I mean, there's been.
I agree.
You could check out Bob Altemeyer's research, formerly from the University of Manitoba. Like there's clinical research that shows that we have like something like 25% of North America are right-wing authoritarians, and they were just looking for a leader. And the Republican Party has been stoking racial animus for decades now, and this is where the culmination. I mean, it certainly did, 200 years ago, but I think that the likelihood of civil war is low relative to the amount of times that you talk about it.
Well, I think it would require you to see what I talked about. Like, should I not opine on The Atlantic saying, quote, there's people that are absolutely ready to take on a civil war? What will happen if Trump loses from 1 week ago? I mean, if I address that and I say something like, I think it's silly to assume that within the next few months, people are going to start a civil war, is that a bad thing to do? Or should we just ignore it?
I mean, I think it's just indicative of like what you consider the news is, and I think that's
why are they all writing about it?
Well, because they have the same problem that you did with your news outlet.
Also, look, I think this is a little bit of confirmation bias. If you're trying to justify why you speak consistently and have your entire career, by the way, this is not like, well, in the past month, there's been an article in The Atlantic. So, I mean, I'm just reflecting the news, right? It's like, well, no, you have an entire career of doing this. This is what you do. You constantly talk about the upcoming civil war. There's going to be a civil war. And yeah, I mean, I think it serves in large part to keep your audience perpetually afraid, on edge, nervous, not only to continue to watch you, by the way, because that's one of the reasons that Alex Jones does this so much. In Alex Jones's case, there's a very direct correlation between the things that he keeps his audience scared about, the lies that he peddles, and then the products he sells them, right? Like, yes, there's a loss of masculinity. There's a loss of intelligence. They're poisoning the water. So I will sell you Brain Force Plus. I will sell you my turmeric that is going to clean it. I'm going to sell you these iodine drops that you can put into your water supply. Yeah, so you can just see, like, correlation does equal causation there. There's a point behind that. And in the case of Timcast, if you were continuously trying to tell everybody that, hey, by the way, there's an upcoming civil war, and while I'm just a milquetoast, centrist, I don't actually take any positions, you need to always be very, very afraid and vigilant and know that only Donald Trump is the real person who's going to be able to save you. Well, then, yes, that pushes a direct narrative to them to think that they are on the edge of something horrifying at all times, and that Donald Trump is the savior. This does serve that as well. Maybe it could be a little moment of self-reflection as to why someone in Russia would look towards your content and be like, this aligns with our objectives and goals. This is something that we are willing to spend millions of dollars on to sponsor, to continue to get this kind of information out there.
Because they can't get clicks.
Do you think the only reason all of these outlets, I think I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that I just pulled up from a quick Google search, it's just they're getting clicks for it. I'm not, it's not a gotcha. I mean, literally, so like it's just sensationalism.
Yeah, I mean, I think like when you think about the original Civil War, there was a huge economic investment in on the two different sides, right? One side wanted free labor, and the other side. Aside from having other economic interests too, that wasn't aligned with having free labor. I don't think we have that same division here. Does that
do we
mean,
need to follow 1861 or 54 for a civil war to happen, or is it possible to look at, say, the Bolsheviks, the Spanish Civil War, the French Revolution, the British Civil War?
I think it is unlikely in this country that we would have a civil war. Do I think that we could have sort of like a constitutional crisis with someone like Donald Trump and the Republican Party? Yes, I do.
So academics right now believe that we are in what's called civil strife.
All of them.
Civil strife does not guarantee civil war, but it is the precursor to. So the civil rights era was a period of civil strife.
No, I think you were just reading Romeo and Juliet. That it's in the start of it, right? But like, yeah, if you genuinely believe that the U.S. was on the verge of a violent civil war, you should be doing everything with your, I guess, megaphone to try and stop that, right? Like you understand why a civil war would be enormously destructive, not only for the U.S., but the entire world. It would be very, very, very bloody. It would cost lots of lives. It could be incredibly disruptive, especially having the world's largest military / superpower suddenly engaging in full-scale violent chaos. That would be horrifying. So it's not something that you should promote as if it's like cool. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, those weirdos who really want there to be a zombie apocalypse, and they got so excited when all those like internet drugs, bath salts and stuff, they thought there was a correlation between people taking them and zombie attacks and eating people, and they're like in some weird way fetishize it, like as if like, hey, if this happens, it would actually be kind of neat, because in the movies, like it's not all bad. Like, yeah, sure, it's horrifying and the people eat your brains and everything, but like you do get to go to that Costco if you're one of the first people who arrive there, and you get to do that whole like, hey, we could just do whatever we want, blah blah blah, as long as it's within the first couple weeks, because otherwise it's pretty fucking gross to think of walking into a Costco after everything has molded, like the stench coming from there. It'll be a dump. You're basically just walking into a massive dump. But yeah, so if you get to have the zombie apocalypse, first couple days, super fun, all that kind of stuff, let's talk about it and promote it. And if it's like civil war's coming, the civil war is going to happen, you know that there's an impending civil war, like there is a genuine danger of the potential for there to be violent and conflict in the US. And like, I don't want to help out Tim Pool here, but a much better source would have been him looking towards CSIS in Canada and their own website, because they've expressed concern about that, about the potential for there to be violent outbreaks in the US. Will that like descend into a full-scale actual civil war similar to what has happened in the past in other countries? No, that's not their assessment. Their assessment that there could be mass amounts of violence that break out in different areas, and the containment of that violence would also be incredibly dangerous, as well as people trying to, spill over into Canada, which is why it's in the national security interest of Canada to monitor the potential of there being a civil war in the US. That could have been a much bigger jumping off point for Tim than an opinion piece in the New York Times or Marjorie Taylor fucking Greene.
Strife that did not result in a civil war. Bleeding Kansas was civil strife that did.
I mean, in the 80s, we had something like 100 bombings, maybe 75 bombings. That would, various
civil strife. It comes and goes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Civil strife.
So
makes civil hands
you've
unclean.
got Stephen Marsh, who wrote the book The Next Civil War. He's a liberal guy. He makes a lot of these predictions. I defer to him. I think he's wrong on a lot of his fact assessments in the.
Oh wow, you're not kidding. Jank is firing shots at Sam now because of, oh my god, actual justice warrior. Jesus, what is going on? Wow, what a crazy clip. According to Sam Seder, Anna Kasparian is leaving the left for cash, and has said so on the show. When he gets pressed minimally about TYT losing members, he suddenly doesn't care about showbiz. Pretty crazy allegations against her. At this point, Sam Seder is just a gross liar. Anna never said she wants to leave the left for money. When he's pressed on it, he claims ignorance. Then why lie about it? We've lost subscribers and money because we acted on principle. Something Sam wouldn't understand. Let's see the clip.
Like, where's a big right-wing pundit who joined a liberal network, like Anna Kasparian announcing she's leaving the left? You know what I mean? Or Dave Rubin.
I mean, listen, if you want to say that these are like the intellectual pillars of...
No, certainly not. I'm saying something's causing an emotional rift that makes people not want to be on the left anymore.
Well, I would suggest it's probably cash. I
You
mean,
think
like
Anna
you said,
Kasparian wanted money?
she said as much as far as I know in the past on TYT.
She said she would make more money by being not leftist.
I don't know if she said that. But I know that on her show on TYT they have she has complained about not making money. I don't know why she's.
I think the clip he's referring to was the one where she's really getting mad about Hassan, and then talks about how much money Hassan makes and how like fucking I should be so lucky. I just make that kind of cash playing video games, stuff like that, right?
She's still on TY.
Ooh, this is going to be a very large scale battle. It's going to be TYT versus Majority Report. We shall see, everybody. Get your popcorn out.
Granular scope of things, but he makes a lot of points that are correct. So we actually had this debate, I think it was it last week, actually, on civil war, conflict, and crisis. And one of the things I often bring up is people try and look at the 1861 Civil War as if we must follow that trend for civil war to occur, when in fact it's rare that you actually get civil war.
What would you do to stop this civil war?
Tell people not to do it. To go out and vote, to believe in the system, to vote for who you think is going.
So that's the first time ever. So, are you going to retract, delete, take down your entire body of work then? If it's like, yep, well, no, I don't want it actually. I don't want it to happen. Oh, sorry, you misunderstood. No. I'm not promoting a civil war. I'm not trying to incite a whole bunch of people who listen to me to be really afraid and scared and angry and violent. No. I'm trying to do the opposite of that.
To help bring accountability to this country, denounce.
You think there's no difference
violence.
in terms of the parties as to which one could bring about that could bring about a civil war?
I think both parties hold the
that
potential for it.
Do you think that like Kamala Harris would,
Takes two to tango.
Well, actually, it takes two to tango because a tango is a very intricate dance, but it doesn't take two people to start a war. I mean,
It does.
No, it doesn't. I mean,
What do you mean?
well,
I feel at a certain point he's going to explain to him nursery rhymes. Well, Peter Piper picked a pepper. Yeah, he did. He picked a pepper in a rhyme for kids. That doesn't mean that's literally a thing. Like, this doesn't apply to the thing you're just saying right now. That's an expression. It's a common saying.
it doesn't take two people to start a war.
So if country A invades country B, but country B just surrenders immediately, there's no war.
Well, obviously, people
War is a fight.
pushing. Yeah, I mean, I guess
it
in
could
that-
be more than two, like Syria, for instance. I think there was like 12 factions in the initial.
Well, tango, both parties are like engaged in the dance. But the fact of the matter is that you can go in and yes, you can invade. It's war, even if they surrender after
It has the
people
word
getting shot.
war in it.
Do you think
Civil
that like
war.
Kamala Harris? Let me put it this way: who's more likely to bring out the military against the city between Harris and Trump?
Trump didn't do it in 2020. I don't know if I have a good answer.
You don't have an opinion on this?
I don't know if I have a good enough answer to say.
Well, I'll take whatever answer you. I mean, you don't
When
have
Trump
an
was
opinion.
presented with national riots, he did not invoke the Insurrection Act. He didn't send out the military. I'm not confident he has the strength, and I don't mean that in a positive way.
Who would be
Like
more
the
inclined to
guts.
do it?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
You don't have an opinion on it.
I mean, I think it's bait to be like Trump's the authoritarian, therefore he would. When he
Oh, what? Bait? Oh, do you not like that? I mean, because that's kind of been the basis of this entire show so far. Although it just hasn't worked, I guess. It's been a bit of a struggle, But, coward. Fucking coward. I guarantee you, either if you look in the past, if you look at clips, I'm sure you can farm and find clips of Tim repeatedly saying, like, oh, well, what the one about Joe Biden? Where he's like, when if Joe Biden wins, they're gonna come into your house, they're gonna come for your kids, the streets will run with blood, all that kind of shit. Absolutely, and also post this as soon as he's inside of like another circle where he's just surrounded again by sycophants or just yes men. He's gonna say the exact opposite of this. It's not gonna be like, oh, I have no opinion on the matter. I really don't know. Yeah, it's quite hard to say. I think I have this on my soundboard.
And you keep saying, but my kids need food. And now inflation is here, and there's food shortages, and your kids aren't eating, and the schools are indoctrinating your kids.
Do it. So the Democrats didn't do it at the Capitol. Trump didn't do it at the Capitol. Trump didn't do it in 2020. The National Guard was deployed by Democrats during the Ferguson riots. Could I make the argument that Democrats are more likely for that reason? I honestly have no idea.
Would you make that argument?
I wouldn't. I'd say there's pros and cons to make a guess as to who you think would be more likely to bring out the National Guard or invoke the Insurrection Act. Honestly, I don't know. What I will say is, it doesn't matter what you think is true. And
Mark Milley apparently, and I don't know. Mark Milley is someone that you would trust, but he basically said that Trump told him to just shoot the rioters.
I mean, Hillary Clinton said, "We came, we saw, he died. Why don't you drone strike Julian Assange?" So Barack Obama killed Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki.
Wait. Yeah, no. I agree that Obama, those drone strikes were very problematic, but that's different than saying we're going to willy-nilly fire into protesters.
What I'm pointing out is that I'm not going to tell you your opinions are wrong and you should not have them. That's not the point of what I'm getting at with civil war. My point is you believe them, and you are allowed to believe them, and that's fine by me.
I'm just curious as to who you think. I mean, if you think that there's going to be a civil war or that there's a big potential for it, you don't see there's no difference between Trump and Harris as to the likelihood of a civil war or who would start this war. You don't, there's
just... In 2020, Democrats held a war game as reported by the Boston Globe. Are you familiar with this? Where Podesta and others, neocons, had come together.
In 2020.
Before the 2020 election, they held a war game, as reported by the New York Times and the Boston Globe, where they said in the event Trump wins, we should advocate for West Coast states to secede from the Union.
In 2020?
Yes. In 2020, before the election took place, a war game was held by prominent neoconservatives and Democrats, including John Podesta.
Oh, so you mean like a bunch of people who are out of government went into a room and
working on the campaign and said, what happens if Trump wins? And one of the proposals was Washington, Oregon, and California must secede from the Union unless Trump's government capitulates to our demands. And that was just the most insane thing I'd ever heard.
They're not just going through a bunch of different people out of government are just going on. So your argument,
you say out of government.
I agree. Almost like it's not real.
But campaigning for the office of the presidency is a big difference, right? Podesta is a big shot in the Democratic Party. It's not like he's not in power. These are private organizations, Republican or Democrat.
Wait, sorry. Is this like, I can't wait to see what the actual article he's talking about is, but is it just going to be like this was based on potential outcomes in a conversation? This was a simulation. This was like, oh, if this were to happen, here's what we can foresee happening, versus this was a proposition that was enacted through like a war game.
Correct. The issue I'm saying is this: by all means, tell me I'm wrong, believe all of it, but
I just think it's fascinating you don't have an opinion on this.
Well, because I hear you, and
I mean, you have this knowledge that some Democrats who are out of power.
You keep saying that, but John Podesta is far from out of power.
Well, I mean, in 2020, he wasn't in the government.
He's a big shot in the Democratic Party, and he basically has a lot of say in who gets to run and who doesn't, and where funding comes from.
Okay, he had power within the Democratic Party, but people who
he's saying if Trump wins, we will.
Well, wait, did Panetta say this, or this just there's like 14 different scenarios that are being gamed out, and because they're doing the war game, this is one of them that happens in this sort of completely hypothetical thing.
Why do you think they entertained the possibility of West Coast secession? Like, that's just stupid, isn't it?
Well, I mean,
it's a stupid thing for them to do.
I listen. Donald Trump had states competing over PPE during COVID. He completely abandoned this country at a time where there was a once-in-a-lifetime crisis. And
what if Trump steals the election?
To the extent that if Trump steals the election,
what do you think would happen?
What do you mean by steal?
Let's say that Kamala Harris wins the popular. Here's a scenario that's playing out right now. Mississippi had a lawsuit. Fifth Circuit Court ruled that ballots received after Election Day, even if postmarked before, are illegal to count.
By the way, this is really interesting to see that Tim is doing this thing right now where he's like not saying the things out loud that he does regularly on the show, because he doesn't feel safe, right? Like, this has been 2 hours of just like embarrassing explanation after explanation. That's not what that word means. That never happened. This is not, again, that's not a term that, okay, that's not how that works. No, you don't understand. So after about 2 hours of that, it's like, I just really wanted to hear you say, which is what you've probably said multiple times in the past, that you feel that if Kamala Harris comes to power, she's going to, enact a civil war. And, the only way to stop, a potential for disaster is to get Trump elected. Because he was doing the same freakout prior to Joe Biden getting elected, right? If Joe Biden gets elected, they're going to come for your kids. They're going to, get into your house. If they find out you've done thought crimes, wokeness, all that kind of stuff, they're going to come for you. And then you're going to keep saying, oh, but my kids need food. And now inflation is here. Like, all that shit. Like, yeah, you do this for a living. You do these massive freakouts. You do these freakouts in a room full of people who don't do any kind of pushback. Most of them because they're afraid, because they're your employees. They're literally like, oh yeah, well, I'm on the payroll. Like, we've seen what happens when people disagree with him, how quickly they get shut down.
This would have to go to the Supreme Court for final adjudication. But one scenario that is potential because of this is that Donald Trump is winning on Election Day. However, mail-in votes have yet to be counted, of course. This is what happened in 2020. Then, when those votes come in, Republicans sue, going to the Supreme Court, which you believe is right-leaning, and the Supreme Court says...
Wait. I believe it's right-leaning? Do you not believe it's right-leaning?
I'm not making a point about my or your belief. I'm saying...
You said you believe it's right-leaning. It's right-leaning.
And I will say, as you have stated, the court is right-leaning, okay?
Thank you.
So my point is this. If Kamala Harris is losing on Election Day, but it is perceived that she will win when mail-in ballots come in the following day, but the Republicans sue, citing the Fifth Circuit Court. It goes to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court rules all of those votes for Kamala, which would give her the win, are out. Trump is now the president, despite losing the popular vote and the Electoral College. What do you think happens?
Well, we have a model for this. It was the year 2000.
Yeah, I was going to say,
where
Bush v. Gore.
All of the legal establishment was shocked that the Supreme Court intervened and prevented Florida from counting all the votes. And to the extent that we, past performance is no guarantee of future performance, but the Democrats basically stood down.
Do you think Democrats would just stand down and let Trump come in?
I think I would be surprised if there weren't like a massive protests, and I think we would see states attempt to get more progressive and become more sustainable and not rely on the federal government as much. Yeah.
What if Trump sends in the military to start rounding up illegal immigrants?
Oh, I think that's going to be really, really ugly. In addition to being like a
you think
horrible,
if
horrible
troops are
thing
putting
for our
people on
economy.
buses and trains, the Democrats will just stand by and say this is
I mean, if the Supreme Court basically says it's okay to deploy the military in the United States, I think that could be a problem. Now, you've just given me that scenario. Would you imagine Kamala Harris doing the same thing? Do you think that she would send the military to deport 11 million people?
No. She said she wants to recently. She said people who enter illegally will be quickly and immediately removed. I think...
Well, of that 11 million people, 80% of them have been here for over 10 years. So, so how is it where you can so easily work up a scenario
where Donald Trump
instigates a civil war, but you can't with Kamala Harris, that you think they're the same?
Why do you say I couldn't?
All right, well, give me one.
So first of all, I don't really put a lot of weight on Kamala Harris. Right? She wasn't elected. The Democrats voted for her, so she was.
Well, I mean, it's either going to be her or Donald Trump as the president.
So with Trump in office, Trump is screaming at the top of his lungs, telling people what to do. With Kamala in office, she's surrounded by intelligence officials, military officers, and what we've seen thus far is the arrest of lawyers, the arrest of
lawyers.
Donald Trump's lawyers were arrested
for.
What's her face? Jenna Ellis. Was that her name? She got charged with RICO for simply being Trump's lawyer.
Really? That's did it hold up in court?
She ended up, I think she pleaded guilty. She ended up crying on TV, apologizing for having done it. They included her in RICO because she filed paperwork on Trump's behalf for his election claims.
Oh, because she knew they were false.
No, I don't think that was what she was charged with. She was charged with RICO counts 1 and 2, which was participating in
a conspiracy to defraud the United States.
And so the issue then becomes, if you're a lawyer and you are retained by someone who says, here's the argument I want to make, and you go, okay, then they
So can you give me a scenario in which you think that the election of Kamala Harris is going to result in civil war? Oh, I don't really put a lot of stock in her. Barely talk about her at all. So then that's where we're at.
criminally charge you for it. That's a huge step over the
Well,
line.
if you're involved in
Criminal conspiracy, yeah.
fraud, then yes, that's always been the case.
If you're not,
Is this the first time that a lawyer has ever been subjected to something like that in a fraud case like that?
not sure, but it's other lawyers that got charged too in Wisconsin. So you know what? By all means, Sam,
Oh, wait. But
go ahead and
answer
tell
my-
them she deserves it. Say she deserves it.
She deserves it.
Okay, now, what do you think Trump supporters will respond with when they see Trump's lawyers, former staffers,
It is a
Navarro,
problem.
Bannon being put in prison?
Certainly, supporters don't like, people being going to jail. But I mean,
Why didn't Merrick Garland go to jail for contempt of Congress?
Again, it's like talking to a kid. Like, they're just stuck on this little thing where there's this one of them like, frogs can fly. Say it. Frogs can fly. Sure, frogs can fly. Can you please go clean your room? All right? No, I want to hear you say. I said it already. Frogs can fly. Now go clean your room, please.
why didn't he go to jail for contempt of Congress?
Yeah.
What you mean from the Justice Department?
Yeah, was it the her investigation or was it I'm getting the name wrong? He was held in contempt of Congress, I think, twice.
There's been a lot of people who've been held in contempt of Congress that haven't gone to prison.
So the issue right now is Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon go, and when Merrick Garland defies Congress, he does not.
I think government
by all
officials
means,
probably
does
get
not.
away with
What-
this more because
what?
we had we had members of Congress who also.
That is a fine argument.
But wait,
And it's a fine argument. But
we're
do you
getting
think,
off the original question was.
and the question is, do you
do
think
you
Trump
perceive-
supporters are going to accept this as true, that it's just government officials getting...
I don't know. I've seen Trump supporters believe a lot of very strange things, like John F. Kennedy is in the Junior is in the audience.
That is,
at
you have the
Trump
magazine.
rally. Yeah, I mean, so I have no idea how to predict. But again, the question I ask: do you
Manic.
think can you come up with a scenario where Harris instigates a civil war in the way that you talked about with Trump doing it?
The Harris administration, yes.
Okay, and what let me hear it.
The expansive arrest and prosecution of Donald Trump, his supporters, and those associated with his movement.
Well, Bannon went to jail and Navarro went to jail, and there was no civil war.
Why would that right now, as an election is looming? So another example would be, let's say
again.
Donald Trump actually is losing on election day, and votes are going to come in, and they sue and get his votes disqualified. Or how about this? And you keep saying Harris,
Democrats don't do that.
but Democrats don't challenge elections.
No, they challenge elections, but I mean, Democrats don't disenfranchise. Republicans have an extensive history of that.
So the factor right now is what we are seeing with the current political establishment. I don't think it's Joe Biden. I think the way the Democrats have operated is an administration. Trump is unique in that Trump is Trump. Trump's in charge. Trump tells people
Oh
what to do.
my God, seriously?
You don't think Trump is screaming at people and telling them what to do?
I got news for you.
You think Trump has got
Trump-
military advisors that he trusts and listens to?
Oh no. There's
so
no
we're in
doubt.
agreement.
No, we're not in agreement. Donald Trump is going to outsource so much of
I just love how he's still trying to just firing shots wildly and seeing what sticks right now, Okay, what about that debate tactic? Oh, so you agree with me? No, I don't.
Those picks were picked by the Heritage Foundation for the Supreme Court. There is a huge between Russell Vogt, who was not only one of the architects of Project 2025, but he was also the chair of the Republican Platform Committee. They have outlined their entire program to dismantle the administrative state. Donald Trump is not going to get involved in the micro parts of that. They're going to destroy the administrative state like Steve Bannon said that he wanted to do at CPAC 5 or 8 years ago, whenever it was. And this time around, they've got a very laid out, meticulous plan to do it. They have binders full of people that they plan to hire to carry this out. And they're going to dismantle the administrative state.
I agree.
And all Donald Trump wants to make sure is he doesn't go to jail.
So there's two potentialities, and we'll keep them simple. Do you think
potentialities.
that Trump supporters, his fans, his administration, the people you've just mentioned, will just let the Democrats take over and put him in jail and do the things they want to do.
Well, I don't think Democrats are just going to put him in jail.
I'm not saying that.
I mean, I
saying,
think-
will he let them for whatever reason? Let's say he's like legitimately convicted of a crime. Do you think he's going to let him do it?
What do you mean? Let who do what?
Do you think in the event Democrats win, Trump supporters will just say, "Yeah, okay, we lost"?
I mean, do I expect them to?
I don't know, January 6th 2.0.
Well, I think this time around, people are going to be a lot more attuned to the potential of that happening. So I think they're going to inhibit it.
Would that also include the people?
Not to mention, like, he's not the president currently, so there's a lot less of a concern that he would just try and maintain power as some kind of authoritarian from within. I mean, you know, there's certainly better guardrails in place given that situation. You know, the inner cabinet of Trump is not the people who are currently populating the White House. Because again, right after the election, it's not just like it flips. It's not like all of a sudden like, okay, everyone get out of the White House. The new team is in charge. You know, you're not even inaugurated yet.
Who would perpetrate it?
Well, I'm unclear what you're saying.
If you're saying that people are attuned to expect a January 6th, would that not also include those who seek to perpetrate a January 6th? Meaning they will be prepared for countermeasures.
I mean, I guess that's conceivable, but I don't think that's a civil war at that point.
No,
I think
I agree,
actually
it's
the
not.
way that I think there's going to be civil strife. I don't think it's going to be. I don't think there's going to be some mass movement. I think that once Trump, in the event that he loses, I think over time there's just going to be less interest in the guy.
So you would say
I don't think he's going to run again in 4 years. I mean, he can barely stand now.
Do you believe that there is a
Ideally,
single-digit
he'll be in prison.
probability of a second January 6th type event? Trump loses and then his supporters come out in mass.
I think that, I mean, it's conceivable that there's an event, but he doesn't have control of the government in this instance where he did before. And so,
But people just showed up. Like, they weren't government actors, the 200,000 who showed up in D.C. that day.
well, I mean, he planned a rally on the ellipse. I mean,
He could tweet that out again and it could happen again.
he could tweet that out, but there's not going to be a rally. He's not going to be able to have a rally there. He's just not going to get a permit.
You think Trump supporters would not show up if he asked them to show up because he doesn't have a permit?
I think there would be a lot less. Yes, without a doubt.
So,
and we're back to just talking to a kid again.
I mean, people
I
thought there
disagree,
was
I
going to be
think.
riots down at his courtroom appearances in New York City, and there was
waving flags and stuff.
not many people at all.
So when
I really do think that he is more of a paper tiger now. Now, are there fringe groups like militias that get inspired by him and the Republicans? Yes, we've always had those, though.
what percentage of people fought in the American Revolution?
How many
What was the
actual?
percentage of the American population that actually fought?
I mean, we had 500,000 deaths, I would say, in the 1860s. I don't know. Maybe 10%?
I think 10's the academic number. There's a lot of people that have you heard of the 3 percenters?
It's some right-wing militia group, right?
And the name comes from 3% of the American population fought in the American Revolution. So academics lean more towards like 10% or so. But the important factor there is it does not take very many people at all to instigate civil war. It takes actually only a couple. And that creates a scenario where dominoes...
And do you think that's it?
I think, like, you know, Canada mentioned, I think Canada's also part of the 3 percenters. Yeah. The 3 percenters are an American and Canadian far-right anti-government militia. The group advocates gun ownership rights, resistance to the U.S. federal government. The group's name derives from the erroneous claim that the active forces in the field against the king's tyranny never amounted to more than 3% of the colonists during the American Revolution. The group is based in the U.S. and has a presence in Canada. It has been described as the most dangerous extremist group in Canada. On February 21st, 2021, their leadership dissolved. The American National Group, in response to the January 6th United Capitol attack, condemning the violence. Multiple factions of the group and others adhering to the 3 percenter movement participated in the attack. In June 2021, 6 men associated with the group were indicted in the U.S. for conspiracy, and Canada declared the group a terrorist entity.
More likely to happen with people on the right or on the left in this country?
In different ways equally. But there's a substantial difference.
Different ways equally.
Yes.
So you think it's the same probability that it would come from the left as it would the right?
I don't know. I could calculate probabilities. I can say that the left
How
has
many
already created
left-wing
several autonomous
militias are
zones.
there?
Hundreds.
Hundreds of left-wing
Familiar with the
militias.
John Brown Gun Club or the Red Guard, two prominent ones. Rose City Antifa may not be a militia, but they certainly did participate in
You've
taking
got
over
two
several
militias.
cities.
How many people are in that? I mean, off the top of my head, I can name, like the 3%ers, the Oath Keepers,
Boogaloo Boys, the Proud Boys,
those
Knights of
Bundy,
Odin,
folks.
It's not a militia.
Diagolon.
There are
How
there's
many can you name? Two?
well, I mean, there's neo-Nazi groups.
Come on. Don't tell me I need to name them all.
I
You're not
don't.
going to name any.
I don't. Well, you can. I'm sure you can. I mean,
I actually can't. I can think of.
So you think there's the same amount of right-wing
You host them
militias
all
as
the
there are
time.
left-wing
Never said
militias
that.
in this?
I said that we've already seen the left take over several city blocks for months on end and kill people.
And
See, and what was it in Portland? How many people were killed? 2 or 3. In Provo, Utah, a guy ran up to a car and just shot a guy for no reason. That was reckless insurgency. In Minnesota, you had the George Floyd Autonomous Zone for like 2 years. In Atlanta, you had the Wendy's Autonomous Zone. You've had numerous attempts. I mean, in Seattle with the Chaz Chop, you had armed guards outside, took over a police station and killed people. They unloaded hundreds of rounds from rifles into a white SUV with 2 teenagers in it. So if we're going to ignore the wave of mass violence, the 36 deaths in 2020, and act like only the right is capable of violence, it's silly.
well,
All right, I hate to be, let's fact check, but let's look at it. So here's the list of recognized militias in the United States, starting with the 3%ers. All right, so their beliefs: right liberalism, patriotic movement, Second Amendment, constitutionalism. Then we have the Arizona Border Recon, the Hootari, which is Christian nationalism, Christian patriotism. As we scroll through here, I mean, just a lot faster. Patriots, American constitutionalism, patriot movement. These all seem to be right-wing militias and groups. These are like the organized and recognized ones. I guess they have to probably be of a significant size, right? Not talking just about like the Proud Boys. I guess what would you put or classify the Proud Boys and those kind of groups under? Far right group. This fact check is brought to you by Discord. Is there a link?
we have data from
there was
this.
no
We have,
I'll say
we have
outright.
data from the Department of Justice.
Sure, and it's I
right-wing
don't know
authoritarian
which one has
and
the higher
right-wing
probability,
militias.
but we do know that both are capable, and we don't know to what degree is required to start a
You and I
conflict.
both know what the bulk of people who own weapons in this country. We can look at the Department of Justice, regardless of who has been head of the administration, and see that they have been saying for decades that these militias exist on the right, and they're far more prominent, they're far more dangerous.
But I never made an equivalence. I said
fact.
no.
No, you are making an equivalence. And it's a false equivalence. Again, all of these right-wing to far-right groups and organizations in the United States. Antifa is not a structured and organized group. They don't have Antifa meetings. There's not a CEO of Antifa. They don't sit down once a month and then all the other chapters come together. If people are banding together under a united banner of they want to fight fascism, they are anti-fascists, and they claim to be anti-fascist in nature. That's different than having an organization and a structured organization.
To that question.
You're not making an equivalence.
You asked me if I thought there was equal probability. I said no.
Oh, which has more probability?
Yeah, the right in 100%.
Oh, so the right. Okay.
I never
We're
said
in agreement. All right, fine.
Right. That's why I don't
We
know.
both agree that if there is a threat from civil war, it comes from the right in this country.
That's an absolute statement that I didn't make.
Okay.
Probabilistically,
We both agree.
the right is a larger
probabilistically-
threat for destabilization than the left.
Why are you sort of like trying to obfuscate what you're saying? There's
because-
more of a chance.
Because it is going to call into question his entire fucking fan base's beliefs, what they've been listening to him say for years and years and years, the mythos that they sell, the lie. You can call it a big lie, but it's certainly like that's the entire thing with the whole Tim Pool show. All these fucking right-wing pundits who are constantly telling you the real danger is Antifa, the real danger is the far radical extremist left, the radical left are about to take down society. Trump peddled in this as well. They're lies. If you look at any of the data that comes out of, again, organizations that track extremist groups in the United States, the majority of them are far right in nature, and a lot of them happen to be usually associated with white identitarian or white extremist or white supremacist organizations. Those are the extremists. Yeah. It's white supremacists, it's neo-Nazis, it's fucking, KKK-inspired fucking orgs. A lot of those militia groups, the Proud Boys, the One Percenters, the Three Percenters, the Knights of Odin, all of them, they are all far-right extremist organizations, usually, again, directly tied to white supremacist orgs. They are the ones that you need to worry about.
So if there's a civil war, that is going to come from the right than the left.
Agreed.
Okay, great.
Yeah, but I was never in disagreement on that.
Oh,
Not
I'm
once
sorry.
in any of my content have I ever said that. The question is, though, what does it mean to instigate a civil war? What does it mean to be...
And you keep saying, but my kids need food. And now inflation is here, and there's food shortages, and your kids aren't eating. And the schools are indoctrinating kids.
the first shot fired? These
You
are
think
deep
upholding the
deep academic
laws?
questions that go back to historical conflicts where we try to determine what started the war. And then you'll get people making arguments about when it really started, when it didn't. A big question of the war in 1861 is, for us, we know it started with Fort Sumter, but at the time, they didn't think Civil War started until well after the fact. To the degree that at the Battle of Bull Run, they were picnicking. Despite we know historically the Civil War started, they did not make that determination. So you could argue history is written by the victors. In the event that the right, and the reason why I say that there's a greater risk for civil war from the right is they're the ones actively calling for national divorce, which is a mistake. They're the ones who are more likely to, January 6th, for instance, was bad. The left, while they riot and there is violence from them, it is what I would call blunt. Widespread, low impact. On the right, it's typically high impact, not as widespread. January 6th was...
Okay, so again, you can just use sounds because they sound neat. At the end of the day, what do the stats and the data say when it comes to radical extremism, violent extremism? That's all that really matters. If you want to say, well, one is tepid, the other, I would say, quite liquid in nature, right? And so you can tell the difference in how they originate and basically the different states in which they're in. Neat, fun. But okay, so who exactly poses a threat for violent extremism in the United States? That's all that really matters. The rest of it, I mean, the vibe check, cool.
Is a riot in one of the worst ways imaginable at a Capitol building during the election, the counting of the electoral vote, the certification. That's what I would call acute domestic violence.
And that was also really going towards the heart of a civil society, which is the peaceful transfer of power. I mean, to the extent that there were riots or protests, the idea was to change public policy, to show dissatisfaction with the police state or the state of policing. That is not a undermining of the fundamental principles of the way that the of basically undercutting across the board.
So
the political process.
The issue is that I see is that if you're saying something like the threat comes from the right, well, let's parse that down. There is a higher probability of instability or conflict arising from actions on the right because their actions tend to be acute. January 6th, sharp and extremely potentially dangerous. The left, however, does show a different propensity for violence, which we call blunt, obtuse. That is, the widespread riots of 2020 were not targeted at a Capitol building during an election, but they were substantially larger, resulting in around 30 or so deaths. I think we attribute around 20 plus to the direct riots, and then there were ancillary deaths as a result of the actions of the riots. There were the seizure of autonomous zones, like in Seattle. There was an attempt in Portland, Minnesota, Atlanta, and when we're talking about what could ignite a civil war, you don't need only acute, but it is a higher risk. That is, you will more likely hear on the news a guy goes into a church and shoots a bunch of people because of how extreme and psychotic it is, though it happens substantially less than leftists punching someone in the head. Nobody really cares if a fight breaks out in the middle of Portland. We're not going to report on that. That's stupid. But if you get to the point where you get a Summer of Love 2020, with a Donald Trump in office, and this time around he says, I'm sending in the National Guard, you may end up with conflict, civil strife, insurgency instigated by left violence. Whereas with the right, you could get January 6 2.0, where they injure politicians.
I'm like sitting here in amazement to the extent that you have contemplated these things that and have created this whole sort of like macro associated with it that is, I think, like incredibly unlikely. A and B. Like,
I never said it was incredibly likely.
No, I know that. I'm amazed you know, like one of the things that the last video, and we didn't get a chance to talk about Social Security. I think you had brought it up before the show. But,
I was reading Forbes.
But the one of the things that I'm amazed about is how.
But you know what's so wild about this is that, yeah, no, these are not plausible scenarios. You don't believe them. You don't believe that they're plausible. You don't think they're really going to happen. You agree with the fact that the right actually has a lot more instances and demonstrable evidence towards violent extremism. But you peddle this for a living every single day. If Sam wasn't there, this would be an entirely different show. This would be them just talking about how the United States is on the verge of a civil war. As soon as, you know, there's even a chance that Kamala Harris is going to win, the streets will break out in blood and violence and you know, bring on actual white supremacists and Nick Fuentes and Proud Boys and 3%ers to sit beside you in a circle talking about how it's coming. There's going to be a fucking race war if we're not careful. And that's what the Democrats are trying to do, instigate a race war. And we're on the verge of it. And all you do is keep people afraid and scared for money, and you as you just demonstrated, profit handsomely off this. He said $12 million a year is what Tim Pool is pulling in profit every single year. That's a gargantuan amount of cash, if true. By the way, I have no idea to verify those figures, but that's a gargantuan amount of money to keep thousands of people scared and believing in a world that is not only not real, but he himself doesn't believe it. And he's admitting it out loud. I think it's unlikely. Yeah, I agree. This is not going to happen. Yeah, I agree with you. The more extremism happens on the right. Well, then fuck me. That's really fucking frightening, you know? At a certain point, maybe some of the culpability is going to have to be levied against the institutions that also profit off this as well, such as the tech companies that he broadcasts it on.
How... and I think this is sort of was my point about you bringing it up so much. You know, I suppose I can understand why like the Atlantic wants to make an opinion piece on it because it's sort of like clickbaity stuff. But the depth in which you are, you go into these scenarios, which again, I think are incredibly unlikely, and also some attempt to create some type of equivalence, although you do concede that the probability is higher on this is going to come from the right, versus like Social Security.
Well, real quick, I'll answer your point before you get to Social Security. I do think it's a bit unfair for you to ask me why I think a thing and then get mad that I brought it up.
Well, no,
like you say, how could the left do this? Well, here's one way. Haha, why did you even think of something like that?
You haven't answered that question.
You can ask me about quantum physics and
you just are talking about like blunt violence.
I can't help you.
Yeah.
Because this is what you do for a living. This is literally your job. This is your show. This is the topic you talk about consistently. And you've just admitted now live on air that you don't believe it to be a real plausible scenario.
I mean, I think...
We can talk about quantum physics and the organization of nature, entropy, and entropy.
No.
But if you don't ask me about those things, you can't get mad that I talk about the things you asked me to talk about.
I understand. I just said I was amazed at the depth in which you do that relative to how much little time you spend on something like just even learning the basics of something like Social Security, which essentially our government does three things. It is a war machine, and then provides Medicare and Social Security. I mean, just on a per dollar basis.
Well, I think it's fair to point out, as pertaining to Social Security, is if I'm going to read The Atlantic and comment on it, criticize me for having unoriginal thoughts. If I'm going to read Forbes and comment on it, criticize me for having unoriginal thoughts.
No, I don't think you should have original thoughts. I mean, the part of this job is not...
No. My point is, your issue with my take on Social Security is just because I read The Atlantic and Forbes that day.
Well,
and they were wrong, I guess. I don't know.
Maybe you misread it, but
I read Forbes saying that insolvency is coming and the system can't sustain itself because on average you need 2.8 to 4 workers to maintain a single recipient.
No.
And I said, well, hold on.
Who did you read? Wait, when you say Forbes, who was the writer?
Oh, pull up the video when we pulled up the Forbes art. Want to pull it up?
I mean, one of the things that I think, and
once again, you're the one referencing this.
When you brought up all the Dave Rubin videos I do, or we do a lot of videos about you, we got 230,000 views on that Social Security video. And I can tell you, I've talked about Social Security so many times, never gotten those type of numbers. But your presentation and lack of awareness about it gave me the opportunity to explain Social Security to 200,000 people that wouldn't do it. But it was stunning. That's the
You
thing.
talk about me a lot.
Well, I mean, because of, honestly, in instances like that, like I say, no one's going to listen to a dry diatribe about Social Security. But when you come out with such misinformation based upon, I guess you read an article or two that day.
Indeed it is.
And it's literally one of the largest, like 1/3 of our government, at least in terms of dollars, is Social Security. And you read 2 articles that day in Forbes. You don't know by whom or what their perspective was.
Yes, I don't
You-
memorize every article I read.
Listen, I understand. But you then pontificate and say Social Security is a dumb idea. You don't realize that increase in productivity means that while it may have been, 2 workers for every 1 Social Security person back in the day, or I should say vice versa, 1 worker for every 2 retirees, now it can be 1 worker for every 4 retirees because of increase in productivity. And Social Security is not going insolvent. There's a trust fund that was established during the Reagan era, and that will last for another 10 years if we don't do anything else. But everything else in this country will go broke.
I'm in complete agreement with you as one of the challenges we face. A lot of people like to attribute to me, and I say this as many times as I can, I just read the news and opine on it. That's really
one of the things that I have criticized you for in the past.
And yeah, like you can't have a $12 million, his own estimation, massive empire with 60,000 live viewers every single time you turn on these webcams and say that the totality of your show is just whining about the news when you are promoting a narrative which you have just admitted that you know to be implausible. Like, yeah, I don't think it's likely. But then I spend every single day keeping all of my audience really afraid of it and potentially violent. Like, the violent extremism from people who believe that, like, hey, I watch Tim Pool constantly, and on Tim Pool's show, he constantly talks about how there's groomers and pedophiles, and there's these LGBTQ plus people who are apparently grooming children, and there's drag queens that are grooming children, and all this other shit like that. And now I'm really mad and scared. I watch the Tim Pool show, and I'm constantly watching him talk about how there's an upcoming civil war, and that left-wing extremism is very, very dangerous, and Antifa is going to come, and they're going to burn down cities and cause chaos and destroy things. I watched Tim Pool's show, and he's talking about how, hey, there's all of this crime and violence. Did you hear that people in New York are like getting pushed onto trains? It's happening all the time. People are literally pushing each other onto trains. Isn't that scary? Aren't you afraid? Aren't you ready to take up action and arms and do something about it? Okay, show's over. Cool. Nice. Hey, you want to get sushi with the boys? We're going to play poker with the boys. It's going to be fun. Sick. Yeah, I don't think it's true. I don't think it's real. I don't think it's going to happen. It's unlikely. It's pretty unlikely.
Is that you don't go in depth with the serious stuff and actually like learn about this stuff, and you opine about it,
From
which
reading
it's
the
your
news.
well, but you're not reading it very well because
I'm just reading what the paragraph says. Here's CNBC.
I agree, right? You're reading headlines. And then all of a sudden you're just like, hey, by the way, it says here, civil war something, I think. Yeah, I mean, that's scary, isn't it? That's going to happen.
Trust fund reserves used to pay beneficiaries are projected to become insolvent by 2035.
well, what does that mean?
Only that what comes in is able to go out.
Okay, and so what's the cuts on that?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, what comes in, what goes out. So, like, all right,
Not to increase taxes or increase the worker load.
right? Not the worker load, but the
amount of
trust-
workers.
What when the trust fund runs out? How much is what will payments be?
I don't know.
Okay, that's a pretty important aspect of this, right? I mean, this is the incuriosity that you have.
Right? That's why this is so fucking dangerous. Because you will then go off. If you watch any single Tim Pool video, the ones he does just by himself where he faces the camera, he does the exact thing that he just got caught right there. I don't know. I don't know what it means. But it's scary, right? Are you scared? I'm scared. It sounds scary.
About
What's
the
incurious
basic-
about it?
You're not interested in what that means?
It-
You know that the trust fund is insolvent in 10 years,
Uh-huh.
but you don't know what the implications of that.
The implications are older people will not have money and younger people have to pay more money.
When you say older people will not have money, how much less?
Well, it depends on what the government decides they're going to allocate.
No. It's already set in stone. There's no
Okay. What is it?
allocation. It's 85% of benefits will be paid out. There'll be a loss of 15% benefits. But it's not necessarily younger people are going to have to pay money.
New workers will have to.
No. They're always going to have to pay, hopefully, with Social Security, unless the Republicans have their ability to cut it. But the...
Oh, you're right. Actually, it says 83%. So there you go.
Yeah.
Well, you were wrong, Sam.
I was off by 2%. You're right. But these numbers...
Oh, you got your clip. You got your clip. There it is. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. The number that he surprisingly knew off the top of his head, by the way. Do you realize how fucking dangerous this is? This is like a mix of hilarious and profoundly sad and scary. Because Tim's not the only one doing this. And he's not the only one who's massively popular doing this either. Because this shit, obviously, it's incendiary. If you have people watching his videos and being like, holy shit, there's an upcoming civil war. I was just watching Tim Pool's show, and he says that apparently all these radical leftist extremists are going to take up arms, and they're pushing people into trains, and that women are getting extreme late-term abortions intentionally, and then posting about it on TikTok as the drag queen groomers are running around the streets wild. You've got this really twisted version of events in your head where all of a sudden, like when you're like, oh my God, and you just finished watching the Tim Pool show or one of his videos, then you have to go out into broader society and interact with other people and talk to other people and be like, have you learned about how they're poisoning all of us in our food and water, and they're trying to use microplastics and estrogen that is present inside certain kinds of plastics to force feminize us in order to push the trans agenda? And it's like, yeah, not everyone is going to go do a Jan 6. Yeah, not everyone is going to go shoot up a nightclub. Not everyone is going to commit acts of violence, but some will. And some will go spread a lot of this kind of bullshit to other people as well.
We should say this is also, we should be clear.
Well, I
there
accept,
are three
I
things in the
accept.
actuarial statement. But let me just say this about Social
But I
Security.
accept your argument. You are correct, and I apologize. I just read the story. I read the news, and I made an assessment about it, as I tend to do.
Yeah, I think you need to, like, on some of these bigger issues.
Yeah, and that's bad. You aren't just someone in a bedroom by yourself doing this. This isn't a conversation with a friend. You're live right now in front of probably 50,000 people. Your video, when you upload it, is probably going to get 500,000 views. There's a lot of people who take you seriously. You are one of the biggest political commentators on this fucking platform. You can't do this. It's not a game. You don't get to just like every single day go on, not understand what the article is, lie about it, and then endanger minorities in the process. Like fucking get in front of everyone and then turn on the cameras, turn on the lights, and then all of a sudden be like, that's what I think it means. It's scary, right? It turns out that's not what it meant at all. And if you scroll down just 2 seconds more, you would have learned that in the article itself. Or if you have somebody like, does Sam need to be hired as a full-time consultant or a full-time member of the show in order to undo the damage so he can sit there and be like, pause it? No, that's not what that means. No, that's not what that says. No, you're just reading the headline. Scroll down, please, one more paragraph. No, like, instead, you're going to fill yourself and surround yourself with a whole bunch of, like, again, employees who you consider friends who are going to agree with everything you say out of fear of losing their jobs, or far-right extremists who are going to brain poison you with racist shit, transphobic shit, anti-Semitic shit every single day.
You've clearly gone very deep into the Civil War thing, which we both agree has a very low chance of happening. Mm-hmm. You know, somewhere above zero.
We don't really talk about Social Security all that often. I think like 3 or 4 times.
It's the most important function of our government.
Yeah.
I mean, really.
We went a bit over, but I do want to talk to you about abortion. Do you want to do
sure.
10 minutes? We can talk about
sure.
abortion. No. What are your thoughts on where we're currently at? Like, what do you think we should be doing?
What do I think we should be doing? Well, we should at the very least be reestablishing Roe v. Wade statutorily.
I think the Supreme Court was wrong, and I believe that the 14th Amendment requires that the federal government make a ruling specifically on the issue of abortion. What that becomes, I don't know, but the concept of personhood needs to be ruled on one way or the other. So this is not a state issue. Trump is wrong about that.
But the personhood should no. I don't believe in personhood in the womb.
Right. So you think the Supreme Court should say no personhood in the womb?
Definitely.
I think the Supreme Court needs to answer one way or the other.
Well, I mean, it would put some things to rest. I don't think they're going to do that. I mean,
Trump is saying it should be a state's issue, and I believe that is absolutely incorrect?
No, I think we had an individual right that existed in this country for 50 years, and it was rolled back. We've never had anything like that whatsoever. I think it's a right that when taken away, deprives people who have babies their sovereignty over their own body, and it's both an economic issue and a personal liberty issue.
What do you think there should be restrictions
on abortion?
Yeah.
I mean, the problem with restrictions, like for instance, we say only in the case of, let's say, a danger to a woman, or a woman's life, is that is extremely difficult to assess where that line is. And we've seen this. 2 women have died at least in Texas as a function of the abortion ban that they have there. We also know that infant mortality in the wake of the Texas thing, because there's been studies on this, increased 15% in the wake of the abortion ban there. So in general, I would say that restrictions are in practice not viable, not doable, because you end up costing women their lives. I think that to the extent that I would have restrictions, I think you need a medical provider to provide abortions, that go past the maybe midway through the second trimester.
Do you think that with elective abortion should be available up to 9 months?
If it is I think that is the safest route for women if it is done by a medical provider. Yeah.
Elective. I asked elective, to be clear.
Elective.
Meaning no reason given, no medical issues, just a woman.
Meaning, I want to talk to you about the one thing that I love to talk to everyone about, which is women having abortions in the 9th month. Isn't it scary? Doesn't that scare you? We have viable babies. They're viable. Did you know? They have heartbeats. They're viable, but yet they're still choosing to abort them in the 9th month. Totally a thing that really happens all the fucking time. And it's like, this is just the entry point. It's the same thing as any other entry point for any far right fucking policy or concept. It's like, hey, by the way, we're going to use an edge case or an extreme example and then try to see whether or not you are going to bend or break upon that example in order to, again, it's like, hey, do you think it's good that 25 people last year got pushed in front of subways on New York? Are you for that? No? Is anyone for that? I'm not saying, but like overall, are the amount of people who are dying in New York going down from violent murders? If so, I mean, that's probably a not good thing. I'm not on the side of the train pushers. Do you think it's a good thing that, women are selectively choosing to get abortions in the 9th month? Is that a good thing? It's like, I would hope that people, if they were, again, it's their own autonomy, it's their own bodies, but if they were going to get abortions, they weren't going to get them right prior to giving birth to a child. But in reality, this doesn't happen. If I look at the statistics, 90% of the abortions in the United States happen under 13 weeks. So that's the abortions. We're talking about that. So you're going to then talk about the select few examples. I believe it's like less than 1% are in the late term abortion category. And of those, they're of medical necessity. That's why it happens. And so, no, I don't think we should restrict a woman's ability to choose to save her own life if she's about to die, because the child could die inside her or it could kill her. She should still have a right to be able to make that decision. But it sounds scary, and it's an extreme example. And now all of a sudden we're having this discussion, and then it's a debate. I found an entry point. I found a crack. I found the point in which suddenly someone, usually far right extremists or fascists, are going to have their ability to start to propose their concepts and ideas and get people really mad about it. Hey, look to any other topic. Trans people. Do you think biological males should be allowed to play against biological females in sports? Do you think it's okay for a man to beat up a woman in a fucking fight and wrestling match and a boxing match? Do you think that? And it's like, there's an entry point. There's a point where someone, especially someone who's probably not familiar with this topic or conversation, is going to hear that and immediately think that does sound kind of scary, because physically threatening looking men suddenly fighting women and beating them up in a boxing match. I am kind of scared about that. Maybe I do want to talk about that. Hey, you know what else? What about men in women's prison? What about biological males in biological female prisons? That's scary too, right? That's an entry point. You know what? I was thinking before that, live and let live. People should be allowed to, express themselves and be who they want to be and all that kind of stuff without, the tyranny of the state cracking down on them. But when you put it like that, all of a sudden, I'm talking about it. I'm thinking about it,
Saying, you know what?
I've carried this baby for 8.5 months and I've changed my mind.
Well, that's a little crass way of putting it. I think some women are going through some serious crises in their lives, and they may make a decision that's a bit more than just they've changed their mind. Like, for instance, where...
What? I really wanted a kid. I'm so happy. Oh my God, I'm pregnant. Oh my God, I've carried the kid, the 8th month, the 9th month. We're about to give birth. Not feeling into this anymore. Not vibing,
a woman is being battered by her husband, and then she realizes at month 6 that if she has this kid, he's going to continue to beat and harm the child, and she can't stay with him or something.
Well, I think, in your
weird hypothetical scenario, sorry, what? So a woman's in an abusive relationship. She's 6 months pregnant, and she comes to the conclusion at the 6th month that her abuser is going to then abuse her child once the child is born. So she chooses to have an abortion to spare the child the abuse, and your issue is with the doctor. that's who you're angry at in this picture.
I'm not going to assess people's reasons for having an abortion. It's not really my business. But I think that having restrictions ends up costing women's lives, and so I would, on balance, not have restrictions outside of, like, obviously, like, particularly as you get further into the pregnancy, requirements about medical, certified medical providers.
So right, and so shouldn't your contention or your issue, the person you're mad at, be with the abuser in the story? If you're talking about that, like, so here's a scenario I've made up, but I think could happen. It's like, okay, so I mean, should we talk about perhaps putting in mechanisms or something to help lower the amount of women who are abused by abusive husbands and abusive men? Not that she should lose the right to control her own health care as a result of the abuse.
Let's say you have a scenario where a woman goes to a Planned Parenthood, 6 months pregnant, and she just says, I don't want to explain it, I just would like to get an abortion. Is that she should be allowed? There should be just medical professionals say, we're going to do it, we're not going to ask you why.
I think I think it's okay to explore it and get a sense, as you would for any type of, like, medical procedure.
What does that mean? Like,
I think that there's an obligation within the context of, like, ethical practice of medicine to
not just terminate a baby at 6 months without reason.
Well, no, I'm not saying that they should adjudicate this, but I don't think that, like, necessarily medical providers are going to be just like, hop up here, we'll just do this right now. I mean, I think there are procedures in which they do it, but essentially, as long as it's, like, sort of like, they're following, medical procedures. Like, I don't think that somebody can, walk in here at 6 months and say to you, like, can you get rid of my baby? And you're allowed to do it.
No, but I'm just asking, like, should there be a time limit, like 16 weeks?
I think that is,
I think that you are, once again, just, like, not speaking at all in good faith. You don't care at all about this issue. You've been told, like, to your face multiple times by different people that, like, A, this does not happen. These are made up scenarios. We were talking about a very small percentage of women who go through this, and it's a fucking tragedy if you have to lose your child in order to save your own life, because it could potentially kill you both. Like, that's, again, it's a vile thing to be like, well, this is my entry point, because, like, obviously the left is going to crack on this one. They have to admit. What if the mother was smoking crystal meth? What if the mother was going to abort the baby because she just got tired of being pregnant? What if the mother in the 9th month was about to give birth, and then as the baby is crowning decides that she doesn't want it anymore? Should the doctor have a right to then cut the baby's head off? Things like that. It's like, you can make up all these wild scenarios in your head of edge cases or horrifying situations, but like that shouldn't change the principle that people should still have a right to seek medical attention and be consulted to by a doctor and be in control of that, and that Tim Pool shouldn't be involved in it. Tim Pool shouldn't be in the room. Again, two cis men who will never give birth. Another cis man, myself, who will never give birth. Like none of us are ever going to give birth. Having to debate the rights of women, having to debate the rights of people who give birth it's profoundly like sick, And then to think, rather than learn anything about this, I'm going to keep on doing the thing where I try to find my entry point. I try to find a weakness, a crack in what you are thinking.
It endangers women too much. So the answer is no. I don't believe so.
So, but that would create a circumstance, be it as rare as, it may be, but where there's like an 8-month abortion.
It's conceivable. I mean, certainly in the 8th or 9th month. I mean, here's the thing: in the 8th or 9th month, you can you may find that the child is going to not be viable.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about elective. Like I'm specifically trying to ask about that.
But here's the danger, though. Like. And this is what I'm talking about. Why you have women who have died in Texas, and there's probably a lot more that we're not aware of, is that imposing these restrictions is not like there's no like bulb that shows up when you say this child is 100% not viable, or that your life is 100% not threatened. Like, where's the threshold? Is it at 20%? If the woman's life is in jeopardy, it's 20%. And this is, a vague, a doctor doesn't have like some meter that they put on the, the woman and say, oh, okay, your life is at 20%. No, these are vague determinations. And when you impose these type of restrictions on, what invariably happens is women die, because in real life, not hypothetical world, in real life, the doctors are afraid of crossing a threshold where they could get imprisoned, or they could lose their license, or, conceivably the woman might too. And so I leave it up to a doctor and the patient. I don't know what constitutes even elective. Like, is it elective if there's a 20% chance I'm going to die?
No.
That's not elective.
It's not elective.
What about 5%?
That's not elective.
What about 1%?
Not elective.
Okay. We know that
elective is usually used to describe
0.5%.
I've decided I don't want the baby anymore.
Because we know that, there's always a danger of a woman dying in childbirth. And it's above zero. So we're...
Oh, come on.
No.
We're trying to be reasonable, right? We want to solve the problem. We don't...
That is just the reality of the world in which we live. Absolutely. It's a modern miracle that we've come so far that it's no longer a potentially life-threatening thing to give birth like it used to be. It used to be one of the reasons why women would die in their 20s because if they are giving birth, there's a potential for them to die through the process. There is still a lot of complications that can still potentially kill a woman in childbirth. If you have access to healthcare, if you have access to doctors, if you have access to a team, nurses, and people who can assess what is going on, for a variety of reasons, if you have someone who can perform a C-section instantaneously, like I'm sure everyone has their own personal story where someone, right? Like one of my friends had to spend up to 2 weeks prior to giving birth under 24-hour being monitor to make sure that the child wasn't going to choke on the umbilical cord because of a very rare complication that it was experiencing. Luckily, they were able to monitor the mother, monitor the child, make sure that there was never a moment, but they needed to be able to react like that within minutes of knowing that something was going wrong, to be able to perform an operation in order to save the lives of both of them. And that is incredible. It's a beautiful, amazing part of the scientific endeavor that human beings have been able to come that far and reduce infant and mother mortality. But that doesn't mean that there isn't still large percentages of people, especially in the United States, like if you don't have access to a doctor, if it costs you $10,000 to give birth, this goes back to the healthcare discussion that we were having earlier, then there is a chance that if you were giving birth at your home, if you were giving birth in an environment that isn't sanitary, that isn't in a fucking hospital, then there could be a potential for death.
Want to just say,
what's the problem?
There are conservatives who believe that if the baby is, well, for many, I don't even believe in IVF because even a fertilized, embryo is life.
What's the problem? I understand that there are
Problem is the
religious people
distinction
who don't
between
like what I
old world-
do, but what's the problem?
The death of a baby.
Well, I would contend that we're talking about the death of a fetus. And
So the issue is whether someone determines personhood or not is a legal constitutional question that needs to be answered. For instance, in the Civil War, they didn't think black people were humans who had civil rights, and that's clearly the psychotic way to view the world. But you holding the view that an unborn child is or is not an individual who holds a view, whether they are or not, is an unanswered question at the Supreme Court level that I believe sooner or later will be answered. And they may make a determination that the unborn are persons who are.
What do you think?
Man, that's tough. I tend to be traditionally pro-choice. I think that when you have...
Do you think there should be restrictions on abortion?
100%.
What should those restrictions be?
Time limit for sure, but I don't know. I'm not smart enough to give you a certain amount of time.
But here's the problem: is that
Why do you suddenly have not a single belief, principle, value, opinion on anything? It's like the 6th time he's done this during the course of the 3 hours, where it's like, well, what do you personally believe? Because you have a show, and you have a show where every single day all you do is spew your beliefs. You take the news and you say you opine on it, but it's not simply you just read a news article and then you're like, whoa, my, what an article. Life is sad, and that was a sad article, and that's the whole thing. It's like you do a whole show where you're like, my friends, this actually shows us that potentially we could be on the verge of civil war. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow, but I am saying that we are seeing all the signs right now of an impending civil war. And so those are two very, very different things. You keep saying I opine on it. I find Destiny's opinions and views to be abhorrent, but you're not going to sit across the room from him and he's going to sit there and be like, I don't actually believe any of the things that I say all day. I don't have an opinion on that. It's going to be, I have very strong opinions on this. These are the things that I've been saying all the time, and I'm going to continue to try and debate you and destroy you in the fucking marketplace of ideas right now. It's not going to be like, oof. Yeah, I don't know. I'm too stupid to answer that. Oh, yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea what we're talking about. Yeah, I can't say whether or not this will happen. Yeah, I agree with you, Sam. I don't think this is likely. Like... then that's so fucking dangerous. Like, what a world we fucking live in, that like someone like Tim Pool has this monstrously huge empire as one of the biggest fucking political streamers on the platform, while simultaneously at the same time has no idea what the fuck he's talking about, has no fucking idea.
when you, in practice, that time limit ends up killing women?
Well, you've got a dying baby or a dying woman, and we're trying to figure out how to save them both.
Well, I mean, one is
if the baby can survive, why kill it?
So you're saying viability. So
yeah, viability is huge, and medical technology is rapidly expanding that. But there's still a lot of questions in how we handle it. So my position is that the government can't mandate one person provide their body to another person. However, if a person provides consent in the initial phase, now they have an obligation for a certain time period. So
if you have sex and you get pregnant, you are obligated to carry that baby to term. Is that what you're saying?
I think that I'd be in favor of abortion up to a certain point.
Well, but I don't understand what the logic is there.
Logic is compromise.
Oh, so this is just a question of splitting the baby in half, literally.
Not literally splitting the baby in half. It is, can the government tell someone you must provide your body and blood to another person?
And you say they can
up
to a certain point.
The questions of consent play a role in whether you allow someone and then have an obligation to them based on the requirement. So, for instance, like rape, I 100% exception. Health of the mother,
okay,
100% exception.
Let's take rape.
Yeah. The woman can choose.
Okay. What
nice
establishes rape?
So
when a person does not consent.
Okay. How rape is a criminal term, right?
Yes, indeed.
So you need to go through the court
Indeed.
case.
Perhaps.
What do you mean perhaps?
Well,
like, can I come in and say I was raped and that's it? All I need to do is say I was raped.
Nope.
Okay. So you need to have a court case.
No, I didn't say that either. There would have to be some degree of
you keep telling me what you're not saying, but why don't you just say what you're saying? How do you establish?
No, you got to calm down.
No, well, how do you establish if rape is taking place or not?
So there's rape kits. right? And we can check for abrasions, and a woman who was raped certainly would want to get a rape kit done, I'd imagine.
Well, okay. First of all,
But if you're
there's-
asking-
we know for a fact
if you're
that a
asking
lot of
for-
hold on, we know for a fact that a lot of women don't seek rape kits for whatever reason because they're
bad.
afraid to. Okay, so if you don't get a rape kit,
We have responsibilities to ourselves and to others, and sometimes those choices are very difficult to make.
so
If we're
just the
talking
existence
about-
of a rape kit will establish that rape has happened. Why do we need court cases to establish that rape has happened?
I didn't say we did. I said no.
Okay, so
So a medical professional who assesses that a rape has occurred, I believe, is
what if they go in
largely
too many
sufficient.
days after to get a rape kit?
And then there's no evidence of a rape taking place? Then
Yeah.
that would be a restriction.
Okay, so who makes that adjudication?
If a rape took place.
So horrifying. Like, what a profoundly fucked up way to talk about women and profess this like fucking disgusting ass opinion. Where it's like, yeah, okay, fine, exception. The exception is rape. So if someone's been raped, they're allowed under your own morality to seek out an abortion. How do you determine that? How do you determine if someone has actually been sexually assaulted? Well, they can take a rape kit. All right, that's granted that they go immediately after being assaulted, which a very large percentage of women, for a variety of reasons, do not. So in the event that she hasn't gone immediately right after being raped to go get a rape kit and you know, tell the police of her sexual assault, which again, for a variety of reasons, she might not be able to do. It could endanger her life. She could have someone who sexually assaulted her who said, if you tell anyone about this, I'm going to kill you. Something to that effect. In the event that she has now been impregnated and wants to seek an abortion and does not have any evidence of it or hasn't reported it to police, is she still allowed to do that? No. So it's not really an exception for rape. It's a rare exception for sexual assault, granted the conditions that she immediately reports it to the police and or gets a rape kit. And that's it. That's the only way. Like, how profoundly cruel. That's such a, like, and again, at that moment, at that threshold, you get autonomy. You get bodily autonomy then and only then. If you were sexually assaulted and you immediately after the sexual assault went to go get a rape kit and that rape kit validated it, by the way. No like false positives. No, they weren't able to, it was inconclusive. They weren't able to determine whether or not this was actually sexual assault. Maybe this could have been caused by other factors. The doctor's not entirely sure, but you know, like it's so fucked.
Place.
Yeah.
The person administering the rape kit.
So we would put rape kit people who are administering this and look at the evidence. And do you think it's just like completely binary? Do you think like, well, when you get a rape kit, like this person has definitely been raped or this person has definitely not been raped?
I think that we're dealing with something outside of the simplicity of I can go to court. It takes 6 months to a year to figure something out, which means there's a compromise. How can we come to the best determination to make sure that women are not lying, which I assume would be exceedingly rare, and we're actually going after the criminals? I do not think it's fair to put the burden on someone to perform an abortion without actually taking the responsibility of yourself and saying, look, victims have responsibilities and it's unfortunate that they're victims, but we're trying our best.
So if you don't go,
It's
so
unfortunate.
let's say for instance, like,
Damn.
I mean, I don't know if you've
Sorry
ever,
about the sexual assault,
and
but
spent any time
you didn't go get the
exploring
rape kit in time.
the psychological and the sort of like social pressures on people to report rape. I mean, but you're basically saying that if you don't go and get a rape kit, it's contingent upon the police department to assess this rape kit. If you go too late,
Is that who's administering the rape kit?
yeah.
It's not a doctor?
No, I mean, they may have medical things.
Well,
but it's
I was talking
basically-
about a doctor. She goes to the doctor. She says, I've been raped. They do a kit and they say, okay. And then she says, I would not want to have a pregnancy from this.
Now,
And we say,
do
okay.
you honestly, like, do you know how this works? It's not like it's preponderance of the evidence. I mean, it's like, so you're
Yeah.
basically saying the doctor gets to decide.
I am? You don't think
whether-
doctors should be able to decide to give a woman an abortion?
No, I think doctors can decide. Well, I think doctors are responsible
This
for.
is a compromise. I'm pro-choice, but I recognize that we're not going to live in a society where one...
No, you're not. You're not. You're just trying to make small, weird little exceptions where it's like, oh yeah, so I get to say that I'm pro-choice while simultaneously really restricting and limiting the choice. Yeah, It's not much of a choice here. There is a nightmare scenario in which someone is sexually assaulted, but even then, that's not enough. It's sexually assaulted with evidence.
One side's demanding an extreme, the other side's demanding the other
So you
extreme.
think the rule should be if you get a
doctor makes
rape case? What if it's somebody?
We're
who's
talking
like,
about edge cases. I
what if
mean, I
it's
don't know why you're
15
getting so much into the edge cases.
Well, I mean,
how often does this even happen?
how often do people go in and get an abortion at 8.5 months because
Many.
they feel like it?
That's my point.
Yeah, very,
No.
very few.
Right.
Barely
So
any.
why are you bringing it up?
Well, because the people who you would create restrictions are going to.
He keeps doing this. Where he's like, why are you talking about a thing that I said? Why are you bringing up the thing that I brought up? Why are you mentioning the thing that I'm talking about? It's just, okay, because this is how human interaction works. Words have meaning, like all that shit.
Exceedingly rare and not even an issue.
So then, why would we have any restrictions whatsoever?
Because what do you mean? So that babies at 8 months don't have their lives ended?
Well, I mean, what if there are reasons for it? I mean,
that's then requiring adjudication. But it's so exceedingly rare. You're arguing an edge case for a dramatic change in policy.
but
I'm not. I'm
it's
saying
not a dramatic change in policy.
It's your edge case. You're the one who was talking about the 9th month. You brought up the same thing with me. You love talking about the 9th month abortions or the post-birth abortions that do not take place. That's murder. You're just fucking hell. But yeah, in your scenario where it's like you're saying you're pro-choice. Give me your example. Here it is. Well, in the event of rape, okay. So you will allow it in the event of rape. How do you determine that? Because that's where this conversation gets really fucked up. If you're suddenly like, I allow for certain terms and conditions for women to have bodily autonomy. Here they are. If they've been sexually assaulted, how do you determine if they've been sexually assaulted? How exactly are you going to go through a process? Well, rape kits, easy.
See, there are, I think, like
it's kind of wild that I'm like, women should be able to get abortions, but you're like, yes, but in these exceedingly rare circumstances, we should remove all restrictions because sometimes.
Excuse me, I think there's 10 states at least. I know you can look this up where there are no restrictions.
I agree. Yeah.
So it's not. This is not some type of like radical change of policy. It exists.
No, this is recent. After the end of Roe v. Wade, these are the restrictions that these changes started happening across the board.
I mean, I can understand that.
You agree with those states removing restrictions?
Like I say, yes, because I think
that's not Roe v. Wade. That's the end of Roe v.
Oh, I said at least go back to Roe v. Wade.
Didn't Roe v. Wade have a provision on viability? It was an additional case that people don't bring up. That was in the 90s.
The Casey.
Is that what it was? There was a question about viability and whether or not you can end the life.
The court said in Casey it just changed the date in which, I should say the week in which states could then begin to impose restrictions on that right to get an abortion.
Right.
Yeah. No, I think these type of restrictions end up killing
the overturning of Roe and Casey resulted in states removing restrictions.
Correct. Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again.
The overturning of Roe v. Wade created the legal precedents by which states could begin to remove restrictions.
No. They could. I think they could have done that prior to that. I think they could have done that prior to that.
So the question ultimately is, I'm not going to come down as the supreme judge and just say like it must be, the right is wrong. I say, and I've told Republicans this: if I was a woman that got raped and you told me I had to have a baby, I'd blow my brains out. Like there is no fucking way you will tell me that I'm going to, by force, without my consent, give my body to somebody.
You are telling that that woman who got raped.
There is some degree of responsibility.
You have to announce this. You need to follow certain procedures as a victim of a crime. And if you don't, we're going to force you to carry that child
before you can have health care. And you're saying it like as if it's something to be proud of, right? Like sitting there being like, well, yeah, and that's why I tell conservatives, hey, I mean, if I was sexually assaulted and had to carry a baby, I would fucking, unalive myself. But yeah, that's why I'm moralistic.
Term.
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
There's a responsibility we have as victims of crimes as well. And one of the problems we have in this country is that
that's an interesting theory.
Well, it's true. Right? If you're a victim and you want accountability and justice, you have to go to court.
what if you make the determination that I don't want to go through what is involved with getting accountability and justice, but I also don't want to carry my rapist child. In that scenario, the woman is out of luck, according to you.
If you are not willing to take your responsibilities
The responsibilities that
of victims.
that the rapist has imposed upon you.
Indeed, yes.
Okay. So this is what do you call this? The Rapist in Power Act?
I suppose you'd say that liberals have a view that
Holy shit, man. How does Sam still have fucking gas at this point? How is he still cooking? I'm so burnt out from having to sit through this entire 3 hours. I mean, 5 hours with commentary. God damn it.
they have no responsibilities at all. That there's no
I don't
requirement.
feel like I have a responsibility. I certainly don't feel that if I was
you're not
someone
making
who
an
could be, I am making an
The
argument.
Rapist Responsibility Act is an emotional nonsense.
No, it isn't. It's
We're
exactly,
talking
it
about a
is-
person's responsibility.
Oh, it took him a couple seconds. Man, he does this thing where he just doesn't react at first, and then afterwards it's like, oh, they're being funny, eh?
To
No,
society.
that is exactly what you're
No,
suggesting
it's drama
is tantamount.
nonsense.
No, it's not drama
it's
nonsense.
prop clipping.
No, it is not.
Yes, you are. Come on.
What do you think you've been doing for the past fucking 2 hours and 38 minutes? Non-stop farming. This whole thing, you failed at it, and you shot your shot. You didn't do it. You couldn't snipe. Fine, but when you're getting ridiculous, yeah, people should treat you as ridiculous. How long does he have to sit here like a fucking concerned parent and tell you to your face that's not what that means? No. Read the sentence in front of me right now. He gave him a tutorial. He actually sat him down like a tutor and was like, hey, all right, read the article. Read that sentence out. Okay, now what do you think that means? No. Incorrect. That's not what that means. What will that result in? False. No, that's not what that term is. No, this is not how a war starts in that regard. No, this is not what that statistic is demonstrating. And then afterwards have him be like, oh, okay. Well, yeah, I was wrong. But what are you saying? Is it wrong for me to do what I do, which is just to read the news and opine on the news of the day? That's what I do. I opine.
You're not
I
making
don't
an
give
argument.
A shit about
Make an argument. Don't say nonsense
the
words
argument
like rape.
is that what you are suggesting
Is
is that a woman who is raped has a responsibility that has been bestowed upon them by the rapist. The rapist has chosen you. If I shoot you in the face, I have caused you I have imparted upon you a responsibility. What you're talking about is fascistic. It is
Sam, do you think
disgusting.
that if someone commits a crime against you,
And so I'm sorry I said Rape Empowerment Act and tried to do it in a more satirical way. But what you're talking
your
about
logic
is
centers are
disgusting.
shutting down.
And listen, no.
You're getting overly emotional.
No, I'm not.
You are not speaking logic.
No, he's been treating you like a fucking baby this whole time. He has been fucking entertaining your nonstop nonsense. Do you realize this should be a fucking revelation? This whole thing for you, it is so irresponsible what you do for a living. And you've been called out for it. You have admitted live on air that you don't believe these things to be true. You've admitted that they're not plausible, but you profit from it. You're not a nobody. He's again, this is not an awkward conversation between two friends. This is you have the largest, or if not one of the largest political channels on YouTube. You go live before 50,000 people. You have millions and millions of people who listen to you, who watch your videos. It's really serious. It's like sitting across the table from the New York Times as an entity. If I could just personify the New York Times as an entity, and they had been lying consistently forever, and then having them turn to them and face them and be like, but are we not allowed to do that? Are we not allowed to spread vile misinformation that we know not to be true? Is there a problem with that? Is there a problem with what we do for a living and then profit off of it? I'm not trying to select out or harp on the New York. I'm just saying that he is a media entity, but it just happens to be one person. But it has the same effect, right? It reaches the same amount of people. I know we don't have editors, we don't have boards. These are opinion pieces on the internet, but they can have the same effect. It's like an entire news organization, just like the 100 people that make it, all squished into one single beanie, sitting there, being like, come on. You're getting a little angry here just because I said that, you know, the rapist, the burden is on the woman who gets raped to have to, you know, justify her rape. I mean, that's on her. You know, what's the problem? Why are you getting overly emotional, Sam? You know?
Anymore.
No. What you're
when
doing
a victim
is
of a crime, when
you
a
are
person
doing
is a
what you
victim of a
always
crime,
do.
they have
you're
to file
trying
paperwork
to pretend
get
like you
accountability.
can find something in here, but
You're
it
not
is
talking about the argument
absolutely
anymore.
nonsense. Yes, it is.
You are no longer
I've now-
talking about the issue
because
nor the
everybody
law.
sees. Oh, I am
You are getting
definitely
overly
talking about it.
emotional.
I don't.
You're talking about my person. You're doing ad hominems. You've lost it.
No. Here's
Sam,
the point.
let's start with the
You're
law.
so full of crap.
You see,
It's
here
a-
You know, I'm now going to name all the things. I'm sorry, false equivalency, slippery slope. Yep, that's certainly one there. Whataboutism, right? And see what you're doing right now. You're giving into emotion, you know, whereas me, I'm logical, right? So I don't know if you watch the show Star Trek, if you've ever seen it, but like I'm Spock, all right? And you know, you're the Borg. That's what you are because you believe in groupthink. That's what's happening here. And it's like, you monster. You vile, disgusting ass monster. Like you are just a fucking joke of a fucking human, and this show, it reaches so many people and you don't care. You don't care when the lights turn off, when everything's over. It's poker with the boys, sushi with the boys. Let's go hang out with the chickens. Let's go skate at the skate park. Let's go have fun. It's all a fucking meme. You know, it's the manifestation of 4chan. He's 4chan turned into a human, this irony-pilled alt-right piece of shit where all they do is just like, lol, kek. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny that women who get sexually assaulted can't have abortions because they have the burden of proof placed upon them? Like, no, it's not. It's fucked. It's so fucked.
Amazing.
You can't even make an argument anymore, can you?
I don't need to because
You don't need
everybody
to make
who's watched
arguments.
this, no. Everybody who's watched this knows that
watching you have an emotional
you're
breakdown on
saying
camera.
that a rape victim has a responsibility that has been bestowed upon them by the rapist. It's gross. It's disgusting.
You are having an emotional breakdown right now.
I'm not having an emotional breakdown right now.
Do you think the police
I'm
should
getting
be? Oh, you want
exercise
to wait?
because
You
I'm
Do you know what an emotional breakdown is? Like yet another term? Yeah, I mean, he became hysterical. Absolutely hysterical. I was unable to hear the words coming out of his mouth because again, he just broke down live on camera. I guess right here is the closest they're gonna get. This is probably the clip. I haven't looked, but the Seth Dillons and you know the Nick Fuenteses of the world who watch this are all posting.
thinking of my daughter.
Here we
and
go.
I'm thinking of my
Here
daughter.
it is.
And I'm thinking of the idea that a
Sam.
rapist could force her to
Sam.
do something
Sam,
that
you're spiraling.
No,
You're
I'm not
spiraling.
No.
You're spiraling.
Tim,
You're not
you're
even
afraid
stopping talking
because you just
You're not even
found
stopping
out
talking.
You never
You're gonna-
think
you're gonna-
out
you're gonna-
anything
you're gonna-
that you
we're gonna say something?
and
You're
you're
gonna- we're gonna
upset
talk, or are you gonna
that I
keep just talking about
faced
nonsense?
you in front of all of your
Are you
audience.
gonna wait for your prop
The
clipping?
Rapist
You're prop clipping,
Empowerment
Sam.
Act.
You're prop clipping.
I don't even know what that means.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. You're
What does
prop
it mean?
clipping again.
What is prop clipping?
You're not arguing abortion anymore.
What is prop clipping?
You said, Tim, you're full of crap. You're not arguing abortion anymore.
Because
you disgust me. Oh, rape, blah, blah. You stopped
you're
arguing.
saying
You
that a
stopped
rapist-
arguing and you started doing performative garbage for the camera.
No, I'm
You
not
want to
doing
have you want to have a
performative
discussion, Sam?
Dude, the best
Do you wanna-
part of
do you
this
wanna have a discussion,
was
or are you gonna keep
tying
talking?
you in knots.
Yeah, not to mention, like, you just can't take any single point of criticism. That's it. He was, this whole thing, it was 3 hours of him just wearing kid gloves, you know, treating him like a child. And not in a condescending way, in the way a concerned parent or loving parent would, right? Where it's just like, that's not what that word means, honey. No, sweetie. You don't do that. But you put that down and then you use the other, that you use your spoon. That's right. You use your spoon for soup. It's better. It's easier to do than the fork. There you go. Good job. Good job. All right. Look at that. Isn't it delicious? Yum, yum, yum. That's what he's been doing this entire time until it gets to a point where, like, we have to be honest with ourselves and realize what Tim does matters. What he says matters. When you have a platform of this size, if you are going to spread like fucking rape apologia into the 50,000 people to try and make them think in their heads that it's actually okay to think this way, that it's okay to talk to women, talk about women this way, to condescend to them, to treat them as if like they, victims of sexual assault, are the ones who are going to have to bear the burden of responsibility to have to prove that they themselves like are worthy of healthcare. That's fucked. Like, profoundly fucked. And yeah, you can only get so far listening to someone do that across from you who doesn't take any of this seriously before obviously you're going to be like, shame on you. You're disgusting. Shame on you. This is gross. You know?
It's about
You
the
wanna have a
idea
discussion?
that a rapist can force a
See,
woman.
Here you go again.
to go in.
Here you go again. You're making things up.
I'm reiterating.
You're prop clipping.
I am reiterating.
You're prop clipping.
I am
Sam,
reiterating your
You're getting
position
overly
here.
emotional. You're getting heated. You're finger pointing. You're throwing slurs and name calling.
Slurs?
You're
It's a slur.
Well,
What slur? Idiot? I don't even think he used that. I don't think he's called him a single name. Do you remember during my debate where he was like, "You leftists, all you do is name call and stuff like that"? This is after he said that I apparently am in a cult. I am trying to get people with disabilities or people who have autism castrated. Like it's just like it's nonstop. It's just like nonstop fucking name calling the entire time as you rationally try to sit there and be like, "That's just not factually correct. No, this is not real." And then afterwards, like, oof. Sorry. I'm sorry, everyone at home. You had to see that. Sam Seder over there. I mean, he's completely lost it. He has lost his mind. He's out of control. He basically took a swing at me. I don't know. I think maybe I smelled alcohol in his breath. The guy was just completely unconsolable. But, we want to have conversations here, and we try. I invite anyone who wants to have a conversation, and the guy clearly has lost it. So I'm sorry. Like, slurs?
forgive me. You're so full of crap. You disgust me. But that's not an
honestly,
argument. You want to have a
I gotta
discussion?
be honest with you.
You want to have a discussion? Or you gonna...
That's what you consider a slur? Jesus Christ, my dude. You call queer kids fucking like abominations. You invalidate their existence. You call every fucking LGBTQ plus person a groomer and a pedophile. The worst thing a human being can be. Literally, the worst thing a human being can be. You call them that just by virtue of existing. And what, he said you're disgusting? You are disgusting. Your views are disgusting.
have an emotional breakdown.
You know what? I am going to continue with the so-called emotional breakdown because honestly, I think
That's right, Sam.
no. I honestly.
Let's solve our problems by Sam just
honestly-
freaking out and having emotional breakdowns on camera.
I honestly think that like
Come
what
on,
you do
Sam.
is so damaging.
Oh no!
And this
here he goes.
whole notion that you
broke.
would
It
allow
took 2 hours
for
and 40
race-
minutes for you to break.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You
this
broke.
whole
Sam,
Why are you
You
keeping
broke.
me from talking?
because you haven't
If
let
you
me talk
think
one
I'm-
time.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Victims of crimes who want accountability have responsibilities.
What if they don't want accountability? What if they don't want to put themselves?
I love how he's like, you could tell for a second he wasn't ready for that. He didn't think that he would do that, and so it's just kind of like in school or in a classroom where it's like, hey, what was I just talking about? Okay,
on the stand and have to point
they
out
don't get
that
accountability.
guy. Okay, but they have to carry the baby, right? According to you,
If they don't want accountability, then this is a
then they have to carry the baby.
this is reality.
Say it.
A woman.
Say it. If they
I will
don't
say it as
want
plainly
accountability,
as I can say
they
it
have to
100%.
carry that rapist baby.
If a woman does not want accountability for her rape, she will carry that baby.
She has to.
She has to. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Up to 15 weeks.
That's the prop clip I want right
up
there.
to 15 weeks.
bravo, Sam. Good job.
I mean, I think we have come to an agreement.
That women can get abortion.
Like not because you got your prop clip, but because like you again calmly and very very intelligently and eloquently just said it to his face, you know.
If they're so choosing, without any restrictions up to a certain amount of time, and then after viability would have to.
They don't want to pursue their rapists in public in a public setting, and they don't want to go
never
through
said that.
that.
Sam, you're having an emotional breakdown. You've stopped listening to what's being said. You started getting angry, insulting. You're disgusting. How dare you? This is, and you know
You
what?
don't think
and
saying
Sam,
to
let
me
me tell
that
you,
you're prop clipping?
I
I don't know what that means, but
So it's when you stopped arguing abortion, finger pointing and waving your hands and saying, I tied you in knots in front of the camera.
yes.
And this is why people don't invite you on their show.
I don't give a shit. I'll tell you something.
That's why you
This-
don't get invited on
No,
shows. 'Cause
I
you don't care.
care.
I know you don't care. I'm not
I
saying you
don't
do.
care. I honestly, like, this
You
is.
start the show feeling, I don't want to talk politics. I want to talk about how you said.
This is why you're a loser and nobody likes you. This is more important than that. Do you realize that? There's 50,000 people listening to us right now. What we say matters. What we do matters. Words have meaning. It's more than this. I don't care if you don't like me. I'm so happy someone said that to his face. You know? It's so fucking true.
Mean things about me before.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to get that. Oh, wait.
Yeah,
no,
your
not mean
WWE
things.
politics.
No. Listen,
We're talking about how do we effectively have law on abortion. That should be a woman can do whatever she wants up to 15, 16 weeks, maybe even 22. I don't know what the time limit is. But if the baby is viable, there has to be accountability.
None of what you're saying is meaningful at all.
That there should be a time restriction on
15, 22, you're just throwing around numbers.
because there's a debate on how long that duration should be. But my position is that pre-viability, I don't know, some say 22, some say 26.
And my addressing you is that the restrictions that
angry
you're pushing,
and you're disgusting and emotional breakdown.
yeah. My emotional breakdown to you is that when you put these restrictions on women, they in practice are impossible.
I get it. It's because like, yeah, this is utterly meaningless. I don't care. Like I have no interest in entertaining the nonsense, but I am going to use this opportunity to express my views.
To actually execute. And you have shown that by saying that if a woman refuses to go in front of a court,
I never said that. This is what I said, Sam. For the love of all
If
that
it doesn't
is
take
holy.
accountability, what does accountability mean?
A rape kit.
Okay, so if a rape kit,
You're saying I was raped with no proof and no evidence, and therefore I
they've
should be
got
able
to
to
go
terminate
in.
a 6-month
They've
baby.
got to go in within 24 to 36 hours and say to a doctor, "I was raped." And if they don't do that, then they're forced to carry the rapist baby.
Depending on what you want to happen in society, there are things you have to do. Sometimes you may not want to have to do them, but this idea you have that people, what you're proposing.
And that's abhorrent. That take, what you said out loud right now, just there. That's abhorrent. To be like, sometimes you got to make tough decisions. And this tough decision is that there can be an exception. Women have the right to have health care in only a certain extent of a case. And that is that they have been sexually assaulted and within 24 to 36 hours go to a doctor to test whether or not they've been sexually assaulted. Then they should have bodily autonomy. Then they should be considered of equal worth to the rest of humanity at that point.
Is that the state should be able to enforce crimes against people without evidence.
What?
You want accountability, but you do not want to
I
go
don't
through
want accountability. I just don't want this woman to have to carry a rapist baby.
Right, so this is very 5th grade, right? There is a legal system that exists. We have to work within a legal system because we have compromises and a social contract with other people. The idea that I can take action against another person without proper adjudication is fascistic. What we have to do is figure out what are the terms for each individual circumstance.
Who's the other person you're talking about?
So we're the baby.
Oh, so you
At 6 months.
You consider a baby a person at 6 months.
Viability.
Let me ask you this. If
Well, I consider a baby a person the whole time.
a fetus, a person the whole
Life
time.
begins at conception. But the state doesn't
Life
have,
begins at conception.
But yes. But the state doesn't
You
have
believe that in the context of
But the
immigration?
state doesn't have the authority to tell a
You'll
person
never
when
answer
they
that.
must give their body to another person. There's arguments over consent, in which case rape is an exception. However, I'm pro-choice.
These words have no meaning. What does that expression mean to you? Rape is the exception. Rape is the exception within 24 to 36 hours if she can prove it. Granted, she has the ability to do so and isn't in any way traumatized by what has happened. At that point, if she can prove it with a doctor and a rape kit, then she should get autonomy. I'm pro-choice.
So what we're talking about now, because, make sure you include this in the context, and I'm glad you're here, I can say it to you, is a woman up to pre-viability, in my opinion, should be allowed to get an abortion if she so chooses because of the impossibility of properly adjudicating anything in between. I think that's where, when I say you're having a breakdown, it's because I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying. After viability, we're talking about extenuating
Because that doesn't
circumstances
have
where a
any meaning
baby
to
that
you
could
either. You
survive
don't know
on
what a
its
breakdown
own.
is.
There's now an issue there where the question becomes, why kill the baby? If we're talking about a period where we're not sure the baby's viable or not, we're wondering why the woman carried the baby this long. The issue is not so black and white for you to just say.
Well,
that-
you're saying this is about viability, not time limit.
Yeah, I'm
You keep
traditional
vacillating back and forth. I mean, maybe you don't realize this, but
So,
there's completely.
if you
everything
can't
you're
understand,
saying
I'll
is
explain it to you.
inconsistent with it. with what you're
What
saying.
weak is viability?
What weak is viability?
Yes,
I mean,
it
I think
varies.
there's some debate about that.
Agreed. My point is, I don't know the point.
And again, it would be profoundly funny if this was just, Sam Seder talking to one of his children about these kind of topics and then being like, oh, okay. But then it's, again, a massively huge media personality.
At which we as a society will determine it's going to be 16 or 22 or 26. I'm not a scientist or a medical doctor. I agree there's an issue where if the baby can survive on its own, there's no reason to kill it.
Well, I mean, would you be in favor of a woman getting a C-section in 4 or 5 months just because she doesn't want to carry the baby anymore?
If the baby can survive on its own, my position is typically the woman can make that choice, as long as the baby's not being killed. But, so you know how they perform abortions after that point?
How they perform abortions after what?
Like there's varying degrees of how abortions are performed. So
Yes.
the question I have is this. Let me put it this way.
Like dilation and extraction? Are you talking about in terms of
my position largely is we've got two real distinct worldviews on this one that are extreme ends. They neither.
I'm just going to skip it. I want to see how the very end of it is.
Is by creating the expectation that he's definitely going to win, and I think it's going to be close. But I don't think that it's in any way close to even being a foregone conclusion about either one of them.
Completely agree. I have no idea what's going to happen. Everybody thinks they know. I learned my lesson. Sam, I do appreciate you coming on. This has been fun. We went an extra hour. Thanks for hanging out.
I hope I get my plane.
Sorry, man. I apologize.
All right.
We'll be back tonight at youtube.com/TimCastIRL.
You should apologize to humanity for your existence. That's my assessment of this whole thing. Bravo to Sam. Obviously, I knew it was going to be a masterclass, and it's just it's always very humbling to watch. Just people who are exceptionally good at what they do it exceptionally well, like he did. A thing of complete and utter beauty to watch for the most part, if not incredibly frustrating and horrifying simultaneously. There's got to be a German word for all of that, right?
Hey, if you'd like to unlock secret bonus episodes as well as uncensored content, go to patreon.com/The Serfs. This show is produced by Anna Loves Riley, Arian McCarthy, Cheryl Alvarez, Comrade Junkie, Doug Caddy, Everything Important, Hagbard Celine, Jimmy Sombrero, Multimondi, Omni, Political Poppy, Preston Kroll, Quiet 185, Riley and Anna, Roller Dragon, Cernicus, Stellar Gwyn, Sebastian Demmel, Travis McClinton, Trincel, Words Greenwood, with additional support coming from all of these amazing human beings right here.